Good morning and welcome to Law News, where we're analyzing and live streaming the nation's most compelling trials. This morning I'll be taking you through day 20 of the Aaron Hernandez trial. I'm joined here by Rachel Stockman, editor-in-chief of LawNewz. Thank you for being here, Rachel.
Absolutely. It should be an interesting day.
Oh, definitely. So yesterday we learned from Judge Locke that the prosecution is planning on closing its case in chief this week.
Finally!
Exactly. After 20 days and more than 50 prosecution witnesses, it's all coming to an end. So after the prosecution closes its case, generally, a defense attorney will say, we want a judgment of acquittal. We don't think the prosecution has put enough evidence on the table to sustain any verdict against him. What do you think the prospects are of something like that in this case?
Well, I think he's going to absolutely try. The other interesting question, too, is whether they're actually going to put a case forward, the defense, or whether they're just going to let it rest as is. Because over the last several weeks, I think you would agree, the defense did a pretty good job of poking holes in the prosecution. In my mind, if I was a juror, I think there's quite a bit of reasonable doubt that they've established just by their cross-examinations of the various witnesses that have been put forth by the prosecution.
Definitely. And here's the piece. So the prosecution has to put on a case. They have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But the defense doesn't have to do anything. It's actually their choice. So they have the option of moving forward with setting forth a defense or not. One of the issues, one of the strategy calls is, will something else come out that will be negative to the defense? Do you think that Baez is making that analysis right now, opening up another can of worms if the defense puts on a case?
Well, that's always the danger. If they put up a case, then when the prosecution has their chance at the witness, they could open up potentially another can of worms. What's interesting, we're getting word is that Aaron Hernandez is, I don't think they were ever married, but they had a child together, is supposed to testify today. I have seen no indication about what she's going to talk about. She's a prosecution witness, so I'm really curious to find out what she could possibly add to the prosecution's case. Clearly, I would think she's a hostile witness because she's been standing by Hernandez through the whole first trial and this one. Do you have any indication yet about what she could possibly bring to this case?
Haven't seen any indication, but one thing I know, and generally prosecutors feel this way, you don't put a witness on the stand that you can't control. You don't put a witness on the stand that you think is going to go off the rails. There's a risk when you have somebody close like this to the defendant that they're not going to testify in line with what you think they might say. So we have to imagine the prosecution has something in their pocket. Do you think that one of the reasons that she is being called by the prosecution is in the original trial, which, by the way, the jury hasn't heard about? They don't know Aaron Hernandez has been convicted on the Odin case. But media reports and trial experts in that case spoke about how her testimony was not found to be credible. Do you think that's part of the prosecution's analysis in putting her on the stand in this trial?
Perhaps they want to discredit something she told the police. Maybe they have something that she's going to testify, they know she'll testify to on the stand, and that's different from what she told police. But that's also kind of a questionable tactic by the prosecution if they do that. Again, we don't know at this point what she's going to testify to. I have no idea so far, and I've been watching the trial pretty closely. I haven't watched every moment, but I have not heard her name being brought up in this trial. So I'm not sure how she plays into this specific case, other than the potential that Aaron told her something, or she called her that day, or something like that. But I don't know.
Right. Well, let's remember, telephone records don't go away. Stuff on the internet doesn't go away. So there's always the chance that the prosecution has something like that in their back pocket that they're going to try and use to incriminate him. I'm very interested to see what happens. Trial hasn't resumed yet, but let's speak a little bit about what happened yesterday. So after the jury had an illness, we had a shortened day of trial yesterday, and the prosecution called Mark Hagg, who's a ballistics expert and a shooting reconstruction analyst, to the stand. What do you think about calling an expert to recreate the scene of the shooting, and why do you think the prosecution took that route?
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised. This has been a very technical case throughout the last several weeks. We've heard from everyone that was involved in anything having to do with the crime scene, including the crime scene in Florida when Alexander Bradley, was allegedly shot by Aaron Hernandez. So I think in this particular case that they were trying to establish the number of bullets, and that's played kind of a key role in this.
That's been a critical point and a point of contention for the prosecution and defense. And in his testimony, Hagg said that there were at least 5 bullets. I really think he was taken to task on cross, but maybe we'll go to the clip and see what he said about those bullets.
And I'd like to start with what I'll simply call on my own a shot number 1. And that's the alleged gunshot wound. And after reviewing all the materials that you just described, both the documentary materials as well as the physical evidence, and after applying your
We apologize to cut out of that clip from yesterday, but the case is back on it.
2 miles
About 2 miles away.
I would say so.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, calling your attention now to high school growing up in Bristol, Connecticut. Did you attend a certain high school?
Yes.
Which high school was that, ma'am?
Bristol Central.
Is there more than one high school in Bristol, Connecticut?
Yes.
What's the other high school?
Well, I believe there's a Catholic school in addition to Bristol Eastern.
But you went to Bristol Central?
Correct.
Where did the defendant, Mr. Hernandez, go?
The same, Bristol Central.
At some point during your time at Bristol Central High School, did you begin a dating relationship with Aaron Hernandez?
Yes.
Do you know about when that was?
I would say sophomore, junior year.
Sophomore or junior year?
Yes.
When you began a dating relationship with Mr. Hernandez, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, at some point did it get serious in high school?
Yes.
From the serious dating relationship you had with Mr. Hernandez at that time, did you get to know some of his circumstances?
Give or take.
I'm just calling your attention now to a particular address. I'm going to place on the screen exhibit 189. Are you familiar with that address, ma'am?
Yes,
Is that 114 Lake Avenue?
it is.
And do you know who lived there during the time that you were dating Mr. Hernandez in high school?
From my knowledge, I don't know if it's accurate, but I would say Tanya, Gina, Uncle Tito, and the 2 boys, which are Eddie and Jono.
And what, if any, observations did you make, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, as to whether or not Aaron Hernandez was close to the relatives who lived at that address?
He was close.
Did you ever know of him to spend time over there during his high school years?
I knew of him to be around. I wouldn't know what details as far as him being there or whichever.
And if you know, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, of the people who lived at that address, 114 Lake Avenue, was there any one of them that Mr. Hernandez was most close to?
Yes.
Who was that?
Tanya.
And just for the record, is her name Tanya her name was Tanya Cummings Singleton?
I don't know the last name. I mean, one of the 2 or both. I don't know how,
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm calling your attention now to following high school. Are you aware of Aaron Hernandez going off to college somewhere to play football?
Yes.
Where did he go?
The University of Florida.
What about you after graduating from Bristol Central High School? Did you go to college?
I did.
Where did you go, ma'am?
I went to Tungus Community College.
Where's that?
It's in Farmington, Connecticut.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, calling attention now to the following 3 years after you graduated from Bristol Central High School. Did you continue a dating relationship with Aaron Hernandez, or did it end or change in any way?
I would say it changed. I mean, we weren't in the same area anymore, so we were distant.
Did you continue to date?
I would say we were on and off.
On and off?
Yes.
And just calling your attention back to Aaron Hernandez, you said you got to know his family during the time you dated him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And his mother, do you know what her maiden name is?
Valentine, maybe?
And what is Aaron Hernandez's mother's ethnicity? Is she white, black, or Hispanic?
White.
And did you know Aaron's father at all when he was alive?
I didn't get to know him, unfortunately, but I did know of him, yes.
But you never got a chance to meet him?
I don't want to say I didn't get a chance to meet him. I wouldn't say that it was very memorable for either of us, if that makes sense.
Okay. Did you become aware, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, that Aaron Hernandez's father passed away when he was in high school?
Yes.
Do you know about what year that was? Even if it's just a year in high school, if not the numerical year.
Let's see, we graduated in 07. I would say around 07, 06.
Now, Mr. Hernandez, taking you back to how we were talking about your relationship changing somewhat when Aaron Hernandez went to college, at some point, did you become aware that Aaron left the university?
Yes.
And do you know about when that was?
2010, maybe?
When he came back into the area in 2010, had you now graduated from college, or were you still going?
I believe I was still actively going part-time.
And did you become aware that Aaron Hernandez became a member of the New England Patriots?
Yes.
Did there come a time where, after 2010, when he became a member of the New England Patriots, where you rekindled your dating relationship, so to speak?
Yes.
Do you know about when that was in relation to when he started with the Patriots?
I would say not much longer after he signed with the Patriots.
So likely in late 2010 or 2011, would that sound accurate?
I would say that's accurate.
When you started dating Mr. Hernandez again, were you aware of where he was living?
Well, he was, yes, I was.
Where was that, ma'am?
Plainville, Mass.
Where were you living at the time?
Connecticut.
Did you continue a dating relationship by traveling back and forth to see one another during that time?
Yes.
At some point, Ms. Jenkins, did you move in with Aaron Hernandez?
I did.
Do you know about when that was?
I would say it was all pretty fast, so within the same time frame,
Sometime around 2011?
I would say so.
When you moved in with him, did you move into his Plainville address or a different address?
I moved into the Plainville.
When you moved into the Plainville address, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, did you become aware at that time of who Aaron Hernandez's closest friends were?
Around that time frame, I mean, we had many mutual friends, so I wouldn't necessarily distinguish them as maybe his close friends, in my opinion.
Let's narrow it down a little bit if we can, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez. As far as growing up in Bristol, who was Aaron Hernandez's closest childhood friend, so to speak?
Objection.
To the extent you know, based on your observations and knowledge, you may testify to that.
In that time frame?
Yes.
Is that correct? I would say Ryan may have been the closest.
Ryan McDonald?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not Ryan McDonald, when Aaron Hernandez came back to the area and joined the Patriots 2011 into 2012, was Ryan still friendly with Aaron Hernandez?
I believe so.
Do you know whether or not there was any business relationship between the two of them, meaning Mr. McDonald worked for Aaron Hernandez?
Yes.
I'm calling attention now, Ms. Jenkins, to a man by the name of Alexander Sherrod Bradley. Do you know him, ma'am?
I do.
When do you think you first met him?
I would say I had first met Sherrod in our townhouse in Plainville.
And do you know about when that was, in relation to when you moved in?
I don't.
Is there something that might refresh your memory on that, ma'am?
If you have something.
May I approach you, Mr. Chairman?
You may.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I just ask you to read to yourself, not out loud, starting on line 11. Just read that to yourself. Look up when you're done. Does that refresh your memory, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, as to when you think you first met Sherrod Alexander Bradley?
It does.
When was that, ma'am?
Well, a couple months after moving into the townhouse.
So again, just by way of context, that would be sometime in late 2010, 2011?
I believe so, yes.
What, if anything, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, did you notice about the relationship between Aaron Hernandez and Sherrod Bradley?
They were friends.
How close friends were they?
I don't know. I mean, my opinion of friendship may be different than.
Well, let me ask you this. During this time period of 2011 into 2012, so we're going into a whole year,
Okay.
did Mr. Bradley come over to the Plainville apartment?
He did.
How frequently?
Maybe a couple times a month. I'm not sure exactly.
And what did you notice about the relationship with Aaron Hernandez? How would you describe it?
Friendly.
Did you ever describe them as close?
May have.
Who else was Aaron Hernandez spending time with during that time period, 2011 into 2012, other than Alexander Bradley?
I'd say Ryan. I mean, those are the only two that pop in my head now.
Any other close friends that you know of?
I don't think so. Not from my knowledge.
So did Mr. Hernandez have a lot of close friends or just a few?
I would say a few.
Would you, based upon your observations, include Alexander Bradley in 2011 to 2012 as part of that few?
As friends, yes.
Yes. Is that yes?
Yes.
And Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, calling your attention to this time period, 2011 to 2012, did you become aware from personal knowledge, either speaking to Aaron Hernandez or your own observations, of whether or not Alexander Bradley and Aaron Hernandez went to clubs? Nightclubs?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Well, I was there.
So you would be with them or you would see them leave?
No, I'd see them leave.
And did Mr. Hernandez tell you where they were going?
Not all the time.
Were there times where he would tell you that they were going to clubs?
Yes.
And when they would go to clubs, would it just be the two of them or would they go with other people?
Oh, that I don't know.
Would they leave alone, just the two of them, or with other people?
From my knowledge, but I mean, you're talking to someone that stayed in the room or did what I had to do.
Are you aware of Mr. Bradley actually staying overnight sometimes in the Plainville apartment?
Yes.
How frequently do you remember that happening?
I don't know.
And then later on, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, did you move to another address in North Attleboro, Massachusetts?
We did.
Did you know of Alexander Bradley to stay overnight at that residence?
Yes.
How frequently?
Again, I don't know.
But more than 5 times?
I would say that's accurate.
Calling your attention now again back to 2011 into 2012. What kind of cars was Mr. Hernandez driving?
2011 to 2012?
Yes.
Let's see. There was the 4Runner and the Range Rover, I believe.
What color was the Range Rover?
Black.
The 4Runner, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, do you know where Mr. Hernandez got that?
The 4Runner?
Yes.
I do, yes.
Where did he get it?
It was part of a promotional dealership kind of contract, I guess.
Do you know what the dealership was, if you remember?
I think it's Fox Toyota.
I'm just placing on the screen, Ms. Jenkins, in front of you what's been entered as Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that vehicle, ma'am?
I do.
And what vehicle is that?
It looks like the 4Runner.
This forerunner that Mr. Hernandez had, did you use that?
I did.
In addition to you using it, did you see anyone else use it?
I don't know.
What about Aaron Hernandez? Did he use the car?
Yes.
I'm going to call your attention now to the year 2012, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez. Were you, in the beginning of 2012, were you still living in Plainville, Massachusetts with the defendant?
The beginning, yes.
Did there come a time in early 2012, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, where you became pregnant?
That's correct.
When was that, ma'am?
February?
And after February of 2012, when you became pregnant, how would you describe the nature of your relationship at that point with Mr. Hernandez?
I don't know. I mean, other than relationship trauma, I would say was normal.
And during this time period after February of 2012, did Mr. Hernandez continue to go out to clubs, to your knowledge, nightclubs?
Yes.
Who would he go with, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
Did you see him during that time period go to clubs with Alexander Bradley?
What's the time frame again?
2012, after you became pregnant.
Yes.
About how many times?
I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, what was, if there was one, what was the situation as far as during that time period leading into the summer of 2012 with Mr. Hernandez not coming home after being at a club? Would that be something that would be typical or unusual?
I guess it depends.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, yes, I guess it's not normal, but it happened.
Was there any type of arrangement or expectation that he would call you if he wasn't coming home?
Yes,
And generally speaking, did he do that? Would he call you if he wasn't coming home?
for the most part.
And were there times that he wouldn't come home that you're aware of where he was with Alexander Bradley? If you know.
I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to call your attention now to a particular date, that date being July 15th, 2012, a Sunday night. Do you remember that time period generally?
Somewhat.
What your phone number was back then, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Do you have it memorized?
Yes.
What was your phone number?
It was 860-502-2593.
Just showing you exhibit 251, page 12. Is that the number you just stated by memory, 860-502-2593?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, in 2012, how many phone numbers did Aaron Hernandez, or how many phones did Mr. Hernandez have in 2012?
I'm not sure.
Ms. Jenkins, I'm going to place on the screen exhibit 249B. The phone number listed there, 562-481-8106. Does that look familiar to you?
It doesn't, to be honest.
Do you recall Ms. Jenkins Hernandez being asked about that phone number in the grand jury back in 2013?
I may have. It was a while ago.
Would something help refresh your memory?
If you have it.
May I approach you, sir?
You may.
I'll just ask you to read page 65 to yourself and look up when you're done.
The entire?
Yes, please. And ma'am, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you were able to determine that that was one of the phone numbers that Aaron Hernandez used in 2012?
Yes.
Do you recall, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, a time in July of 2012 where your boyfriend at the time, your live-in boyfriend, Aaron Hernandez, went on a trip to Costa Rica?
I remember him going on a trip. I don't remember the details
Why is that, ma'am?
because I wasn't there.
You weren't with him in Costa Rica?
Correct.
Do you know who he went with?
Ryan.
Do you know what the circumstances were of the trip?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase that question.
Well, did Mr. Hernandez tell you anything about where he was going, who he was going with, and what they planned to do?
Objection, relevance, unless there was some crime in Costa Rica that I'm unaware of. I'm unsure why this is relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Go ahead, ma'am, you may answer.
I'm sorry?
Did Mr. Hernandez tell you that he was going to Costa Rica, and if so, who he was going with and what the plan was?
He was going to Costa Rica with Ryan, and that was it.
Calling your attention now to his return from Costa Rica, was there any plan as far as once he got back, were you going to pick him up?
I don't remember.
Do you know when he got back from Costa Rica?
I don't.
Ms. Jenkins, do you remember where you were on Sunday, July 15, 2012, leading into Monday, July 16, 2012?
That may have been the time frame of being in Florida and then returning, but I'm not sure, to be honest.
May I put your witness around?
You may.
Ms. Jenkins, is there something that might refresh your memory as to whether or not you were in Florida at the time?
Sure.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm just going to show you a page of a document. First, do you recognize what the document is, what it appears to be? What does it appear to be?
It looks like my bank statements.
Your bank statements?
That's correct.
And just looking at the date range of July 16, 2012, based upon the entries that are on those bank records, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you were in Florida on July 15th into July 16, 2012?
Yes.
That does?
Well, it looks like I was in Florida on the 16th.
Does that refresh your memory, not only that you were in Florida, do you know what the circumstances were of you being in Florida at that time period?
I believe that's the time frame we were staying in Florida,
Who was staying in Florida?
Aaron and myself.
So your testimony is Aaron was with you in Florida?
No, that's not my testimony. I said that we were in Florida, like we had a place in Florida. That's my testimony.
What do you mean by had a place in Florida?
It was for the off season.
So when was the defendant with you in Florida during that time period?
Oh, that I don't know.
But he wasn't in Florida when he took the trip to Costa Rica, correct?
That's correct.
And when he got back from Costa Rica, to your knowledge, he didn't go to Florida, did he?
To my knowledge, no.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to show you another document that's been entered as Exhibit 249C. And I'll call your attention to the entry here, July 16, 2012, 2:37 a.m. That first number, is that the number, upon your memory being refreshed, you identified as one of Aaron Hernandez's numbers, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And the number we see here, is that your number?
Yes.
And the entry here shows a phone call on July 16, 2012, 2:37 a.m., a phone call that lasted 17 seconds. And ma'am, this was a Monday morning, July 16, 2012. Do you recall receiving that phone call from the defendant, Aaron Hernandez?
I don't.
Did you get a voicemail from the defendant while you were in Florida?
It's possible.
Does anything stick out in your mind about either a phone call or a voicemail that you received in Florida on that early morning of Monday, July 16, 2012?
Stick out? No.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, would it be unusual for Aaron Hernandez to call you at 2:37 in the morning?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if he was out.
If he was out?
Yeah, my phone was 24 hours. If he wanted to call at 4 o'clock in the morning, he could.
Did he sometimes call that late?
I don't think so. It may.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, calling attention now to on or about July 27th, 2012, so about 10 days after that date I just asked you about. Do you recall going to Newport, Rhode Island with friends?
I don't remember the dates, but I do remember going to Newport, yes.
Who went to Newport?
It was myself, Aaron, and my friend and her boyfriend, I believe.
Was that friend Vanessa Smith?
It was.
The boyfriend was whom?
John Torres, I believe his last name is.
And it was the two of them and then you and Aaron Hernandez?
Yes.
And what did you do during that time period in Newport?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
See you at sidebar.
Hello and welcome back. We are watching the testimony of Shiana Jenkins Hernandez, Aaron Hernandez's fiance. The prosecution seems to be trying to establish certain relationships in this testimony. We've heard references to Bradley. We've heard references to Ryan McDonnell, Aaron Hernandez's close childhood friend. And now we see the prosecution's focus on a telephone call in the wee hours of the morning on the day of the alleged double murder. I'm joined here by Rachel Stockman, editor-in-chief of LawNewz. So Rachel, why do you think the prosecution took the approach of establishing the relationship between McDonnell, Bradley, and Hernandez at the outset of the testimony?
Well, I think that obviously that's a very important part of what happened because the two of them were together that night. What I also thought was interesting is you have this 17-second phone call. We don't know what was said. It happened the morning or at 2:37 a.m. on the day, I believe, of the shooting, July 16th, 2012. So the question that is going to be left in many jurors' minds is, what the heck was said in that 16 to 17-second phone call?
Yeah, we heard the prosecution laying that foundation.
Yep.
Was it odd for him to call you at this time? Was it odd for him to not come home in the wee hours of the morning?
Okay, but let's think about it. 17 seconds is a very short phone call. So either was it a hang-up phone call? Was it what happened? Why did Aaron Hernandez call her just maybe minutes or seconds after this shooting?
Well,
what did he say?
yeah,
And why doesn't she remember?
Absolutely. Well, she's back on the stand, so let's see what she has to say.
Okay.
Aaron and Sherrod.
And the clothing that the defendant, Aaron Hernandez, is wearing here, do you recognize the clothing at all?
I don't.
Had you ever seen that shirt or that hat before?
I don't know.
What about what he appears to be wearing around his neck? Did you see any jewelry like that that Mr. Hernandez owned back in 2012?
I don't know.
Mr. Jenkins Hernandez, calling your attention now to the 4Runner that you previously described. Did there come a time during the summer of 2012 where you no longer saw that car?
Yes, I believe so.
And what were the circumstances of not seeing the car anymore?
Oh, I don't know. As far as the circumstances?
Well, did there come a point where you noticed that the car was no longer at Plainville?
There came a point, yes.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant, Aaron Hernandez, about that car?
I don't know.
But you noticed that it was no longer there.
Yes,
Did you ask him about it?
I may have.
Do you recall what his answer was?
No, I don't recall the conversation.
Police Exhibit 191 on the screen. Does that appear to be the same 4Runner in a garage?
It looks to be.
Do you recognize the garage that it's in, the address?
Well, yeah, I know the garage it's in.
Which garage is that?
Looks to be the garage at Lake, is it Lake Avenue?
Lake Avenue? Did you ever know, prior to July of 2012, Aaron Hernandez to place the 4Runner in that garage?
I don't know.
You'd never seen it in there?
Honestly, I wasn't with him every time he went over there, so I couldn't tell you.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, calling your attention to that summer of 2012, did Aaron Hernandez end up signing a contract with the Patriots at that time?
I believe so, yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of the contract?
Objection, Your Honor.
We'll see you inside, Mark.
Sidebar in the Aaron Hernandez trial. We're listening to Shayana Jenkins Hernandez testimony. She's Aaron Hernandez's fiance. We've heard the prosecution talk about a telephone call the night of the murder, only 17 seconds long. Now we've shifted the focus to the Toyota 4Runner that's been at issue in this case. I'm joined here by Rachel Stockman, editor-in-chief of LawNewz. What do you make of this? It's interesting because Jenkins' testimony about the 4Runner appears to be consistent with Ryan McDonald's testimony. Do you think that's an impact on the jury?
I think so, and it seems like this car just seemed to disappear at some point. What I also find really interesting, and we were commenting on during the testimony, is all of these witnesses, including his fiance, seem to have really, really bad memories. It's really unbelievable. Again, this was 4 years ago, so maybe almost 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago. But she doesn't seem to remember or want to come forward with much about what happened. What's interesting is that she too was given an immunity agreement from any prosecution for her testimony. Now, of course, that doesn't mean she did anything illegal, but clearly she said to the prosecution she was going to plead the fifth unless they gave her this agreement.
Rachel, that is such an excellent point. So we've seen this time and time again in this trial. We had Crawford, who actually even frustrated the judge. We had Pierre.
Oh my gosh, yes.
We had these witnesses, and now we have Shayana, who also appears to have amnesia about the circumstances surrounding these incidents. Do you think that this is merely because they can't remember? As you commented it, they have immunity, so they really can almost say anything. And the purpose of these immunity deals is to make sure that people testify fully and truthfully without fear of any sort of retribution. So what do you make of this? All of these witnesses, same issue.
Well, I mean, they should be testifying truthfully. They took an oath, so they should be. But let's think about it. This woman obviously still has a relationship with Aaron Hernandez. There's no way she wants to see the father of her child convicted. So I do think she has an incentive to conveniently forget much of what happened that night. That said, a 17-second phone call at 2:36 in the morning when you're sleeping, 4 years ago.
You're right. She definitely has.
Yes.
She has skin in the game, though, so it's interesting. We're returning to the trial right now.
Sustained.
Well, what do you know about the contract, Ms. Jenkins?
Objection asked and answered.
Now overruled.
I don't know anything. I wasn't there.
Well, did Mr. Hernandez ever tell you that he was signing a significant contract with agents?
Objection asked and answered now 3 times.
Overruled.
I'm sorry?
Did Mr. Hernandez ever tell you he was about to or did sign a significant contract with the New England Patriots?
There was, I mean, he mentioned it, but I don't remember us having an in-depth conversation. I'm sure we did. I just don't know what it entails.
Well, putting aside whether or not it was in depth, did you understand that your life circumstances were about to change in any way?
Not mine, but his, yes.
How did you understand his were going to change? In what way?
I mean, he was becoming an official, NFL athlete.
And what was your understanding as to how much money he was going to make?
Objection number 5.
Did you understand that the contract would be a generous contract?
In all honesty, I don't know the exact number.
At some point, Ms. Jenkins, did you plan with the defendant, Aaron Hernandez, to move to a new address?
Yes.
And do you know when that was?
It was sometime in October or November of 2012, I believe.
October, November 2012?
I believe so.
When was your daughter born?
November of 2012.
Where did you move to in October of 2000 or November of 2012?
We would have moved to the house,
Which house is that in?
the one in North Attleboro.
What's the address?
22 Ronald C. Meyer Drive.
Can you describe that residence, ma'am?
As far as
Just
bedrooms and whatnot, or
right.
what
Is it a house, a condo, the bedrooms?
it's a house.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm understanding something happened on Stewart Street in Boston. How many bedrooms are in North Attleboro? I don't see the relevance.
Sustained.
Objection.
To what?
This picture.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, do you recognize the photograph I'm showing you?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
The house in North Attleboro.
Is that the house in North Attleboro that you moved into with the defendant, Aaron Hernandez, in either October or November of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the photograph is the next number exhibit.
Objection, and counsel's publishing it to the jury before it's admitted. You walked right by it, waving it around. Objection on all these grounds. Objection that it's irrelevant.
The objection on relevance is overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, to the extent it was waved around, ignore anything you may have seen, and the item may be received as the next numbered exhibit. 355.
Mr. Jenkins Hernandez, just placing exhibit 355 on the screen. Is that the home that you moved into with Aaron Hernandez in October or November of 2012?
Yes.
Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to call your attention now to this time period after you moved into Ronald C. Meyer Drive, I think you said was the address. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
North Attleboro. Did you make any observations about the continued relationship of the defendant and Alexander Bradley?
In November?
Well, let me rephrase the question. To your knowledge, did Mr. Bradley still come to visit in the fall of 2012 when you lived in North Attleboro?
I believe so.
And did you already testified he stayed overnight, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during that time period, did you become aware of whether or not he and Mr. Hernandez still went to nightclubs?
I don't know. I mean, he went out, but I don't know necessarily who with.
Who went out?
Aaron went out to nightclubs. I don't know necessarily if it was both of them or whichever.
Well, did you see him leave with Alexander Bradley from Ronald C. Meyer Drive to go out?
Leave the residence? Yes.
How frequently?
Oh, I don't know.
What time typically would Mr. Hernandez come home after those instances?
Oh, I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to call your attention now to that time period now when you moved into Ronald C. Meyer Drive the fall of 2012. At some point, did you ever observe a firearm in the house?
Yes.
Where did you observe the firearm?
In our junk drawer.
What is that? For those who may not know what a junk drawer is, where is it located and what is it? The junk drawer.
Our junk drawer was located in the kitchen, on the kitchen island.
When you looked in the junk drawer, was there a time where you observed the firearm?
Yes.
What did it look like?
It was silver, and it fit in the junk drawer.
So how big?
I don't know the sizing.
Well, can you estimate? Is it less than a foot, more than a foot?
Like I said, it fit in the drawer. So,
How wide is your drawer?
Oh, that I don't know. I didn't.
What else did you notice about the gun? Could you tell, in other words, could you tell whether or not it was a revolver or a semi-automatic?
No.
Do you know the difference?
No.
Do you know guns that have a round cylinder that you may see on in Western movies?
I don't.
So you don't know the difference between a revolver at all?
I'm sorry, I don't.
When you saw that gun in your drawer at the residence in North Attleboro, did you have a conversation with the defendant about that?
I don't necessarily think it was a conversation.
What do you mean by that?
I have this distinct look, I guess, and I gave him the look, and he kind of figured it out for himself.
Well, was he there when you found it?
No.
So how did you communicate with him?
You know, you go downstairs and you look at him and he knows there's something wrong.
And you didn't say anything?
I don't believe so. I may have, I don't know.
And was your daughter born at this point?
In November?
Yes.
Yes.
When you gave him a look, what, if anything, did he say about the gun?
I don't believe he said anything.
What was his physical reaction to your look?
Well, I mean, that look it rattled him, but I mean, other than that, I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm not asking you to speculate, but how was it that Mr. Hernandez knew what your look meant?
What do you mean? As far as my look to him?
Well, were you giving him a look?
Objection, that the previous question calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor, if I may. Why were you giving him the look?
Because there was something wrong.
What was wrong?
I found a firearm.
In your home?
Correct.
You went downstairs to see him?
I believe so, yes.
Describe what's downstairs in that home in North Attleboro.
It would be the man cave.
The man cave. What do you mean by that?
It's a basement for a man.
Did you spend much time down there?
No, not much, other than cleaning.
Did the defendant spend much time down there?
He did.
What about when Alexander Bradley would come over? Would he spend time down there?
He did.
Do you know what the defendant, Mr. Bradley, did down there?
Man cave things. What a question.
So, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, back to your look. You had testified you were giving him the look based upon finding a gun in your home, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't verbalize anything in any way.
I don't believe I had to.
When you gave him the look, what, if anything, did you notice about that gun following the look?
Well, I mean, when I went back to the drawer, it wasn't there.
When did you go back to the drawer?
I don't know. I mean, I would have had to be looking for something, but it wasn't there when I went back to it.
So was it hours later, days later?
That I don't know.
But at some point you went back to the drawer?
I did.
When you looked in the drawer, the gun was gone.
Correct.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Hernandez about the gun being gone?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever ask him what happened to the gun?
No.
Did you ever ask him why he had the gun?
No.
Why not?
Why?
Weren't you concerned as to why Aaron Hernandez would have a gun in your home with your child?
Concerned maybe, but bothered? No.
That didn't bother you?
No, it didn't bother me. I think there's many people that arm themselves and have guns in their homes, sir.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Hernandez had a license to carry a firearm?
From my knowledge, he did not.
Do you know whether or not he had a firearms identification card?
I don't know.
Had you seen any other guns in your home prior to that?
No.
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm calling your attention now into the next year, the year 2013. You recall that year?
Vaguely.
Calling your attention now to February of 2013. Did you become aware of Aaron Hernandez taking a trip to Florida with Alexander Bradley?
Yes, I believe so.
What did you know about that?
They were going to Florida.
How many times prior to that had they gone to Florida together, if you know?
I don't.
Did you ever have conversations with Aaron Hernandez about him going to Florida with Alexander Bradley?
Not that I could recall.
So how was it that you found out that he and Alexander Bradley were going to Florida in February of 2013?
Well, he would have had to tell me. But I don't remember what the conversation was.
So you were aware that he was going?
Yes.
And did you know who he was going with?
Yes.
Who?
Alexander Bradley.
And at this point, February 2013, were they still close?
I believe so.
Would you see Alexander Bradley regularly?
Can you define your regular terms?
Or would you see Alexander Bradley once a week going out with Aaron Hernandez during that time period?
I don't know.
Did you see Aaron Hernandez having phone conversations or text messages with Alexander Bradley during that time period?
That I don't know.
Did Mr. Hernandez talk about his friend Alexander Bradley during that time period?
I'm sure.
What was your understanding as to when Aaron Hernandez and Alexander Bradley would be back from Florida?
I don't know.
Did you try to know?
To be honest, probably not.
Why not?
Because I had other things to worry about, which included a child.
So Mr. Hernandez indicated he was going to Florida. Did you ask him why he was going?
I may have. I don't know.
Did that bother you that he was going to Florida while you were caring for the child?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he ask for your permission to go to Florida?
A grown
Objection, Your
man?
Honor.
No, you may answer that.
No, a grown man. He doesn't ask for permission, no.
Were you engaged at that point?
Yes.
When did you get engaged?
October of 2012, I believe.
So what you're indicating is that you just were told he was going to Florida with Alexander Bradley. Is that accurate?
Right.
You had no idea when he was coming back?
Objection. Ask and answer.
Overruled.
No.
At any point through February 14th, 2013, did Aaron Hernandez ever call you to tell you about any problems he had in Florida?
Not that I could recall.
Did he ever call and tell you that his good friend Alexander Bradley was missing?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know if there was any conversation of that. I don't remember.
Well, do you recall a conversation with him about him not being able to find Alexander Bradley?
Witness just answered, she doesn't know your objection. You have to answer. This is direct.
Rephrase the question or put a new question.
Did you become aware that Alexander Bradley was missing in Florida?
Was missing in Florida?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Did Mr. Hernandez ever call you and ask you to do anything to help find Alexander Bradley?
No, I don't recall any conversations of helping him.
And are you aware of shortly after February 13th, 2013, when you and your daughter went to the West Coast with Aaron Hernandez?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that, ma'am?
Vacation.
In addition to vacation, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, are you aware of whether or not Mr. Hernandez had some type of injury that he was being rehabbed for?
An injury he was being rehabbed for?
Yes.
I don't think he was being rehabbed at that point.
Do you recall him having a shoulder injury?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't remember the time, but I believe he got surgery when we were, so I think the rehab came after, if that makes sense.
When was the surgery?
I don't know.
Prior to the surgery, are you aware of whether or not the defendant, Aaron Hernandez, was being treated by a doctor named Alex Guerrero?
I'm not sure of the last name, but I believe that's the same one that I know, yes.
And where was Mr. Guerrero located, or Dr. Guerrero located?
California, I think, at that point.
Did there come a point, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, where in late February into April of 2013, where you, the defendant Aaron Hernandez, and your child were staying in Hermosa Beach, California?
Yes.
And I think you've already hinted to it, but the circumstances of the trip or the stay there was what?
Vacation.
For those entire couple months?
Yes.
Do you have a memory of Mr. Hernandez receiving treatment in that time period from Dr. Guerrero?
Yes, I do.
During the time that you were in Hermosa Beach, do you recall ever going to get any tattoos?
Yes.
I'm placing on the screen, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, what's been entered as Exhibit 253. Do you recognize the store that's depicted in that photograph?
I believe so. It's been some time.
Does this appear to be a tattoo shop that you went to with the defendant?
Looks like it.
I'm calling your attention, ma'am, to late March 2013, approximately March 30th, 2013. Did you get matching tattoos with the defendant?
Yes.
I'm just going to place on the screen what's been entered as Exhibit 252E. Do you recognize that tattoo, ma'am?
Yes.
Who is that tattoo on?
Aaron.
Did you get a similar tattoo
I did.
at the same time
I believe so.
by the same tattoo artist?
I believe so.
What was your tattoo, and what, if anything, was the meaning of the two tattoos?
Oh, God. I don't think there's really a meaning. It was sporadic. And my tattoo is finishing that quote.
But did you get that quote from somewhere?
I believe Pinterest, to be honest with you.
And what was it about the quote? What does your side say?
Oh, geez. I'd have to look, to be honest.
Where is the tattoo?
Oh, objection, Your Honor. Goodness sakes. Is Ms. Jenkins' tattoos on trial here?
I'll ask another question. Your Honor.
All right, let's do that.
So is it fair to state you have a tattoo that finishes this quote,
I do.
and that's on some part of your body?
It is.
And is it fair to state you indicated you got that quote from Pinterest?
Yes.
Did you like the quote?
We did.
Did it mean something relative to your relationship?
Similar, yes.
Well, this side says, "Remind me that we will always have each other."
Right.
And is that an important statement for you and Mr. Hernandez?
I would say so, yes.
And you have whatever the remaining line is on your body.
Correct.
And as far as you know, a tattoo is permanent, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of whether or not, after you got the matching or the tattoos that completed a phrase from Pinterest, do you know if Mr. Hernandez is going back to that tattoo artist to get some more tattoos?
I don't know.
Did you see any marks on him during your time in Hermosa Beach indicating that he had had tattoos, meaning bleeding or redness?
To be honest, I don't know.
Did he talk to you about any other tattoos he got during that time period of March into early April of 2013?
I don't remember.
During this time in Hermosa Beach, Ms. Jenkins, which I believe you testified was sometime around February into early April of 2013, did you have some conversations with Mr. Hernandez about Alexander Bradley?
That I don't know.
Well, did Mr. Hernandez, to your memory, ever say anything about Mr. Bradley during that time period?
I don't know.
Did you hear from Alexander Bradley while you were in Hermosa Beach?
I mean, not me personally, but I mean, there's a possibility.
Did Alexander Bradley come and visit when you were in Hermosa Beach?
No.
At some point, Ms. Jenkins, did you return back to Massachusetts?
I may have.
When, prior to this time period we're talking about now, February to April of 2013, when was the last time that you had seen Alexander Bradley?
I don't know.
Is there something that would refresh your memory on that?
Sure.
May I approach you with this, Ron?
You may.
Page 50. Showing you page 50, I'd ask you just to read line 13 through 17 to yourself. Look up when you're done. Does that refresh your memory as to when you had last seen Alexander Bradley?
Yes.
When was that?
It looks like New Year's.
Of 2013?
Yes.
At some point, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, did you become aware that Alexander Bradley had been shot in Florida?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
No, the objection's overruled, ladies and gentlemen. I'm permitting it not for proof that in fact Mr. Bradley was shot, but solely as it relates to this witness's state of mind and anything she may have said and done thereafter.
Did I hear?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you hear from the defendant or from some other source?
From another source.
Did Aaron Hernandez ever tell you that Alexander Bradley, his close friend, had been shot?
I don't believe so. Or he may have. I'm not sure.
So you learned from some other source, correct?
Yes.
When you learned from some other source that Aaron Hernandez's close friend, Alexander Bradley, had been shot in the face, did you talk to Aaron Hernandez about that?
I may have.
Well, you may have, or you did, or did you?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
How many other close friends of Mr. Hernandez's had been shot in the time you had known him?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, was this a significant thing that you heard when you heard that someone who had been in your house and was friends with your fiance was shot?
Was it significant?
Yes.
To who?
To you?
To me, as far as him being shot?
Yes.
It's sad, but I mean, he.
But did you ask Mr. Hernandez about it?
I may have.
During this time period when you learned Mr. Bradley was shot, Did you also notice whether or not Mr. Bradley continued to come around and see you, or to see Aaron?
That I don't know.
Is there something that would refresh your memory on that?
Come on over.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Page 51. Lines 6 through 9. Read to yourself, please. Does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you noticed that Alexander Bradley stopped coming around?
I mean, on the testimony, yes.
Did you have a conversation with Aaron Hernandez, your fiance, about why Alexander Bradley no longer came around?
I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, do you recall a conversation where you learned that Aaron Hernandez was with Alexander Bradley when he was shot?
Recall a conversation?
Yes,
From,
Aaron Hernandez.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I mean, if you're referring back to the grand jury testimony, is that what you're...
Did you tell the grand jury that you learned that Aaron Hernandez was with Alexander Bradley when he was shot?
To clarify,
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Grossly mistaken.
Yet another sidebar in the Aaron Hernandez trial. Here we are on day 20. Right now we are hearing testimony from Shayana Jenkins Hernandez, who is Aaron Hernandez's fiance. We've heard her talk
Into the
about
next
his
year,
relationship
year 2013.
with Alexander Bradley.
You
We've
recall that
heard her
year?
talk about his relationship with Ryan McDonald. We've heard some testimony regarding a firearm that Aaron Hernandez keeps in the house. We heard some great testimony and some good commentary by Judge Locke about Aaron Hernandez's man cave. Other than that, we've seen the prosecution really putting together the pieces here, trying to lay out a story using Jenkins' testimony. Right now, I'm joined by criminal defense attorney Carolyn Polisi. Good morning, how are you?
Hi, thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for coming. So right now, we've been seeing the prosecution try and make these connections. Obviously, they're trying to say that Shayana, being Aaron Hernandez's fiance, would know about his
Into the next year,
relationships with
year
Bradley, would have
2013.
information
You
about
recall that year?
Bradley's whereabouts, would care if Bradley was missing. What do you think the
Calling your attention
prosecution's
now
plan is here?
to
Is this just an
February
attempt
of
to connect dots?
2013.
Absolutely.
Did you
We've
become
been here
aware?
for 20 days now, and in my opinion, this is not a very strong case for the prosecution. I mean, there are holes at every turn, and we've seen witness after witness that are supposed to be prosecution witnesses really turn almost into defense witnesses on cross-examination here, because I think previously this week we heard about friends of Hernandez that couldn't clarify with specificity whether or not, according to the witness intimidating the gun charge, whether or not he actually was the one that shot the gun on his one-time friend. So I think that, this is just kind of a last-ditch effort here on the part of the prosecution. I mean, they're going to rest pretty soon. They've got to tie up a lot of different angles here. They've
That
got to tie
is
together.
such a good point,
Yeah.
because we've seen throughout this trial, it's a case based primarily on circumstantial evidence,
Absolutely.
with the exception of Alexander Bradley. And the defense has done a pretty good job of raising reasonable doubt.
Masterful job, in
absolutely.
my opinion.
So-
I mean, we've seen
Oh, yeah.
bias. We know he's he's done it before in the Casey Anthony trial, right? So he knows what he's doing. He has raised the specter of doubt, more than a specter of doubt in this case, in my opinion. And there are three, in my opinion, gaping holes here, which is, as you alluded to, the first of which is that the star witness in this case is a convicted felon, and he's doing time right now for a nightclub shooting. So I mean, and now the question of how much of that evidence is going to be allowed to be heard by the jury is obviously a question. But this is par for the course in a prosecution's case. You know, it's not the first time that a cooperating witness has had credibility issues, obviously. But this one really is a little bit beyond the pale in that, you know, he's done time, and we know that he has kind of a shady past.
Definitely an issue for the prosecution.
Yes.
So we have Shayana back on the stand. Let's see what she has to say for the remainder of her testimony.
Clarify what I meant in the testimony, that would be helpful.
Well, let me just start with, did you...
Jessica, can the witness answer?
Yes, you may explain what you testified and what you meant when you testified.
Thank you. When I testified, which was consistent every time you asked me, was a general term, meaning that I knew that Aaron and Sherrod were together in Florida. I was not there to know if Aaron was with him the night when whatever happened. So that was my general understanding and what I've conveyed to you.
Well, do you recall being asked the question, did you and that Aaron Hernandez was with Sherrod when he got shot? You recall being asked that question?
And I believe I answered and I said generally or something to that manner.
And did you ask him about that? Do you recall what your answer was?
I don't.
Your answer was, I did ask him, but I don't.
Objection. Is this an impeachment or suppression? Objection.
Overruled.
Answer was, I did ask him, but I don't remember what his response was.
And if
Recall that?
can you keep reading down? Because I mean, there's more to it.
Question, you don't remember what his response was as to whether or not he was with Sherrod when Sherrod got shot in the face?
And you can keep going.
Well, he said he was with Sherrod, but I don't remember, I mean, to the extent of what the conversation entailed.
Right, and I believe there's another. Are those all the highlighted marks?
Would you like me to show it to you?
Please. Is that the page we were just on, or is it the page before? Right, and I said around that time, yes.
And how about,
And that was generally speaking. Like I said, I was consistent every time you asked me those questions.
do you recall being asked a question about why you didn't ask more questions of Mr. Hernandez being present when Alexander Bradley was shot? Do you recall what your answer was?
I don't. Is it somewhere on here?
What was your answer?
I'm sorry. Let me just look. Yes.
What was your answer?
I said, not really. I learned to keep my mouth shut in certain situations. But if you would let me clarify.
You learned to keep your mouth shut in certain situations?
Yes, I played my role.
Play your role? Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
Meaning I cleaned and I did everything else. I mean, there was no reason for me to ask any questions.
Someone you know got shot in the face and there was no reason for you to ask any questions?
Incorrect. Someone he knew. I was very kind to anyone that came into our home. So that's correction. I don't know Sherrod personally.
But he had been to your home?
Correct.
You had fed him?
Correct.
He had seen your child?
But he was not my friend. We weren't sitting on the couch having popcorn and watching movies either.
But is it fair to state he was the closest friend, at least in Massachusetts, to your fiance in 2012 into 13?
One, I don't know who Aaron necessarily hung out with.
Well, who else was there besides Alexander Bradley that he hung out with?
I don't know. There was times when I was home and he wasn't, or when he was home and I wasn't. He was in the man cave. I stayed upstairs and I took care of my child. So you're asking me questions that I can't really answer for you, sir.
Who else did you see in the man cave in 2012 and 13 with the defendant other than Alexander Bradley?
Just said she wasn't there. He wasn't badgering his own witness. Witness just testified she wasn't in the man cave. He responds, who did you see in the man cave?
Overruled.
Who else?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
So the only one you can remember Is there anyone you remember other than Alexander Bradley?
Objection, maybe 7th time that they asked the same question.
Overruled.
There could have been anyone in there. His barber, anyone. I mean, I don't know.
And you indicated that you knew when not to ask questions and you knew your place. And you mentioned something about cooking and cleaning. What did you mean by that?
Objection, this states the testimony.
You may explain what you meant by your own testimony.
Thank you. What I meant is that I pick and choose my battles. There's some things that are worth arguing about, there's some things that aren't. I didn't see that as being one of them. Like I said, he wasn't my close friend. Yes, it's a sad situation, but it's something that you don't, why should I press on something like that? I had other things to worry about.
So his closest friend being shot in the face wasn't something you worried about?
One.
Objection, lost count, how many times?
Sustained.
But you did testify in a grand jury, you had a conversation with him about it.
Objection, he's impeaching, but there's no statement to be impeached.
Overruled.
I don't remember. And like I said, what I testified to in the grand jury was a general term.
But you did have a conversation with me, you just don't remember the conversation.
I don't remember. May have. I don't remember.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, what nicknames are you aware of that the defendant uses, or do people know him by?
Aaron and Chico.
Have you ever heard the nickname Double A?
I don't recall, but I mean, I don't know.
So you've never heard anybody call him Double A?
Not me personally, no.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I want to call your attention now to the defendant's tattoos that he has on his body. From your time with him, particularly as his fiance, did you over time become aware of what the various tattoos on his body meant?
Not necessarily meaning, but there's some.
Well, do you remember drafting an affidavit under pains and penalties of perjury about what the tattoos meant?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember drafting an affidavit and signing it under pains and penalties of perjury as to what various tattoos on his body meant?
Objection, misstates the affidavit.
I'll see you at sidebar.
And here we are again at another sidebar in the Aaron Hernandez trial. Still on the stand, Shayana Jenkins Hernandez, now talking about Aaron Hernandez tattoos and the meanings behind them. I'm joined here by criminal defense attorney Caroline Polisi. Thank you so much, Caroline, for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So again, we find ourselves talking about Aaron Hernandez tattoos.
The infamous tattoos, they come back to rear their ugly head.
Yes. So as a criminal defense attorney, an interesting legal issue in this case has been that the judge is allowing the tattoos in evidence in a way that's traditionally different. So in general, tattoos are let in to show gang affiliations,
right,
or to identify somebody that might be part of the crime or a victim. But in this case, it's really being let in more like a diary, and there's been testimony from different witnesses about the tattoos. What do you make of this, and do you think that we have an appealable issue here?
Interesting. Certainly, Baez and his team are laying the foundations for an appealable issue, to be sure. Usually, look, the question about bringing in evidence in any case is whether or not the probative value of the evidence outweighs the prejudicial value of it, or how it could potentially prejudice the jury and inflame them. So the issue here, is whether or not these tattoos go to a feeling of guilt. So, I think one of them, the issue is whether there were 5 gunshots. The defense says there were 5 gunshots. The prosecution says there were 6 or more. So they want to show that there were 5 on his tattoo, and that's going to show that somehow, that's evidence of guilt. Now, the question will be, how probative are these tattoos going to be in the grand scheme of things, and whether or not they go to really his guilt.
That's an excellent point, and definitely true. And it seems like something the prosecution is continuing to hammer and hammer. So let's turn to some of the testimony of Shayana, who's Aaron Hernandez's fiance. So they live together. She spoke about finding a firearm in her junk drawer, which was apparently off-putting to her, as we were discussing, might be a little off-putting to you or me. But she couldn't really give any information about the firearm itself. How do you think the defense is going to use that in their cross-examination?
I mean, this is good for the defense, you know. I mean, it's time and time again, it's been hard to identify exactly which firearm was used. Did Hernandez have, and so whether or not it was the same firearm that was actually used in the commission of this crime. So as we've seen repeatedly with these witnesses, you know, this is good for the defense. You know, she can't remember everything quite clearly, as many previous witnesses can't remember things quite clearly. And this, again, this is all going to be tied up in summation, presented to the jury as, look, there's a lot of reasonable doubt in this case.
Definitely. So we had a few witnesses earlier this week. We had Crawford, we had Pierre, and now we have Aaron Hernandez's fiance. A lot of amnesia, a lot of forgetfulness, a lot of not really recalling these details. Do you think that these witnesses were beneficial to the prosecution at the end of the day?
At the end of the, I really don't. And look, I'm a criminal defense attorney, so I see everything through that lens. But I really don't think that these were slam dunk witnesses. Especially, you know, we're coming to the end of this trial here, and this is sort of the last thing that's going to be in the jury's mind. We don't know if the defense is going to put on a case, but remember, the defense doesn't have to put on a case here. So all the defense needs to do is you know, raise the suspicion of reasonable doubt. And you know, people often ask, oh, how are defense attorneys going to prove the innocence of the defendant? No, that's not what a defense attorney has to do. There's the proof of innocence here is not relevant. It's simply a question of whether or not there's reasonable doubt in the theory of the case that the prosecution is putting on the stand. And I don't see it here. I don't see a coherent story here.
It's such a great point, because it's a common misconception that the defendant has some requirement to combat what the charges being levied against him, that he has to do something in response to the prosecution. In this type of case, they don't have to do anything. A defendant can, it's their choice, correct?
Absolutely. And certainly it's risky for, you know, for a defendant to put on a case. And we see in many instances, you know, the defense can really build their case through cross of the prosecution witnesses. That is, you know, they can bring out a counter narrative from the one of the prosecution that the prosecution are telling on the stand simply through cross-examination of those witnesses. It remains to be seen whether or not they are going to bring in their own witnesses. But like I said before, it reads to me like a lot of these prosecution witnesses have turned and become defense witnesses, really, because their stories really don't add up.
Given the fact that we're at the end of the prosecution's case in chief, so Judge Locke said yesterday he thinks that the prosecution is going to be done by the end of the week. So we might be done today, we might be done tomorrow. What do you think? Do you think that Baez is going to put on a case?
Well, you know, we have this history, right? The Casey Anthony trial. So we know that he put on a case there, and he raised some. He really came out of left field in that case, raising this issue of potential sexual relationship between Casey Anthony and his father. And that was a total curveball, and nobody saw that coming. So I could see him doing something akin to that here.
Definitely. More on that, Caroline. I want to hear more about that. But in the meantime, Shayana's back on the stand, so I want to hear what she has to say. Hopefully a little more about the man cave. Back to the trial.
Labeled 4217 of 275. Do you recognize that tattoo, ma'am?
I do.
And is that a tattoo on Aaron Hernandez?
Yes.
Now, you're aware of what the meaning of that tattoo is?
I think it's just a tribute to his father.
And does it have the date of his father's birth and death?
It does.
And what about the raindrops on that tattoo? What appear to be raindrops? Photograph number 4220. The area of raindrops there, do you recall indicating you knew the significance of the raindrops?
I don't recall. I think.
Placing 4217 back on the screen. Do you recall whether or not you knew the significance of the quote, "It's about the fight in you"?
No, I don't recall that.
Placing on the screen, photograph 4222. The Big Brother tattoo, are you aware of the significance of that tattoo?
I believe it's for his brother.
His brother, DJ?
That's correct.
Do you recall giving a statement about the significance of blood, sweat, and tears?
I don't remember giving a statement in regards to that.
Calling your attention now to photograph 4199. Do you know the significance of that tattoo?
Well, it looks like that's Jono's name, and I believe the T is for Tanya.
And how close, from your knowledge, is Aaron with Jono, Tanya's son?
They were close.
And what about the closeness of Aaron and Tanya?
Objection. Ask and answers.
No, you may put the question.
What is your knowledge of the relationship or closeness of Tanya and Aaron Hernandez?
They were close.
Calling your attention, Mr. Hernandez-Jenkins, to the quote on the right hand, "Some do," and I'm placing number 4213 on the screen. And on the left hand, "Some don't." Are you aware of that quote on Mr. Hernandez? Some do, some don't?
I've seen him, but no, I'm not aware of the quote.
In the time that you've known Mr. Hernandez, he's never talked to you about things his father said to him?
He may have.
Is there something that would refresh your memory on that?
Yeah, sure.
Reverend Witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Bless you.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'd ask you to read what appears to be an article of an interview, and just read that to yourself and look up when you're done.
In entirety?
Yes, please.
Can we approach while she's reading, Your Honor?
You may.
Another sidebar in the Aaron Hernandez case. We still have Shayana Jenkins Hernandez on the stand, testifying now about Alexander Bradley and why she didn't ask any questions when she found out that he was shot. She very quickly responded, "It's not someone I know, it's someone he knows," referring to Aaron Hernandez. I'm joined here by Carolyn Polisi, criminal defense attorney, and we were just talking about, while this was going on, the fact that many of these witnesses don't appear to have clear memories, including Shayana. So she doesn't really seem to recall certain time frames. She doesn't have too much information about some of the questions the prosecution is asking. What do you think is in the jury's mind when these witnesses just don't seem to recall pertinent information like when somebody was shot?
Well, it's really emblematic of the prosecution's case to date, I think, that, you know, some of these witnesses, it's like pulling teeth. I mean, we saw the friends of Aaron Hernandez take the stand, and like you said, I mean, they suffered from amnesia. They really could not remember a thing. Clearly, some of these witnesses have some allegiance to Aaron Hernandez, his fiance obviously being one of them. So, you know, the idea that she can't remember, you know, doesn't necessarily pass the smell test. You know, it seems like she may be covering up for him. Certainly, I don't think it's going to sit well with the jury. But at the same token, you know, they're not giving the prosecution what they want.
Well,
so
that's true.
It's a toss-up.
Well, let's see what Shayanna has to say as she continues her testimony on day 20 of the Aaron Hernandez trial.
And does anything you've just read, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, refresh your memory as to what the meaning of some do, some don't is?
No, I mean, other than that article.
Well, have you ever had conversations with Aaron Hernandez about the some do, some don't on his hand?
I don't remember us having conversations. It may have been brought up, but I no.
Well, did Mr. Hernandez ever tell you about quotes that his father used?
He may have, but honestly, his father was a sensitive topic, so.
And Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, the SJ on his arm or on his hand, do you know what that refers to?
Yes.
Who is that?
They're my initials.
The Chinese lettering that's on his left arm, do you know what that's symbolic of?
I believe it says family, 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 maybe, I'm not sure.
Placing photograph 4235, the Chinese lettering we see right here. You believe that means family, family?
Yeah, I think so.
And that's from conversations with Mr. Hernandez, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And calling your attention now to photograph number 4236, the football with what appears to read Ma and Dad. Do you know who that's a tribute to?
I'm assuming his mother and his father.
Well, did you have conversations with him about it?
I may have.
And what about the quote, the difference between the impossible and the possible lies in a person's determination? Do you recall a conversation with the defendant about that quote?
I don't recall one.
Did he ever tell you whether or not that was a quote his father used?
That I'm not sure.
You're not sure or it didn't happen?
I'm not sure if we had a conversation.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, is it fair to state, though, that you have had conversations with the defendant about the meaning of his tattoos, generally?
Generally.
Is it fair to state that his tattoos mean a lot to him?
I wouldn't say that's accurate. I'd say some.
So Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to play a very small portion of what has been entered.
Objection, Your Honor. This was played yesterday. Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, have you ever heard Aaron Hernandez say whether or not his tattoos have meaning?
Personally,
Yes.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Well, no, I mean, like I said, there's some that do, but I don't remember those words necessarily coming out of his mouth. I can't recall a conversation.
Jenkins, Hernandez, I am going to call your attention to what's been entered as exhibit number 193. Enterprise rental records that appear to show a date of a rental on July 17th, 2012. Are you aware of that rental car, ma'am?
July 17th, 2012. I believe so.
What do you know about that rental, ma'am?
I believe that to be the rental car that we both picked up.
And that would be on Tuesday, July 17th, 2012, you picked up a rental car?
I believe so, yes.
Why on a Tuesday in July did you pick up a rental car?
I mean, there wasn't, it was a Tuesday, that doesn't make any difference than
Well,
any other day, if that's what you're referring to.
Well, let's just go over quickly the cars that you had in 2012. You indicated Mr. Hernandez had a black Range Rover,
Right,
the Toyota 4Runner,
right.
and you also had a Honda?
In Connecticut, yes.
And you're indicating that you rented a car that you have memory of July 17, 2012, renting another car.
Which wasn't unusual.
Where was the 4Runner at this point?
I don't know.
And lastly, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to place on the screen Exhibit 249E, which shows a phone number that's under your name that was activated, at least according to this exhibit, on September 3rd, the year 2012. Do you recognize that number, ma'am?
I'm sorry, the 203?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to? I do recognize that one.
And is that a phone number that you know to belong to someone you know?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Aaron's.
That's Aaron's phone number?
Correct.
But this phone was taken out in your name,
Yes,
but it was used by Aaron, is that correct?
that's correct.
And this was in, again, September 2012?
Objection, that's an answer.
I don't think there's a date.
September 2012?
Yes.
What were the circumstances of Mr. Hernandez changing his phone, if you know, in September of 2012, changing the phone number?
I don't think it was uncommon.
What do you mean by that?
It happened. So, I mean, when well, I can't even speak for all professional athletes, but sometimes your phone number gets leaked or, you know, people start harassing you. You have to change your number. I think that's pretty standard.
And as best you know, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, this was the phone number that Aaron Hernandez used from that date in September 2012 into 2013. Is that accurate?
I believe so.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, why don't we take our morning recess and resume at 11:05.
Hello, welcome back. I'm Misty Maris, and here we are covering day 20 of the Aaron Hernandez trial. Shayana Jenkins Hernandez has been on the stand all morning. The prosecution just completed her direct examination. The court's taken a recess, and after the recess, we'll be seeing the cross-examination from the defense team. I'm joined here by Carolyn Polisi, criminal defense attorney. How are you today, Carolyn?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Great. So what do you make of Shayana's testimony so far? One big issue in this case has been the inability of the prosecution to really link the weapon to the double murder in July. Do you think that Shayana's testimony about the firearm in her junk drawer helped the prosecution?
I don't. I really don't see this being like the smoking gun, no pun intended. In this
That is
case.
a good pun, though.
Yeah, I mean, this was not very strong testimony for the prosecution. You know, she testified she didn't really know what kind of gun it was. She sort of saw it in the junk drawer, gave a disapproving look to her fiance. So no, this is not the slam dunk evidence the prosecution was looking for.
Another point that the prosecution brought up is this telephone call on the night of the murder at about 2:30 in the morning, wee hours of the morning. Apparently, Hernandez has a 17-second call with his fiance. She doesn't remember the content of the conversation. What do you think the jury is thinking about that? I mean, if Hernandez really shot these two people, what is he going to tell her in 17 seconds? It doesn't really seem to be to have too much value.
Yeah, I think as with a lot of the evidence we've seen in this case, it's not a tightly knit presentation of the evidence. So exactly, there are some questions there. We don't know what transpired on that call. She, as we've talked about before, is suffering from some amnesia. She can't really remember, as so many of these witnesses that are close to Hernandez can't really recall specific details that they're being asked on the stand.
What do you foresee? Those are all such great points, and I'm interested on your take on the cross-examination of this witness. Do you think that the defense team is going to do an intense cross? I mean, I don't know how much value she's added to the prosecution's case, but there's certainly some aspects that they might want to address. What's your take on that?
Absolutely. Look, traditionally, defense attorneys try to rip apart the prosecution witnesses on cross. Now, in this case, the witness happens to be the fiance of the defendant, so it is a unique situation. You don't want to destroy her credibility up there either. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle this going forward.
That is actually what I had in my head as well, that there is a risk of putting, as a prosecutor, somebody on the stand that's so closely knit to the defendant. So earlier in the week, we heard that Aaron Hernandez's older brother might be testifying.
Right.
Now, I know general rule of thumb, trial attorneys, you can tell me if you practice this way, you don't put somebody on the stand that you can't control or is a loose cannon. Is there a risk in putting his brother on the stand?
Absolutely. I mean, that's rule number one. You want to know exactly, down to every last word, what your witnesses are going to say on the stand, and it's rolling the dice in a major way to put on a witness so close to the defendant, for sure. So I think that's maybe one of the reasons why they've been sort of punting this witness for so long.
Yeah, and turning back to the testimony of Shayana, it was the same issue. We were opining here before. We didn't really know what value she was going to bring.
Right.
Kind of see a little bit of where the prosecution was going. There's some interesting testimony about Shayana's knowledge of the trip to Florida. And this is the trip, to remind our viewers, this is the trip where Alexander Bradley alleges that Aaron Hernandez shot him in the eye because Aaron Hernandez was nervous that he knew too much, that Bradley knew too much about the Boston incident. Let's go to a clip of Shayana's testimony regarding that Florida incident.
Mr. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to call your attention now to this time period after you moved into Ronald C. Meyer Drive, I think you said was the address. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
North Attleboro. Did you make any observations about the continued relationship of the defendant and Alexander Bradley?
In November?
Let me rephrase the question. To your knowledge, did Mr. Bradley still come to visit in the fall of 2012 when you lived in North Attleboro?
I believe so.
And you already testified he stayed overnight, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during that time period, did you become aware of whether or not he and Mr. Hernandez still went to nightclubs?
I don't know. I mean, he went out, but I don't know necessarily who would.
Who went out?
Aaron went out to nightclubs. I don't know necessarily if it was both of them or whichever.
Well, did you see him leave with Alexander Bradley from Ronald C. Meyer Drive to go out?
Leave the residence? Yes.
How frequently?
Oh, I don't know.
What time typically would Mr. Hernandez come home after those instances?
Oh, I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to call your attention now to that time period now when you moved into Ronald C. Meyer Drive the fall of 2012. At some point, did you ever observe a firearm in the house?
Yes.
Where did you observe the firearm?
In our junk drawer.
What is that? For those who may not know what a junk drawer is, where is it located and what is it? The junk drawer.
Our junk drawer was located in the kitchen, on the kitchen island.
When you looked in the junk drawer, was there a time where you observed the firearm?
Yes.
What did it look like?
It was silver, and it fit in the junk drawer.
So how big?
I don't know the sizing.
Well, can you estimate? Is it less than a foot, more than a foot?
Like I said, it fit in the drawer.
How wide is your drawer?
Oh, that I don't know. I didn't.
What else did you notice about the gun? Could you tell, in other words, could you tell whether or not it was a revolver or a semi-automatic?
No.
Do you know the difference?
No.
Do you know guns that have a round cylinder that you may see on in Western movies?
I don't.
So you don't know the difference between a revolver at all?
I'm sorry, I don't.
When you saw that gun in your drawer at the residence in North Attleboro, did you have a conversation with the defendant about that?
I don't necessarily think it was a conversation.
What do you mean by that?
I have this distinct look, I guess, and I gave him the look, and he kind of figured it out for himself.
Well, was he there when you found it?
No.
So how did you communicate with him?
You know, you go downstairs and you look at him and he knows there's something wrong.
You didn't say anything?
I don't believe so. I may have, I don't know.
And was your daughter born at this point?
In November?
Yes.
Yes.
When you gave him a look, what, if anything, did he say about the gun?
I don't believe he said anything.
What was his physical reaction to your look?
Well, I mean, that look it rattled him, but I mean, other than that, I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm not asking you to speculate, but how was it that Mr. Hernandez knew what you're looking at?
What do you mean? As far as my look to him?
Well, were you giving him the look?
Objection, that the previous question calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor, if I may. Why were you giving him the look?
Because there was something wrong.
What was wrong?
I found a firearm.
In your home?
Correct.
You went downstairs to see him?
I believe so, yes.
Describe what's downstairs in that home in North Attleboro.
It would be the man cave.
The man cave. What do you mean by that?
It's a basement for a man.
Did you spend much time down there?
No, not much, other than cleaning.
Did the defendant spend much time down there?
He did.
What about when Alexander Bradley would come over? Would he spend time down there?
He did.
Do you know what the defendant, Mr. Bradley, did down there?
Man cave things. Good question.
So, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, back to your look. You had testified you were giving him the look based upon finding a gun in your home, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't verbalize anything in any way?
I don't believe I had to.
When you gave him the look, what, if anything, did you notice about that gun following the look?
Well, I mean, when I went back to the drawer, it wasn't there.
When did you go back to the drawer?
I don't know. I mean, I would have had to be looking for something, but it wasn't there when I went back to it.
So was it hours later, days later?
That I don't know.
But at some point you went back to the drawer?
I did.
When you looked in the drawer, the gun was gone?
Correct.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Hernandez about the gun being gone?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever ask him what happened to the gun?
No.
Did you ever ask him why he had the gun?
No.
Welcome back. I'm Misty Maris. We're here covering day 20 of the Aaron Hernandez trial. Right now, the court's at a recess, but we were just rehashing some testimony of Shayana Jenkins Hernandez, who just completed the direct examination on the stand, and we're going to be going to cross. I'm joined here by Caroline Polisi, criminal defense attorney. Caroline, we heard in this testimony a couple of things. We heard about Hernandez's relationship with Bradley in between the 2012 shooting and their subsequent trip to Florida.
Right.
We also heard about a firearm in the junk drawer.
Right.
We heard a little bit about a man cave, not enough for my liking, but it was referenced. Right. Let's start with the firearm in the junk drawer. What do you make of this testimony, and how do you think that fits into the prosecution's case?
Well, you know, it certainly wasn't great for the prosecution. She testified that in terms of describing the revolver, that it was silver and that it fit in the junk drawer. But other than that, she really couldn't clarify whether it was a revolver, whether it was a semi-automatic. She didn't know the difference between the two. They were really trying to get to the bottom of that. She couldn't even say whether it was, you know, bigger than a foot or shorter than a foot. So it wasn't great for the prosecution. Yeah.
Right. No, that is a great point. And the other piece of that is that she kept saying that she found it. She gave Aaron Hernandez this disapproving look. Look.
Every wife knows that look,
familiar.
right?
Exactly.
Every wife knows. She
the
gave him a look.
prosecution seemed confused, but I think a lot of people were like, "No, I know the look." She gives him this disapproving look. He seems to understand in her mind that he can equate it. That he doesn't. She's not happy with the fact that they have this firearm in the junk drawer.
Right.
Is that leaving an argument from the defense that, hey, maybe the reason Aaron Hernandez took the gun out of the home wasn't to stash it; it was because she was upset that it was in their house?
Absolutely. They just teed this up for the defense. I mean, no husband likes to receive the look, as we've talked about, and he may have done something just to appease his wife. We know there was a young child in the home at the time, and he was aware that the wife was not happy with him for having a firearm in the house. So absolutely, that could have been the reason.
I could really see Baez capitalizing on that and,
Yes.
and trying to make that argument. Yes. Another key piece, and I'm very interested in your take since you're on the defense side, is the prosecution trying to establish the closeness of the relationship between Hernandez and Bradley. Seems to me from the testimony that they're trying to say that after the 2012 shooting that Hernandez and Bradley remained good friends, and this kind of leads into the fact that he disappears on this night in February 2013, and no one seems to really question it. What do you think the prosecution's aim is in eliciting this testimony from Shayana?
Look, we've seen from the very beginning of this case, from opening statements, they're laying the groundwork that Aaron Hernandez and Alexander Bradley were the closest of close friends. In fact, I think the prosecution stated in openings that Alexander Bradley was potentially going to be the godfather of the child of Aaron Hernandez. So yeah, they're really close, and I think the idea here is to show that isn't it odd that after his disappearance in 2013 that Aaron Hernandez didn't even tell his fiancée about this disappearance. If he was such an integral part of their lives, then that seems a little bit weird.
Caroline, your assessment spot. Let's go to that clip. Let's turn to Shayana's testimony regarding that Florida trip and listen to the way that she characterizes her knowledge of that event in clip number 4.
Into the next year, the year 2013. You recall that year?
Vaguely.
Calling your attention now to February of 2013. Did you become aware of Aaron Hernandez taking a trip to Florida with Alexander Bradley?
Yes, I believe so.
What did you know about that?
They were going to Florida.
How many times prior to that had they gone to Florida together, if you know?
I don't.
Did you ever have conversations with Aaron Hernandez about him going to Florida with Alexander Bradley?
Not that I could recall.
So how was it that you found out that he and Alexander Bradley were going to Florida in February of 2013?
Well, he would have had to tell me, but I don't remember what the conversation was.
So you were aware that he was going?
Yes.
And did you know who he was going with?
Yes.
Who?
Alexander Bradley.
And at this point, February 2013, were they still close?
I believe so.
Would you see Alexander Bradley regularly?
Can you define your regular terms?
Or would you see Alexander Bradley once a week going out with Aaron Hernandez during that time period?
I don't know.
Did you see Aaron Hernandez having phone conversations or text messages with Alexander Bradley during that time period?
That I don't know.
Did Mr. Hernandez talk about his friend Alexander Bradley during that time period?
I'm sure.
What was your understanding as to when Aaron Hernandez and Alexander Bradley would be back from Florida?
I don't know.
Did you try to know?
To be honest, probably not.
Why not?
Because I had other things to worry about, which included a child.
So Mr. Hernandez indicated he was going to Florida. Did you ask him why he was going?
I may have. I don't know.
Did that bother you that he was going to Florida while you were caring for the child?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he ask for your permission to go to Florida?
A grown man?
No, you may answer that.
No, a grown man. He doesn't ask for permission, no.
Were you engaged at that point?
Yes.
When did you get engaged?
October of 2012, I believe.
So what you're indicating is that you just were told he was going to Florida with Alexander Bradley. Is that accurate?
Right.
You had no idea when he was coming back?
Objection. Ask and answer.
Overruled.
No.
At any point through February 14th, 2013, did Aaron Hernandez ever call you to tell you about any problems he had in Florida?
Not that I could recall.
Did he ever call and tell you that his good friend Alexander Bradley was missing?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know if there was any conversation of that. I don't remember.
Well, do you recall a conversation with him about him not being able to find Alexander Bradley?
Witness just answered. She doesn't know. Your objection. Ask and answer. This is direct.
Rephrase the question or put a new question.
Did you become aware that Alexander Bradley was missing in Florida?
Was missing in Florida?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Did Mr. Hernandez ever call you and ask you to do anything to help find Alexander Bradley?
That, no, I don't recall any conversations of helping him.
And are you aware of shortly after February 13th, 2013, when you and your daughter went to the West Coast with Aaron Hernandez?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that, ma'am?
Vacation.
In addition to vacation, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, are you aware of whether or not Mr. Hernandez had some type of injury that he was being rehabbed for?
An injury he was being rehabbed for?
Yes.
I don't think he was being rehabbed at that point.
Do you recall him having a shoulder injury?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't remember the time, but I believe he got surgery when we were, so I think the rehab came after, if that makes sense.
When was the surgery?
I don't know.
Prior to the surgery, are you aware of whether or not the defendant, Aaron Hernandez, was being treated by a doctor named Alex Guerrero?
I'm not sure of the last name, but I believe that's the same one that I know, yes.
And where was Mr. Guerrero located, or Dr. Guerrero located?
California, I think, at that point.
Did there come a point, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, where in late February into April of 2013, where you, the defendant Aaron Hernandez, and your child were staying in Hermosa Beach, California?
Welcome back to the Law News Network. Today we're covering day 20 of the Aaron Hernandez trial. The court is currently at recess, but right now we're looking back at some testimony of Shayana Jenkins Hernandez, That's Aaron Hernandez, fiance, who just finished her direct examination on the stand. We anticipate that when the court returns, we'll be seeing a cross-examination by the defense team. I'm joined here by Carolyn Polisi. She is a criminal defense attorney, and I'm so interested, Carolyn, in your take on this this timeline that the prosecution is setting up about the friendship between Bradley and Hernandez, and the blaring question that if Bradley was missing in Florida, and of course we're referring to the witness intimidation incident, the shooting in February 2013, wouldn't you share with your fiance that your friend was missing?
Absolutely. If we look at this just from a pragmatic and practical standpoint in the jury's minds, look, the prosecution is laying the foundation. These two men were very good friends. They were the best of friends, in fact. And wouldn't the fiance of Aaron Hernandez be an integral part of that relationship? And wouldn't it be odd then if he were to suddenly go missing that she wouldn't know about it? It just seems something doesn't sit right. Something seems a little off, a little odd. She's having some recollection issues on the stand right now, so this is not the greatest for the defense.
And how do you feel? I completely agree with your assessment on that one. I think that the average person, you have to remember, juries are using a lot of common sense in making their determinations. They're going to say, well, if my friend was missing, I wouldn't be so callous about it. I would probably tell my loved ones.
Right.
How do you think this plays into the defense narrative? Because just to remind our viewers, the defense is saying that this Florida shooting occurred out of a botched drug deal. Do you think that Baez and his team are going to be able to reconcile this testimony?
Yeah, potentially. We've seen from the very beginning that Baez is laying the groundwork to point the finger really at the prosecution's star witness in this case, which is interesting because it's unlike in other cases where they may float sort of alternate theories that are kind of hypothetical. Here, no, we have a really clear and distinct idea of what the defense is alleging actually took place, which is that it was Alexander Bradley that fired those shots that fateful night. Also, when you get to the witness intimidation charge, that this was a part of his sort of scheming, his drug deals, gang-related, things like that. The idea is that this guy is a bad guy. Alexander Bradley is a bad guy. He's involved with bad people, and is it more likely that all of these shootings involved drug crimes, or is it just simply that Aaron Hernandez was upset that a drink was spilled on him? Now, we've talked about this before. It doesn't seem likely that this all came about due to just a spilled drink at a club.
You're right. To piggyback on that point, it really is from a juror's perspective. The average person is going to say a botched drug deal results in gunfire rather than a spilled drink. And I think that that's definitely going to stick in the jury's mind as Baez and his team continue to try and raise that reasonable doubt. Shayana actually had a little bit of a feisty response to some of these questions about the Florida shooting, which let's replay that for our audience in clip number 5.
Someone got shot in the face, and there was no reason for you to ask any questions?
Incorrect. Someone he knew. I was very kind to anyone that came into our home, so that's correction. I don't know Sherrod personally.
But he had been to your home?
Correct.
You had fed him?
Correct.
He had seen your child?
But he was not my friend. We weren't sitting on the couch having popcorn and watching movies either.
But is it fair to state he was the closest friend, at least in Massachusetts, to your fiance in 2012 into 13?
One, I don't know who Aaron necessarily hung out with.
Well, who else was there besides Alexander Bradley that he hung out with?
I don't know. There was times when I was home and he wasn't, or when he was home and I wasn't. He was in the man cave. I stayed upstairs and I took care of my child. So you're asking me questions that I can't really answer for you, sir.
Who else did you see in the man cave in 2012 and 13 with the defendant other than Alexander Bradley?
Just said she wasn't there. He wanted to badger his own witness. Witness just testified she wasn't in the man cave. He responds, who did you see in the man cave?
Overruled.
Who else?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
So the only one you can remember, is there anyone you remember other than Alexander Bradley?
Objection, maybe 7th time to ask the same question.
Overruled.
There could have been anyone in there. His barber, anyone. I don't know.
And you indicated that you knew when not to ask questions and you knew your place, and you mentioned something about cooking and cleaning. What did you mean by that?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
You may explain what you meant. your own testimony.
Thank you. What I meant is that I pick and choose my battles. There's some things that are worth arguing about, there's some things that aren't. I didn't see that as being one of them. Like I said, he wasn't my close friend. Yes, it's a sad situation, but it's something that you don't, why should I press on something like that? I had other things to worry about.
So his closest friend being shot in the face wasn't something you worried about?
One.
Lost count how many times.
Sustained.
Some fiery testimony by Shayana Jenkins Hernandez, Aaron Hernandez's fiance. The court was at recess, but now they're back in session, and Shayana's back on the stand, and the cross-examination is about to begin, so let's cut back to the trial.
Events that happened in his life, right?
No.
You've never known Aaron to create pictures on his body that narrate some lived experience in his life, have you?
No.
In contrast, Aaron got tattoos. I think the word you used on direct was sporadically.
Yes.
And indeed, at some point, it's your view that Aaron wanted to just feel space on his body, right?
Yes.
He wanted all of his skin to be covered by tattoos.
Yes.
Indeed, you thought he had become sort of addicted to tattoos, right?
They can be addicting, yes.
Now, in terms of whether tattoos of Aaron's had meaning, you know a couple have some meaning, right?
Yes.
He's got a lot of tattoos.
A lot.
And it's fair to say that with respect to most of them, you're unaware of any special meaning that they hold.
Yes, I don't know specifically.
Now, the government asked you about Aaron's trip to Costa Rica, remember that?
Yes.
They asked you about your vacation to Rhode Island.
To Rhode Island?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
They asked you a question about it. If you don't remember, that's fine.
Is it Newport? Oh,
I think
okay.
Newport,
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
yes.
Okay, I was lost for a second.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
so you remember they asked you questions
Yes.
about that, right? They asked you questions about, I think, raindrops, right?
Yes.
Right. I'm going to ask you a relevant question. Do you know anything about what happened on July 16th, 2012?
No.
Do you know anything about what happened on February 13th, 2013?
February 13th? No.
All right. I want to draw your attention to the questions that Mr. Hagan asked you about a gun that you found in your junk drawer. The first thing I want to do is clarify the time frame, right?
Okay.
This was not in the summer of 2012, right?
I don't believe so.
In the summer of 2012, you were still living in Plainville,
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
And you found the gun in North Attleboro.
that's correct.
This was at least into the late fall, winter part of 2012 or in 2013, correct?
Correct.
And when you gave Aaron the look that you didn't like it, then he essentially got rid of it for you, right?
Correct.
All right. You want to show us the look?
No.
You know, okay. It's fair to say that couples in long-term relationships recognize the look.
Oh, yeah.
Now, about these dates in your memory, it's true that there was nothing really special about July 16th, 2012, right? That would stick out in your head.
No.
So when people started asking you questions about it a year later, there wasn't anything that happened to you or in your life that would have made that day memorable, right?
Not from my knowledge, no.
So if I asked you what you were wearing on August 13th, 2013, would you have a present memory of that?
No. No, I wouldn't.
And that's because on that date I just picked out, there was nothing special or significant that stuck out in your mind, right?
Right.
I want to ask you a couple questions about the rental cars. Now, it's not uncommon that Aaron would rent cars, right?
That's correct.
He would rent a lot of cars,
Yes.
and he would rent them for long periods of time.
Yes.
He would drive them sometimes.
Yes.
He would let friends drive them.
Yes.
He would let family drive them.
Yes.
You would drive them.
That's correct.
And so when you rented a car on the 17th of July 2012, these are the records Mr. Hagan showed you, was that any different than any of the other many times you rented a car?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm showing you what's already been marked as Exhibit 193. That is a stack of rental car agreements. You don't have to look in any detail. Can you just finger through it? It's a large stack of rental agreements.
It is.
Right. Does, I'll come and retrieve it. Does the volume of rental agreements, does this seem consistent with your memory of how often Mr. Hernandez would rent cars?
Many, yes.
The Commonwealth asked you a series of questions about Mr. Bradley and whether you had any recollection of conversations with Aaron in respect of Mr. Bradley getting shot in February of 2013. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Now, you told Mr. Hagan that you likely had some conversation with Aaron about Mr. Bradley getting shot, but you don't remember any specifics about the conversation. Is that fair?
Right, I may have.
And you also noticed that Mr. Bradley did not come around after he was shot in Florida, correct?
I may have. I'm not really sure.
Well, Mr. Hagan asked you a number of questions about, did you have a conversation when your fiance's best friend was shot, and then he stopped coming around? Do you remember those series of questions?
I do.
And he read some grand jury testimony of yours?
That's correct.
All right, well, I'd like to read what Mr. Hagan neglected to read the rest of your answer.
Sustained in that form.
The rest of your answer.
Any question, please.
Isn't the rest of your answer to the question whether you have had a conversation with Mr. Hernandez about Bradley not coming around is no, because I wasn't really fond of him, speaking of Sherrod. So it really wasn't. I mean, I kind of took it as a positive that he wasn't around, right? Mm-hmm. You really didn't like Mr. Bradley being around your fiance, right?
Overruled.
No, I did not.
You thought that Bradley was bad news.
I did.
Overruled.
And so, now, as you said, you thought it was certainly a sad thing that anybody got shot, right?
Right.
But the fact that he was not hanging around your fiance, you thought was a good thing, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about Sherrod. And I'm using Sherrod because that's how you knew him, right?
That's correct.
And but you know that Sherrod's full name is Alexander Sherrod Bradley, right?
Yes.
Once you learned that Sherrod had been shot, actually, let's clear that up a little bit. Mr. Hagan asked you a number of questions about about how you learned Bradley had been shot, right?
Right.
Now, you first learned that he was shot from someone in the community, right?
That's correct.
Now, you're not saying that you and Aaron never talked about the fact that Mr. Bradley was shot, are you?
No, I'm not. I don't remember.
Right, but you do remember that someone else initially told you about the shooting, right?
That's correct.
And you've known Aaron for, I think, over 20 years. Yep.
Yes.
You've seen him when he's happy.
Yes.
You've seen him when he's sad.
Yes.
You've seen him when he's excited.
Right.
You've seen him when he's frustrated. You've
Yes.
seen him when he's confused.
Yes.
You've seen an entire range of emotions from your fiance, right?
I have.
And when you learned that Sherrod had been shot, it's fair to say that your fiance was saddened by the fact that his friend was shot.
Right. I would agree with that.
And I'm going to take you a little further in time. You ultimately learned that Sherrod was suing Aaron.
Yes.
And you learned that he was trying to take money from Aaron.
Yes.
And the two of you were in California at some point during that period.
Yes.
And you recall your fiance in text messages. You weren't reading them, but he told you he was texting with Sherrod.
No, overruled. Were you told that?
Yes.
And Aaron told you that Sherrod was trying to.
Sustained.
So when you learned that Sherrod was extorting or taking money,
Sustained.
when you learned that Sherrod was attempting to get money from Aaron, you were able to discern his emotions at that time as well, correct? Aaron's.
Is that an objection? Well, you may answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that during that period when you learned that Sherrod was trying to take money from his friend, that Aaron,
Sustained as to the form of the question.
you observed that Aaron was both hurt and sad that his friend was attempting to take money from him.
The objection's overruled as to your impression.
My impression was that he was upset. Yes.
And is hurt a fair characterization?
Upset. Next question.
It's cross-examination, Your Honor. I'm attempting to ask a different question. Is it fair to say that he was hurt as well?
Sustained in that form.
Your fiance was hurt as well, wasn't he?
Same ruling. Sustained.
The period in time when when you learned that Mr. Bradley was trying to take money from your fiance, your observation was that Mr. Hernandez was hurt as well.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Well, maybe we approach him.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome back to Law News. I'm your host, Jesse Weber. We're here talking about the 20th day of the Aaron Hernandez murder trial, double murder trial. We're here in a sidebar, and I'm joined today by Caroline Bellizzi, a criminal defense attorney. What we're hearing right now is the cross-examination of Aaron Hernandez's fiancée, Shayana Jenkins Hernandez. Ronald Sullivan is doing the cross-examination. First of all, why do you think Sullivan's doing it and not Baez?
So that's a really good question. I think we saw, Baez did the cross initially when the prosecution on direct when the prosecution put her on the stand, and he did a really good job at, bringing out the weaknesses in this case. And so I think it adds a different flair here to put a different attorney on at this time.
Right, I agree with you. I think that that's a good trial strategy.
Yeah.
Now, what they're attempting to do from my part that I see right now is they are trying to counteract everything that was a little bit problematic in her direct examination. And the most compelling part of the prosecution's direct examination was the sense with someone got shot in the face. You didn't ask any questions. And it seemed that what they were trying to get out of her was, Alexander Bradley wasn't a good guy. It's better off that he wasn't in your life. Do you think that's effective?
I absolutely think it's effective. I think we saw sort of her righteous indignation on direct when they were really pressing her. Isn't it weird that if he was such an integral part of your fiance's life, isn't it weird that you wouldn't even have a conversation about the fact that he wasn't showing up anymore?
Right.
And she really vindicated herself right now on cross, saying, look, I did not like the fact that this man was involved in my fiance's life. She had a young child she was caring for. Right. Clearly she felt like he was a bad influence. And so the fact that he wasn't showing up anymore, wasn't coming around, that was good to her. So she wasn't going to rock the boat and say, hey,
right.
Where'd that drug dealer friend of yours go?
Exactly.
As a wife, I think I can relate.
Well, you know what? We're going to hear more about it because right now we're going to turn back to the testimony and let's see what happens.
I may have.
At some point, you became aware that you could not get into your house, right?
That's correct.
And by your house, we're talking about the Plainville, Massachusetts townhouse, right?
Right.
And you couldn't get in because you learned that Aaron did not have his keys, correct?
Right.
And he kept his keys on his keychain.
Yes.
He kept his apartment keys or condo keys on his keychain, correct?
Yes.
And on that same keychain, he kept his car keys, correct?
Yes, all together.
And he did not have his keys, right?
Sustained as to foundation at this stage.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I did not hear the objection.
Foundation.
And which question is sustained?
I'm sorry?
Which question was the objection sustained?
The one you asked.
That's so I'll do again. So you were aware that Aaron kept his keys, both keys on his keychain, correct?
Yes.
The keys to the house,
Yes.
keys to the car,
Yes.
and you could not get into the Plainville house
Right.
because Aaron did not have his keys.
Sustained.
Were you able to get into the Plainville house?
No,
Why not?
because we were locked out.
All right. And where did you stay?
I believe we stayed in the hotel.
So you stayed in a hotel the night of the 16th.
Yes.
The following morning, the 17th of July, that's when you rented a car.
That's correct.
And you did not find that to be unusual.
No.
You didn't find that to be unusual. You had rented cars on Tuesdays before, presumably.
I would imagine, yes.
You rented cars on all days of the week.
Right.
And this was just another day where you rented a car.
Yes.
The Commonwealth put up a picture of your home in North Attleboro.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do.
And it's a beautiful home. Congratulations on that home. To the best of your knowledge, nobody gave Aaron that house, did they?
Objection.
No, if you know the
No.
answer.
No.
To the best of your knowledge, your fiance went to work day in and day out to earn money to purchase that house, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
To the best of your knowledge, your fiance put his body at risk day in and day out to earn an income for that home, correct?
Overruled.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, your fiance even put his risk potential concussions in the NFL in order to work to earn that house, correct? I mean, to earn the money to buy that house, correct?
Counsel, I'm not sure this witness would be qualified to testify on that point.
He worked every day, right?
Overruled.
Yes.
Brief indulgence. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Hayden?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Jenkins, direct examination today, you indicated that you really have a memory of where you were on July 16, 2012. Isn't that right?
I said I didn't recall. You didn't ask me specific questions.
Well, you didn't recall whether or not you were even in Florida or Massachusetts until you were shown a document, right?
Correct.
And you didn't remember why you were in Florida or what you were doing, right?
I don't think that's accurate. I said I was on vacation.
What did you do?
What did I do in Florida?
Yes.
Relax.
Do you remember something specific you did?
Sat by the pool, the beach.
But that particular date, and even when I showed you the phone call received at 2:37 in the morning, you didn't remember getting that phone call, right?
No.
But on cross-examination, you remember getting home on July 16, 2012?
Yes, I remember my flight and I remember the arrangements. Yes, I do.
You remember the exact date?
Well, not the exact date, but I remember the arrangements and everything falls into place.
How do you remember the arrangements if you didn't even remember you were in Florida?
I'm not understanding.
Well, do you recall being asked in the grand jury where you were on July 16, 2012?
I don't, but I don't remember you asking me specific questions following the date.
Well, is it fair to
I
state-
believe Mr. Sullivan did ask me questions following the date.
But didn't you testify both on direct examination and in the grand jury that you didn't remember the specific date of July 16, 2012?
Not the date, no, but the events are something different.
Would being in Florida qualify as an event with you?
Yes, and I said that I wasn't sure if I was there or in Massachusetts,
Well,
which
Ms. Jenkins, we can go to your grand jury if you'd like, but when you testified in the grand jury, did you even remember you were in Florida at all?
I don't remember. We can go to my testimony, absolutely.
Well, do you remember not even knowing if you were in Florida in the grand jury?
I don't remember. Like I said, we can go to the testimony.
We'll move on to the questions while we find that part. All right, put your witness on.
You may.
It's 28.
So can you read page 28 through 29 to yourself?
that refresh your memory as to whether or not you even remembered being in Florida when you testified in the grand jury in 2013?
It does, but like I said, you didn't.
Well, no, just, my question is,
Objection, Your Honor, interrupting the witness.
Well, the question called for a yes or no. Does that refresh your memory?
Well, with the paper, it doesn't refresh my, I mean, that was a long time ago. So I really don't know what to tell you.
when you testified in the grand jury was a long time ago,
Yes,
but it was closer in time to July of 2012, correct?
it was, but I mean,
And you were asked where you were in July 16th, 2012. You had no idea, correct?
that's what it says, yes.
And in fact, you were even asked about whether or not there were plane tickets or plan to go to Florida, and you still didn't know.
Right, but like I said, you didn't ask me specific questions.
Well, did I ask you in the grand jury specific questions about getting a phone call at 2:37 in the morning from your fiance?
Right, which I told you wasn't uncommon.
But now your testimony is that you remembered getting home on July 16th, 2012. Is that right?
Mr. Hagan, a phone call at 2-something in the morning is way different than the encounters of flying into an airport pregnant, getting into a car service, and then being locked out of your house while pregnant.
And your testimony is this happened on July 16th, 2012.
Like I said, I wasn't familiar with the date, but the events that Mr. Sullivan brought when he was asking questions is what I understood, and that's the accurate date as far as me flying in.
July 16th,
Yes.
2012.
Yes.
And you have a specific memory of being locked out on July 16th, 2012.
I don't have a specific memory of the date. I remember the events.
But you just testified under cross-examination that it was the date, July 16th.
Right, which is now what I'm saying, but I did
So
not
do you
remember
remember
then.
that date or don't?
I did
Objection, Your
not.
Honor, he's cutting off the witness badly.
Let us see if we can make this clear. Is it your current testimony as you sit here now that the events you described, flying back, getting a car service, going home, being locked out, in fact occurred on July 16th?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's your current memory?
That's correct.
Okay, with that established, put a question.
And it's your testimony that that very day, July 16th into July 17th, you then got a hotel room with Aaron Hernandez?
That's correct.
Where was the hotel room?
I believe it was called the Holiday Inn Express,
What town?
Plainville, Massachusetts, I believe.
Plainville, Massachusetts.
That's correct.
So on July 17th, 18th, and 19th, Aaron Hernandez would not have been in Bristol, Connecticut, right?
I don't know. I can only account for that time.
And you're sure it was the 16th and 17th of July, 2012, that the two of you were in a hotel in Plainville, Massachusetts?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
And he was not in Bristol, Connecticut or Hartford, Connecticut at that time?
Not from my knowledge, unless he's a clone.
Now, you're asked some questions, ma'am, about the tattoos, and I believe Mr. Sullivan was asking you about whether or not he had tattoos of lived events, right?
Right,
And you said no, is that correct?
right.
The death of his father, that takes up half of his right arm, would you consider that a lived event?
A tribute, I don't know if I would consider it the same thing. I
When
mean,
some-
but, I
someone
mean, your
important in
definition
life
may be
dies,
different.
You lived that
Hold
event.
on, one at a time, please.
Is it fair to state that when someone in your life dies,
Made the witness finish.
Did you finish your last answer?
I did, Your Honor.
when someone in your life dies, it's a lived event?
Like I said, your comparison is something different than mine. Like I said, it's a tribute.
A tribute to something that happened, right?
Yes,
And similarly, you were asked a question by Mr. Sullivan on cross-examination about whether if he got a tribute or a tattoo of you giving birth. I think the words were, you said you wouldn't like that very much, right?
that's correct.
And you would have confronted him about that and been angry about that tattoo.
I don't know if angry is the right word.
Well, it would have bothered you.
It would have bothered me, yes.
Do you like this tattoo, Ms. Jenkins?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Ms. Jenkins, calling your attention to tattoos, Exhibit 256. Have you seen that?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Have you seen that tattoo before?
I have.
You have?
Well, you're showing it to me now.
You've never seen it before now?
I don't remember. Like I said, Aaron has many tattoos.
So you don't remember ever seeing this tattoo?
Objection, she just said I don't remember.
Put another question.
Did you ever have a conversation with Aaron Hernandez about this tattoo?
Not that I can recall.
What about Exhibit 258, this tattoo?
Objection. Objection.
Overruled.
Do you remember that tattoo?
Do I remember it? Not necessarily.
What does that mean, not necessarily?
I don't remember it. Like I said, he has many tattoos.
But weren't you just commenting to Mr. Sullivan on cross-examination that his tattoos didn't describe any lived events?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you also testified, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, that the tattoos...
Objection. As counsel finished with this picture, the witness said she doesn't know it, doesn't recognize it, hasn't spoken to him about it. Thank you.
You also, I believe in response to one of Attorney Sullivan's questions, said that there are no special meanings to many of the tattoos, right?
Right.
Any special meaning to the ones attributed to his father?
You'd have to ask him.
What about the special meaning of the one dedicated to his brother?
Like I said, you would have to ask him. I know what's on my body. I can't tell you. I mean, I would think that they would, but you would have to ask him.
And the tattoo of your initials, that has special meaning to the defendant, doesn't it?
To me, I would hope it would have special meaning to him, yes.
Finally, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, you were asked questions by Mr. Sullivan about Sherrod. You recall those questions?
I do.
And you testified that it was your observation, was it not, that the defendant was saddened by Sherrod being shot?
Yes.
And we're not talking about the lawsuit, we're talking about when he learned he was shot.
I believe so.
You didn't learn that he was shot through the defendant, did you?
Right.
So he didn't express any sadness before you learned from someone in the neighborhood that he got shot, did he?
I can't tell you that because I don't remember the exact events, but I can tell you that he was bothered by it. He was sad.
But he never told you about it, did he?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
So you learned from somebody else?
Yes. Originally, I learned from someone else.
So he certainly wasn't sad before that, was he?
Mr. Hagan, I don't know.
Did he
I
ever
couldn't
call?
tell you.
Did he ever?
Objection. Cutting the witness off again.
I'm done, Your Honor.
What a question.
And he was saddened because Alexander Bradley was a close friend, right?
I would assume yes. One.
Did he call all sad when Alexander Bradley completely disappeared and was missing in Florida on February 13th, 2013? Did he tell you about that?
I don't know.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Sullivan, anything else?
You approach?
You may.
So, you remember Mr. Hagan asking you a question about how you remember the 16th versus the 17th?
Right.
And you remember it because I talked to you about specific events, correct?
Yes.
And one specific event that you remembered was you and Aaron renting a car on the 17th, correct?
That's correct.
Right. I'm handing you an enterprise rental agreement from the 17th of July, 2012. Do you recognize this as being the car you and Aaron rented on the 17th of July?
With the dates, it looks like it.
So, may I have this mark, please? Sorry, I didn't have that.
Is that not one of the exhibits?
Oh, it's within the records, Your Honor. So, I would
193?
Yeah. So, once I was able to refresh you that you rented a car on the 17th, you recall coming in the day before, right?
Right.
And being locked out of the house.
Right.
17 minus 1 is 16, right?
Yeah.
So you were able to figure that that was the day before that you came in, right? Now, when I initially just threw dates out at you, you couldn't remember, right?
Right.
I said July 16th, July 15th, July 14th. Those days didn't have a particularized meaning, correct?
No.
It wasn't until you, I reminded you with various documents about dates, right?
Correct.
May I approach?
You may.
I am showing you a receipt when you checked out of it says HI Express, that's Holiday Inn Express, right?
Right.
I'm showing you your checkout of the 17th of July, right?
Right.
So if you checked out on the 17th of July, right?
Yes.
And you came in to Boston on the 16th of July, right?
Right.
That means that you checked in on the 16th of July.
That's correct.
So when you say that I asked you about events, is that what you meant?
Yes, exactly.
So when I chatted with you about your memory, I did more than just give you random dates, right?
Right.
I talked to you about your bank records,
Right.
And that helped you put together an event and a date.
Oh yeah, puzzle things together, yes.
Just 1 second. And in the grand jury that Mr. Hagan keeps referring to, they never gave you these documents or anything, did they?
The grand jury documents?
Yeah. They never put these dates these documents in front of you when they were trying to ask you what you remembered about July 16th, right?
I don't believe so.
And is it frustrating if someone keeps asking you about dates without any context?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you frustrated in the grand jury when you continued to be asked about dates with no context?
No, you may answer that.
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You may step down. Watch your step, please. Commonwealth.
Commonwealth calls Catherine Ruby.
The testimony shall give this court and jury, and the issue now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Now the trial, yes.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, could you just introduce yourself to the members of the jury, and if you could please spell your first and your last name?
My name is Kathy Ruby. Catherine, I guess, Ruby, Kathryn. Last name is Ruby, Ruby. I work for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Pardon me. Records Production Division Manager.
Ms. Ruby, how long have you been with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
30 years.
And how long have you been doing the work that you just described, that is, a keeper of the records?
16.
What were you doing prior to the work that you do now as a keeper of the records?
For 14 years, I was involved in the 911 or Communications Division, as we call it at the Sheriff's Office.
Could you describe for us just briefly what your responsibilities are as a keeper of the records?
In the state of Florida, they require us to have an RMLO, which is a Records Management Liaison Officer, to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I hold that title. I'm also in charge of a specialized unit that any records production or request for records comes into my office. My staff reviews that and we disseminate those records. I'm also in charge of doing all the records retention by Florida law. And any time that there's a high-profile case or any kind of media request or whatever, my unit handles all of that.
You mentioned that that you disseminate certain records. Where are those records disseminated to?
I disseminate records to whoever requested it. Sometimes it's a hard copy, sometimes it's an electronic copy. Anybody that asks for records, we have to review those to make sure that they are releasable by law. We will redact whatever is in that record that should be redacted out by law. For example, for today, I brought records with me. Sometimes they're sent electronically. Sometimes they're just picked up. It just all depends.
What kind of records are maintained by the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
Well, in the course of business, we have control of from police reports, accident reports, internal administrative records, memos, whatever scheduling. It really varies, but the majority are any of the records that are generated by law enforcement when they write a police report.
You mentioned one of those documents as an arrest report. Is that also known as an offense report?
We have an offense report. An offense report doesn't necessarily mean that there's an arrest connected to it. It is if there was a crime involved. They may not have caught the person or they may have caught the person. If they catch it, then it's supplemented to that report, and a booking record is then also generated from that.
So is an offense report included among the reports that are regularly maintained by the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also mentioned a vehicle report. Does the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office maintain a document that's known as a Florida traffic crash report?
Yes, sir, we do.
And when are those, it sounds obvious when they're filled out, but can you tell us the circumstances under which those types of reports are generated?
Well, what we maintain are two separate kind. There's what they call a short form. The short form is used when there's a very little damage, no injury. And then the next one that they use is called a long form. And the long form is if there's extensive damage and or there are injuries. If there is a death involved, the long form is also used, but it's then associated to another case number.
Now, once those reports are generated, do you send an electronic version of that report elsewhere?
That's correct, we do. It comes through our system to the Central Records Department, who review it. We're not law enforcement, so we review it for whatever information is in there, so to speak. To make sure there's not like crazy handwriting on it or something. And then we electronically send it to to the Division of Motor Vehicles, which is located in Tallahassee.
And is the same done for an offense report? Not necessarily to the Division of Motor Vehicles, but is the offense report also then sent electronically somewhere?
Yes, the offense report is stored within our own systems that are online or in a computer. It's not a hard copy anymore, if you will.
The vehicle crash report, if there are aspects of that report that are not filled out either completely or they're filled out incorrectly, what happens after you've sent them electronically to Tallahassee?
When we send it to Tallahassee, they will review it, and then if there's anything that's in error or they feel needed to be filled in, I am not a police officer, so I don't know what every box, when a box does apply, but if there's some kind of an error or an empty box that they think is associated to it, they'll send it back to us for corrections.
Now, both of these documents, both the traffic crash report as well as those are two documents maintained in the ordinary course of the business of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Documents, when they're generated, are they generated contemporaneously with the event that they're describing or memorializing?
Yes, yes.
Now, just very briefly with respect to the offense report, there are certain sections in the first part of that report that are informational in nature. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
For instance, there's an entry for a signal code, there's an entry for the zone, the time of the incident, where it took place, and if there's an arrest made, the name of the individual, contact information for that individual, address for that individual. Is that correct? And in the Florida traffic report, similarly, are there places to list vehicle information, owner information of the vehicle, which includes contact information, as well as the particulars of where it took place, when it took place, and the like?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's a whole bunch of boxes and sections for traffic and weather conditions at the time the incident took place. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in particular today, were you asked to come to court in particular to bring with you 2 documents as well as to give some testimony with respect to those documents?
Yes, sir.
And those documents have to do with an individual in part by the name of Jarrell Pierre.
I know that one of them does the accident report. I just retrieved the documents. I didn't review it, but there are names that are on it, yes.
Okay. And you have both of those items in your possession, is that correct?
I do, sir.
And are they both certified documents?
Yes, sir, they are.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
The Florida traffic crash report that you brought with you is a certified copy, and would you agree with me that and if you need to look at it again, I can bring it back up to you, but the incident date of that particular incident is January 4th of 2013?
To say that, I'd have to look at it. I don't remember the date. January 4th, 2013.
And the other document, the offense report, what date is that associated with?
November 8th, 2012.
And the offense report, does that have some kind of identifying number connected to it?
Yes, sir, it's a case number.
And what's the case number?
The case number is 12-143-282.
And does the traffic crash report have a number associated with it?
Yes, there are 2 numbers associated to the traffic report, crash report.
And what are those 2 numbers?
The first one is our agency case number, and that's 13-022215.
And what's the second number associated with this report?
The second one is an assigned unique number to this accident from HSMV crash report number is what they call it.
And what's the number there? Is it legible enough?
It is, yes. It's 813-564-80.
And in the copy of the report that you brought with us, that's 7 pages?
Of the accident report, yes, sir.
Yes. And the offense report is how many pages?
It's 3 pages of the offense report, but there's a 4th page because there is an exemption by Florida law for any kind of narcotics agent's name, and it comes out, and we illustrate that exemption with this 4th piece of paper.
Okay. And so on the offense report, that individual's name has been redacted or excised from the report, is that
That's
correct?
correct, yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer the offense report as well as the Florida traffic crash report as the next 2 numbered exhibits.
Is there an objection? I'm sorry? You would object. See you at sidebar.
Hi there. We're taking a break from the double murder Aaron Hernandez trial. Right now we have on the stand Catherine Ruby. I'm Jesse Weber. I'm joined by Carolyn Pelosi, and criminal defense attorney. Now, as exciting as Catherine Ruby's testimony is about to be, everybody's still reeling from the testimony of Aaron Hernandez's fiancée, Shaina Jenkins Hernandez.
Yes.
In your opinion, how did she do for the prosecution?
Well, she turned into a hostile witness on redirect for the prosecution. She is a defense's witness now. She was very, very reticent and reluctant to answer the questions of the prosecutor. You know, it was painful at one point. You know, they were really beating a dead horse on this issue of whether or not she remembers the date. Was it the 16th or the 17th? At one point, she turned to the judge and said, "I'm over." I mean, I felt bad for her. I mean, it was really interesting. It's not going well for the prosecution.
Now, Sullivan and the defense tried to come to her defense by basically saying, you're talking about dates. Why would you think anything particularly special happened on those dates? It's not fair for you to say that you remember now specific dates. They're basically saying she has a reason to say why she didn't remember specific dates or specific events. What I am interested in knowing about is the conversation about the tattoo.
Okay.
Talking about Aaron Hernandez's tattoos. Now, that comes into play because earlier in the trial, we had testimony about Aaron Hernandez getting a gun tattoo and possibly being an admission of guilt. What was the prosecution trying to do here?
Well, we've seen time and time again they will not put this tattoo issue to rest, and the defense team got pretty angry about it. They keep trying to insinuate that these tattoos somehow are indicia of guilt on the part of Hernandez, and we saw his fiancée really pressing back, saying, you know, he doesn't get tattoos related to, I think they were calling them life events, but then the prosecution slammed back, well, isn't the tattoo for his father's death, wouldn't that qualify as a life event? And she's saying, no, you know, it's a tribute. So they're really going back and forth here. It's getting pretty heated.
Now, step away from being a defense attorney. You're on the jury.
I don't know if I can.
Imagine you're on the jury right now.
Right.
You look at her testimony. You look at her attitude, her demeanor towards the prosecution. A lot of I don't knows, I'm not sure, defensive. How does that play for you if you're a juror?
You know, look, she's this man's fiancée. She is the mother of their child together. So clearly we know where her allegiances lie. So no one's really expecting her to get up there and no holds barred testify against her soon-to-be husband. But I agree with you that it doesn't sit well with a jury to see her sort of engage in this sort of back and forth, sort of these indignant replies.
Caroline, I'm going to tell you what. Out of all of the witnesses that were brought out for the prosecution this week, Crawford, Thompson, Pierre, that was the strongest one in their case. I believe that poked a big hole for the defense, and I think that when you look at her testimony, there's something that she might be hiding, and when we talk about the Toyota 4Runner, knowing that there was a whole issue about what happened, knowing that she was she was with Aaron Hernandez outside of Bristol on the 17th, 18th, and 19th, I think that hurts the defense's case.
It does, and we saw, you know, they're really honing in on this issue of the 16th and the 17th, and she kind of made a joke, well, if he was a clone, then he maybe he
Right.
was in Connecticut at that time, which was kind of a flippant answer.
A little sassy.
Exactly. So you're exactly right. That's not necessarily a good thing. Yeah.
Now, would you have liked to see something more from the defense? We saw that fiery objection from Sullivan on her redirect, but what do you think if you were the defense? Do you think there was something else you wanted to see?
I think she gave them I think she did as much as she could do. She maintained credibility, I do think, with the jury, despite the fact that, you know, she was indignant those two times. She seemed really credible to me, and it does seem credible that, you know, she may not remember all the specifics of things that occurred many years ago. So I think that this was a win for the defense.
And, you know, the first part of her direct testimony that I felt that was the most compelling was when she was being asked by the prosecution, you know somebody who was invited to your house, you served dinner to them, they were shot in the face, and you didn't ask any questions, and she played the role of the dutiful wife. I don't ask questions that I shouldn't know. When you hear that, I don't know. I would be sweating if I was the defense team.
Yeah, Yeah, I think she said something akin to, I pick my battles. So, clearly she didn't like this guy. Clearly she felt that he was a bad influence on her fiance. So it doesn't seem weird to me that she wouldn't say anything about his unusual disappearance when he's not showing up anymore, because she doesn't want him in their lives, right? And she made it very clear that he was not her friend, right? So Alexander Bradley is not counted among her friends. So she really drew a hard line in the sand here, saying, look, I didn't like this guy, and so it's not weird that I didn't ask where he went.
And that falls into the defense's narrative that this man is a convicted drug offender. He shot up a nightclub. He's serving prison time. Now, I know we've talked before about the fact that the prosecution has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defense doesn't have that burden. They have to just show there's a smidge of reasonable doubt to get Mr. Hernandez off. But what they're doing differently here is providing an alternative theory of what happened in the 2012 Boston shootings, namely that Alexander Bradley was the shooter in a drug deal gone bad.
Absolutely.
If you're the defense, do you present a case after the prosecution closes?
That's a tough question. It's a question that defense attorneys often make sort of at the close of the prosecution's case, trying to assess whether or not they need to put on that defense. In this instance, I really think that the crosses in this case, the defense was able to use the crosses to really lay out that counter narrative, which is that they believe that Alexander Bradley was the one who fired those shots on that fateful evening. And I don't know that they need to put on a case in order to lay that out more clearly. I mean, who knows what they have, in their back pocket? They may have something good that they want to put on. They may only put on one witness. But again, as you noted, people often ask, well, how is the defense going to prove the defendant's innocence? Well, they don't have to prove anything. They don't even have to cross a witness that the prosecution puts up there. That they do so if they want to, which is why oftentimes defense attorneys do not put on a case, because it is so it could be potentially dangerous to put on a case because they could get ripped apart by the prosecution. So I think this case is going very well for the defense. If I were the defense team, I would think twice about putting on a case here, because I think they may have already a good case with their crosses.
Right, and I've always taken the position in this case. Well, let me back up. A week ago, I took the position that I thought the Alexander Bradley shooting incident was a weaker argument for the prosecution than the July 2012 shootings. I felt it was not as plausible for them to say that Aaron Hernandez shot this man when you had contradictory evidence saying that there was a shell casing on the outside of the car, not on the inside of the car. Today, it's this week, the beginning of the week, you didn't have one witness who could say, I was in the car and saw the shooting. I think that's good. I would not be surprised if I saw him acquitted on that. But when you go to the 2012 shootings, in your opinion, for the defense to say that this is about Alexander Bradley and a drug deal, is there any inclination on their part to show maybe some more history about this individual, putting up witnesses to talk about Alexander Bradley's drug history, the deals that he was involved in? Maybe not so much because, like you said, there's a danger of being cross-examined by the prosecution. If you're the defense, would you try and examine that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the issue here is whether or not the judge is going to allow this, what we call other acts evidence, right? You can't you can't bring in evidence showing that this man is a bad man and therefore, he committed the crime in this instance. The idea is that the jurors are making the assessment based on the evidence, a circumscribed set of evidence. So we saw before, and I think the judge made a very good, a very reasonable approach in that he was not going to let in this evidence about the 2014 nightclub shooting, and at the same time he wasn't going to let in prior bad acts evidence on the part of Hernandez. So yeah, I mean, if you're the defense, you want to bring that stuff in. You want to try to argue that it's probative, that its probative value outweighs whatever prejudicial effect it's going to have on jurors. Absolutely, but I think they'll have a hard time getting that evidence in.
Well, thank you very much, Caroline. We're going to be going back to the trial of Aaron Hernandez and hearing the testimony of Catherine Ruby.
Directing your attention, Ms. Ruby, to page 6 of the Florida traffic crash report, and specifically with respect to the line that I've drawn an arrow to the left of, do you see the entry on that line?
I do, sir.
And you see the entry that reads Jarrell B/M 7-1789?
Yes, sir.
And you see to the right of that the name Pierre?
Yes, sir.
And then to the right of that, what appears to be a phone number.
Yes, sir.
Could you read that phone number off, please?
404-861-3292.
Showing you what has been previously marked as, well, page 8 of exhibit number 251.
Sustained.
Thank you, Ms. Ruby.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Watch your step, please. Commonwealth.
Commonwealth calls Anthony Vasali.
So you're going to start right here, you're going to raise your right hand, you face this way.
You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give this court and jury, the issue now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Counsel for the officer.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and spell your last name, please?
Sure, my name is Anthony Vasali, V like in Victor, I-S-A-L-L-I.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a senior inspector with the United States Marshal Service.
As a senior inspector of the United States Marshal Service, sir, how long have you had that title?
I've been a senior inspector since 2003.
How many years total have you been with the United States Marshal Service?
27, it'll be 27 years in June.
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the court during that 27 years what particular areas or units you've been assigned to within the United States Marshal Service?
I started off in 1990 as Deputy United States Marshal, doing different tasks, eventually transferred to the Boston field office. 1994, I started working primarily in investigations and fugitive investigations. Around 1999, I started running a fugitive task force, eventually became a supervisor of the task force. In 2003, I transferred into the what they call the Technical Operations Group and became a senior inspector.
What does the Technical Operations Group within the United States Marshal Service do, sir?
Well, we specialize in various forms of communications and how they be used in a law enforcement purpose for investigations.
And Senior Inspector Vasali, can you describe for us what types of training and experience you have relative to cellular telephone technology in that 27-plus year career?
Well, as part of the Technical Operations Group, they've put me through a lot of training and different knowledge of cellular structures, things like that, the different cellular protocols, basically cellular mapping, analysis of cell phone records, really extended period of time of all different natures of what we do in law enforcement as far as utilization of exploiting communications for investigative measures.
And those experiences that you've described, the training and experience, Senior Inspector Vasali, does that include also working closely with the various carriers who provide cell phones, like Verizon, AT&T, and those types?
Correct.
And do those communications include communications with representatives, engineers, and other specialized technicians within those providers?
That's correct.
How much of your time is spent, sir, analyzing cellular telephone data?
I do it on a daily basis, every day.
Approximately how many cellular telephones have you analyzed the data for and actually plotted what's called cell towers?
I couldn't put a number on that. It's well in the thousands,
Thousands?
if not more. Well in the thousands. I do it every day as part of my job.
And backing up a little bit, sir, as far as cellular telephone technology, in the course of your career, have you had the opportunity to give what's oftentimes referred to as expert or opinion testimony in the area of cell tower plotting and cellular telephone technology?
I've testified in this court numerous occasions to that effect, yes, sir.
And you also assist federal agencies as well and in federal court?
I haven't testified in this aspect in federal court on that matter, no, sir.
Sir, I'm calling your attention now to how cellular telephones work, generally speaking, and in a way that's keeping in mind this jury's already heard from one other expert from AT&T. Can you describe generally how cellular telephones work?
No, it's kind of a complex thing, but I mean, basically, when a cell phone's on, it's emitting a signal, through radio frequency, and basically searching for the closest cell tower, closest, strongest cell tower to communicate with, and then from the cell tower, it's registering. So in the cell tower is sending a signal through what they call a base station controller back to the network through a switch, so that basically when a call comes in or out or a text message, the network knows where your phone is and how to process a call.
And in particular to this case, Inspector Versali, how does one, in your position, doing what you've described thousands of times for the United States Marshal Service, how does one plot cell towers or persons using a handset that hits off of a cell tower? How does that work?
Well, we attain through the legal process. We would attain a copy of either cell records, call records, whatnot from the various different carriers, and they're all kept in different formats and in different manners. Some carriers retain it in a different manner than others, and some don't. But we obtain it from the actual cell carrier through legal process, and we use different sorts of mapping software. There's a lot of different types of mapping software we use to assist us in plotting the locations and looking at azimuths and things like that, such to try and draw a conclusion in the general area where a cell phone would be.
And have you had the opportunity, sir, to interpret cellular telephone data, meaning as you hinted just now that different carriers may describe or report the data in different ways? Are you familiar with how that's done by the various carriers?
Absolutely. I mean, some carriers don't. They collect this as a course of business now. So it's all the way they store it at their headquarters as a course of business. And some carriers will, actually store like just call records, but not. They'll store the text messages, but not the location of the text messages. Some store the location of the text messages. Some store data. Some do not. It just depends on the carrier. And generally, with the phone calls, it would be. They don't store, like if your phone is just working, will hit different towers if you're moving and things like that. But generally, as a course of business, they'd store the first tower you started your call on and the last tower you ended your call on. And sometimes what they call the azimuth or the direction of it, the center beam. Some with the text messages will only store, obviously your text message is just a blip coming to you, so it would only be like the first tower. And again, some store data every 60, take a reading every 60 minutes. It's just dependent on the carrier.
And sir, have you become familiar with the various differences between the carriers? Have you been able to interpret data, for instance, from AT&T as opposed to Sprint or Verizon?
Correct, yes.
And at times in the course of your extensive career mapping cellular towers and interpreting cellular telephone data, in situations where there was something that you did not know from your own experience, have you talked to engineers and experts at the various cellular companies?
Yes, I do it quite a bit, just to to make sure we have everything that we need and all the right information.
And have you in fact toured and visited cell carriers as well?
Yes, I've been to a few of them, not all of them, but I've been to a few of them, yes, sir.
What about, again, as a federal agent for the federal government, updates in technology? Do you keep abreast of updates in technology, including the ability to interpret data from cellular telephones?
Yeah, well, as part of our unit, we're supplied with all the latest updates on the cell towers and things like that, and different protocols, and we have a kind of a stream going along with all these carriers, a communications thing. So we know when they're starting to do something different. They'll alert us. They'll change. If they're changing numbering systems, or because they all number stuff differently, or they change the way that they're maintaining the records. We get general updates on that stuff and, periodic training on internally on how that would work.
Inspector Vasali, generally speaking, does part of your role involve tracking wanted fugitives and suspects?
It does.
And does that, again, include, as you've described, historical information of cell tower locations and the like?
Yes, that's correct.
Inspector Vasali, I'm going to call your attention now to the work you performed on this investigation in particular. Starting back in 2013, is it fair to state that the Boston Police Department Homicide Unit provided you with various cellular telephone records, including records purportedly belonging to the defendant, Aaron Hernandez?
That's correct.
And with that data, Inspector Vasali, were you able to do what you've discussed, being able to plot cell site locations that handset purportedly belonged to Aaron Hernandez and other relevant persons hit off of in a course of certain days?
I did. In conjunction with your office, I did, yes.
And calling your attention now to the different softwares that you use or one can use to plot cellular data points. Describe some of the software, if you would.
Well, I mean, there's all different sorts of programs. I mean, the bottom line is cell towers, you'll see sometimes they provide an address and stuff. Cell towers generally aren't, you can't really draw an address on all of them because what happens is cell towers emit latitudes and longitudes. And so that's, the way we do it. We get the latitudes and longitudes from the actual cell carriers and import them into different mapping programs, be it a Microsoft Map Point or a Google Maps or a Google Earth or something like that, or even some other products. They would there's new products that come out with this. Another product called Gladiator that's on the marketplace. We'd use it as in conjunction with our job to map all these cell towers and azimuths and in conjunction with things we know and that are going on, activities that are going on within these areas.
And Inspector Vasali, is it fair to state that you have used various softwares relative to this investigation to plot the relevant cell towers, and they've all led to the same result? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm calling your attention now, sir, to a particular phone number that you looked at, a 562 number. Was that one of the numbers that was provided to you, sir?
That's correct.
Is it fair to state, sir, that all of the AT&T records were provided to you and you were able to obtain that data and plot cell tower locations?
I was.
May I approach witness, Ron?
You may.
Inspector Vasali, I'm showing you a CD. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And does this CT contain the product of the work you performed on this case relative to the plotting of cell tower locations as to certain cellular telephone numbers, sir?
That's correct. In conjunction with your office, that was prepared, yes, sir.
Is it fair to state that you used various software to plot the locations, but you ultimately used a Google mapping software for what's on this CD?
That's correct.
And is it fair to state that this CD contains a PowerPoint mapping the relevant tower locations that you were able to plot based upon your analysis of the data?
That's correct.
All right, I'll offer the CD with the PowerPoints to the next number.
Objection.
See you at sidebar.
Welcome back to LawNewz Network. We're in a sidebar in the Aaron Hernandez double murder trial. I'm your host, Jesse Weber, and I am joined by Caroline Polizzi, a criminal defense attorney. We've been analyzing this whole testimony this morning with Shayanna Jenkins Hernandez. Then we had Catherine Rubion, and now we have Senior Inspector of U.S. Marshal Service, Anthony Vasali, seemingly about to talk about cell phones and cell phone records. What can we expect?
Yeah, I mean, I think your guess may be as good as mine here. They're clearly laying the foundation that this man is an expert. The prosecution is going to want to show that whatever he says, is the truth. So it sounds like they're setting up for some type of pinpointing of when a call took place, where it took place. Right now he's talking about the towers, how geographically you can locate, pinpoint where a cell phone call was made. So it seems like they're laying that foundation.
Now, in this case, it's really based upon circumstantial evidence. He said,
Yeah.
not so much forensic evidence. In your opinion, in your expertise, when you have these kind of cases, how reliable is cell phone evidence? How much does it weigh for the jury, and how much would you rely on it in this case?
Well, it brings to mind the first edition of Serial, which we all loved, that played a big part in that case. It depends. It depends on if the prosecution is trying to make the case, then it's very reliable, and then if the defense is trying to make the case, it's not so reliable. So as we saw the testimony, different carriers have different standards in terms of how long they retain this type of information. So it's complicated stuff. It's sometimes boring stuff to lay the foundation to understand whether or not you can be sure that the evidence that's going to be presented to the jury is in fact reliable.
Well, what it seems to be here is a lot of wish-washy in terms of I was here at this point and I wasn't here at this point. I believe this testimony will get very interesting when we can determine whether someone, perhaps Aaron Hernandez, perhaps Alexander Bradley, was saying they were at some place when maybe they were their earlier testimony was saying they were somewhere else. And this case has been very interesting in terms of testimony at the grand jury.
Absolutely.
Testimony now at trial. And I have to say, this is very interesting. In your experience, do you see a lot of times where witnesses, obviously witnesses are impeached, their credibility is challenged based upon their prior statements, but here, there was a lot going on in that grand jury. You saw it with Crawford's testimony and here. What do you think about that?
I'm shocked. I've actually never seen the prosecution rely so heavily on grand jury testimony. Usually, grand jury testimony is kept a secret. We don't really know what goes on behind those closed doors. So it's kind of shocking that, they're bringing up this testimony specifically in the case of Hernandez's fiance to really refresh her recollection, we call it. And in many instances, it's not jiving with what she's saying now. So the prosecution's really trying to cut down her credibility on that front.
How much is that fair? I don't really remember what I said because look, the grand jury testimony was 3 years ago and now they're testifying to something else. Then again, you're testifying at a grand jury. Is it you really forget the things that you say in such a life event like that?
Well, it's not fair in my opinion because just from common sense, do you remember the exact dates of a vacation that you took 3, 4, 5 years ago?
Yes.
Right? I mean, unless you're some sort of, genius, probably not. So I think she made a very reasonable argument for why she couldn't say with exact certainty or clarity whether or not it was the 16th or the 17th. It was only upon a retrospective review of, she saw, this is where the records came into play. This is when I saw the rental car. That's when she was able to pinpoint it down to being the 16th.
Now, besides Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, we've seen other witnesses like Tyrone Crawford, Alexander Bradley, where their testimony has had to be, for lack of a better word, refreshed or perhaps corrected because of what they have said in the grand jury.
Right.
Now, if I am on the jury and I see that they're perhaps not saying exactly what they had said in the past. I mean, Tyrone Crawford said he was not in the right mind when everything was happening during the Florida shooting. He was on drugs. His mind had to be recollected with that previous testimony. If you're the jury, do you believe these witnesses? Do you question it?
Yeah, you question it. I mean, the prosecution could not put on the stand a single witness that could really remember with accuracy what went on in
Alexander
Florida.
Bradley.
Well,
but that's a whole different story.
Besides Alexander Bradley, and that's one of the key holes in this case, which I think is glaring. You mentioned before, there is no forensic evidence, so the jury's going to have to decide based entirely on circumstantial evidence who they believe, right? So this really comes down to a qualitative analysis of what they think people on that stand are saying. And when it comes to Alexander Bradley, the defense has done an amazing job at discrediting him. He's testifying pursuant to an immunity agreement, so he can't be prosecuted for what he says. However, a lot of his prior bad acts has been allowed in, and the jury is really being able to see that this man, has committed crimes in the past, and so he's not that credible.
Right, and I look at the last 2 days for the prosecution as the strongest 2 days for them because what you had yesterday was what I thought the most articulate witness we've had to date, Michael Haig, the private forensics expert, who, some viewers might see what he said as, it's a little boring, he's talking about science. But he was going into such specifics about how the shots were fired, how the victims were ultimately killed. And when you have that kind of evidence, in my opinion, that is a very strong for the prosecution to show this is how the bullets were fired. You can't really deny it. Looks like Aaron Hernandez was the shooter. And today, when you had Shayana Jenkins Hernandez on the stand, and she looked a little iffy and a little confrontational, and dare I say it, almost a hostile witness, I thought the prosecution had a really good last 2 days.
Yeah, look, this is the end of their case, right? So, one would hope that they put strong witnesses on at the end to have that be sort of the last thing in the juror's mind. Again, I'm still coming back to the fact that there are glaring inconsistencies, just in common sense, really, terms. Obviously, a motive is not an element of an offense that the prosecution has to prove, but it doesn't pass the common sense test in the grand scheme of things that, a man would murder two people in cold blood over a spilled drink. So I think that's a really big issue that the prosecution really didn't come up strong in that regard in terms of a motive.
Now, let me ask you this. We had Alexander Bradley's testimony last week. If you're his defense team, would you have put him on as the last witness?
Ooh, if I'm his defense team?
Excuse me, let me rephrase.
Okay.
If you're the prosecution,
Yeah.
would you put him on as the last prosecution witness, tying up the whole story, have it fresh in the memory? Why not?
No, never. Absolutely not. I think we saw exactly why not. He was a really horrible witness for the prosecution, and that's supposed to be their star witness. Baez on cross got him to say that he wanted to kill Hernandez, which is that's like gold right there. And you can be sure he's going to reference that as his summation, and then he made this comment because you're a killer, which obviously was objected to, but nonetheless, you can't unring that bell, right? It's going to stay in the minds of the jurors. It was awful. It's a rarity that you get a prosecution witness to admit to really disliking the person that he's testifying against. It's not a big logical leap if he wanted to kill this man that he might get up on the stand and maybe lie about what happened that
And
night.
let's not forget the most incriminating piece of evidence, or the piece of evidence that might exonerate Aaron Hernandez in at least the witness intimidation charge, was the message between Alexander Bradley and his lawyer. Basically saying, I will tell the truth, which is, I don't know who shot me.
Yeah, and defense attorneys everywhere are telling their clients, do not text me, give me a call, let's put none of this in writing, because that is devastating. That's an absolutely devastating text. And again, it's gold for the defense. You can be sure they're going to use it in summation. And it's just another reason why I really think the defense has a strong case here.
Now, Caroline, you mentioned immunity before, and immunity is a subject that we've seen in other trials, but this one, it's taking a very interesting stance because we have a number of witnesses who were granted immunity.
Yes.
Now, just to recap, the Judge Jeffrey even had jury instructions to the jury about what immunity means. Alexander Bradley, Shauna Jenkins were granted immunity. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that means that they cannot be charged with anything that is in the subject matter of their testimony, but there's a loophole. The only thing that they can be charged with is perjury, lying on the stand about what you're saying. And you know what? We will get to that question when we come back. Thank you very much. We're going to go back to the testimony of Anthony Vasali. Thank you.
I have it as AAA.
4A. All right, 4A. Thank you.
And I'd also ask that the 3 paper versions also be marked for identification. Chalks as well.
All right, we'll receive them as 4A, 1, 2, and 3.
For the record, Inspector Vasali, I've placed 4A into the computer. We'll start, sir, with what's labeled as the PowerPoint for 562-481-8106. Before we start that, Agent Vasali, I'm going to place Exhibit 249, letter B, that's been entered in evidence.
Objection.
No, overruled.
That number there, listed as 562-481-8106. Have you seen this document, sir, the subscriber page for that?
I have.
And that was also something that was submitted to you for your analysis?
That's correct.
And the listed liable party of the subscriber for that phone number is who, sir?
Aaron Hernandez.
And the date that this phone number is at least activated or listed as activated on this document is what, sir?
June 28, 2012 through August 27, 2012.
And what we see on this CD, sir, that's been marked as Exhibit 4As, that includes your cell tower mapping of that cellular device from July 15, 2012 to July 20, 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The first few pages here, sir, can you describe what's depicted here?
This is just depicts the records for that came from AT&T Wireless.
And is this basically a compilation of the records where the voice, data, and text are all combined chronologically?
Objection, Levy.
Sustained in that form.
Describe what this document is that's attached to the PowerPoint.
It's, well, normally when you get the records from AT&T Wireless, they'll list voice, they'll have data in the middle, and they'll have text messages on the bottom. This just puts them all into a chronological order. And again, on the records, we'd see originating number, terminating number, the times, the description of the call. It also has the address of the cell tower, has the LAC and the cell ID over here, the LAC and the cell ID, and then over here the latitude and longitude. And if they have it, if they maintained it, or it's part of the records, they'd give the azimuth at the end.
I'm going to have you describe an azimuth in just a second, sir.
Sure.
And what we see here, is this also what you previously described, a summary?
Yes, that's correct.
That includes voice, text, and data chronologically?
Correct.
I'm calling your attention now to the next screen of the PowerPoint 4As. Can you describe what we see here, sir?
Okay, that would just be, again, chronologically, the voice, text, and data calls on this phone from 9:04 p.m. to 11:13 p.m.
And the first entry on this, sir, labeled as July 15, 2012, 9:04 p.m., voice phone call. Can you tell us about how the cell tower location is plotted and where it's located?
The one that you just put the mark over, or the one below it?
The Manchester Sand and Gravel, sir.
Okay, the Manchester Sand and Gravel won't be on this. It's not a picture here, but that will be on the next slide. This slide right here is going to be this one right here, Counselor. It's going to be actually equate to cell tower 50021, and the LAC would be 5993, and the azimuth one would be 45 degrees.
Now, this would be a good time, Inspector Verselli. Tell us now what the azimuth means and what the relevance of it is.
It's a center beam when they set up the cellular networks. There would be the place where the cell beam from the channel is strongest. Generally, and a lot of companies are all different. There's not a perfect thing because cellular companies set their towers up for capacity and so people can gain and make calls, but they're generally divided in a 360-degree circle. They're generally 3 channels or 3 cell sites. And generally on those, the center beam usually, and again, this is not, exact, but generally 160 degrees on either side would be the way the beam would come out.
And when you say beam, does that have any relevance towards where the handset is that is presumably hitting off of that tower?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, the phone wants to use the cleanest, strongest channel to where it is, and obviously it would equate to, if the beam is the strongest there, it's gonna, it's gonna register and eventually be processed and call through that sector of the cell tower.
Mr. Vasali, we've talked now, you indicated that what we see on the screen is the map for this entry right here, 715, that's in light blue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you'll see now a series of light blue entries on the screen that all correspond with the 13th minute of the hour. Can you describe what that is, sir?
That's like a packet paging gateway. It seems, again, all these companies keep their records in a different manner, but what's happening here is AT&T is making a record of, at some point a data session was opened, and the actual network is trying to communicate through that actual tower, and for some reason they're recording it every hour on the hour. Doesn't necessarily mean the phone is there. As a matter of fact, as you see in these records, it won't be there. The phone moves, but it keeps being paged from the same tower.
So the remainder of the mapping that you did for this cellular device on the date in question, did you not include the mapping of those gateway packages that you've described happening on the 13th minute of every hour?
That's correct. This is the only map, I believe, that actually shows it.
Calling your attention to the next slide, and that was the tower that I asked you about. We have here a voice call, 9:04 p.m., 7:15, 2012. Can you indicate what tower that phone call hit off?
Yeah, that tower is again, it's right here. Tower is 10809. The LAC is 5993. And as you can see, AT&T, you're into this one, excuse me. It's tower 10806, same LAC. And what AT&T does is, the course of their business is they actually put the latitude and longitude of the tower on the cell records. And if they have an azimuth, in this case they do, it would be right down there.
Is the azimuth the 23?
That's correct.
And what does that tell you?
It just tells you the center beam on this would be roughly, with 0 being due north and 90 degrees being straight east. The center beam, the way it's set up would be 23 degrees, which would be, I don't know if I can make a mark here. No, I can. Okay, so 23 degrees would be straight up. So, the tower would go 6. Generally, and again, it's not a perfect world in cellular engineering. There's crossover and stuff like that for many different reasons, but 60 degrees on either side, is the way, it would equate, in looking at their records.
And calling your attention now to what we see next, we see a data point at 9:05. What is the data point at 9:05?
9:05, it's a different tower ID number, cell ID number. It's 10809 with the same LAC. It's basically the same tower. It's on the same tower. It's just a different sector and channel number, and it's the same azimuth and everything.
And what we see here, sir, just to summarize, on 7/15/2012 from 9:04 to 10:25, is this phone hitting off of the same tower?
It is. That's correct.
And what is the tower location? Is that what we see on the screen here?
That is right there on the screen.
Is it fair to state that the things that are hitting off of the tower, or the entries that are hitting off of the tower, include voice, data, and text?
That's correct.
That's sustained, don't lead.
What does this include, sir, during that time
Okay,
period?
so from 9:04 p.m. to 10:25 on this slide, we see different forms of communication. We see some voice communication, we see some data communication, and we also see a text message. And they're all, on the same tower, same location. Again, different cell ID numbers, but same location, same azimuth.
Calling your attention now to the next slide, sir. What do we see here?
That's the exact same tower, it's just a different depiction of it. This is in more of a Google Map version.
And does this tower appear to be within the town of Manchester, Connecticut?
That's correct.
Sustained.
Where is this tower located, sir?
The tower is located. It gives you the actual address. Again, we wouldn't rely on the address, but we'd rely more on the latitude and longitude plotting it, but it is in Manchester, Connecticut.
And from what you can tell, sir, again, with your training and experience, do you have an opinion as to whether or not that handset was located within Manchester, Connecticut for the time frame we just talked about.
That's correct.
That's from 9:04 p.m. to 10:25?
Correct.
Calling your attention now, sir, to the next slide of the chalk that's been marked 4As. Can you tell us what's depicted on this slide, sir?
Okay, so in the course of business, AT&T made a mark in their network and recorded a data usage, and at that point, the tower, it was using a different tower. This tower is actually off the Massachusetts Turnpike in Charlton. The tower number is 31449. The LAC is 6984, and it actually gives an azimuth of 270 degrees. There's the latitude right there, which corresponds with the information actually from AT&T. And 270, it would be 270 degrees. So, 270 degrees would be more west, but again, 60 degrees more on either side that way.
So when you draw what you just drew, Inspector Versalli, is that the area in which the azimuth is pointing, receiving that signal?
That's correct.
And you've kind of drawn.
Yeah, it would extend much farther out. The map doesn't go that farther out, obviously. Depending on the locations of the next towers, but it would go much farther out than that. I'm just giving a general configuration.
And do you have an opinion as to whether or not the handset, the actual cellular device, is hitting off of this tower at 11:25 p.m.?
It is.
And where is this tower located, sir?
It's just off the Mass Pike in Charlton.
Call your attention now to the next entry, this being what's described as at July 15th, 2012, 11:25 p.m. at data usage. Is that the same thing we just saw, sir?
That's the same way you saw. It's just zoomed out to give a better perspective of the location of the tower.
And can you tell us on this map where Connecticut is in relation to this?
Connecticut would be down here on, keep going south on 84, down this way, and it's not far out of Sturbridge, right? The line is literally not much farther than where I made that mark.
Call your attention now, sir, to the next entry, July 15th, 2012, 11:35 p.m. What is reflected in this data?
Okay, what happens here is there's a voice call. Again, the number we're reviewing the records for, 562-481-8106, is making a call to 860-502-2593. The total time of the call is 1 minute and 6 seconds. And as you can see, the call starts on this tower right here. Starts on tower 31557. The LAC would be 6985. And the call terminates. Remember I talked about before how they maintain beginning and ending on a call. It terminates on this tower right here, which would be 9692. Same LAC, and again, they give you the different latitudes and longitudes and the azimuth on the end. Only the terminating tower, in this case, is showing an azimuth.
Now, sir, the fact that a call begins on one tower and ends on another tower, do you have an opinion as to what that's consistent with?
Well, depending on the distance, it means the phone, the handset's being moving. Now, again, when you start a call, the network knows to pass the phone. The switch knows to pass the phone from tower to tower to tower to tower. But in the course of business, they would only record, back at 18 to headquarters, or basically any cell carrier would only record the beginning and ending cell site that you were making that call on.
Inspector Versalli, starting with the tower that the phone call that we're talking about now at July 15, 2012 starts on, where is the tower located that the call starts on, sir?
It's in Southborough, Massachusetts, right off the Massachusetts Turnpike. And again, the latitude and longitude up here correspond to where it's mapped out. On
This particular hit off of the tower does not include an azimuth, is that correct?
That's correct, it does not.
Calling your attention now to the second tower that hits at the termination of that call, as you've described. Where is that located?
That's right here again. I went over the tower number before, but that's right here. It's in Framingham, Massachusetts, not far off the Mass Turnpike, and where it intersects with Route 9.
This particular slide that we have next, does this show both the start and end of that phone call as far as the towers that it hits?
That's correct. That's correct. It has the originating and the terminating tower, and it actually has the azimuth of 150 degrees on this tower over here.
And is this on the Massachusetts Turnpike, sir?
That's correct.
And the direction from the first tower that you have in red to the green tower would be in what direction, sir?
It will be going west to east.
Towards what city?
Towards, it's obviously it's terminating somewhere in Framingham, but as we go on, we'll see.
Calling your attention now to the next slide, that has at least at first an entry in blue. Describe what that is again.
Okay, so the blue entry, again, that's that paging gateway that we saw in Connecticut. It seems that, and again, all the companies don't do this, but AT&T does that. For some reason, a data session was initiated some time ago, and every hour on the hour it's trying to initiate and look for initiate a single handset, and for some reason, as a course of business, they're recording that in their network. But the second one is actually where, it's what they call a support node switch. It's actually where the IP address is being marked out of, and again, it's the location, we can go over it, is 20016, and the LAC on it is 691. There's the latitude and longitude, and the azimuth on it is 270 degrees.
And when you plot that on the map that's on the screen here, sir, can you also show the azimuth of which way that's pointing?
Well, 270, again, like we said before, would be west. And I can point out, that the center beam would be dead west, and then we'd talk about 60 degrees basically on, either side, 60 degrees on either side. So it's that, in that direction. Again, this is just a, this is a data issue. They record those generally at different varying times, but this was recorded in the 60-minute mark.
Data usage, again, sir, can you describe for the jurors what that means? Data usage,
There's something, using data on the cellular handset.
Call your attention now, sir, to the next entry that you were able to determine from the records provided by AT&T. Is there another data hit, so to speak, at a later time in that?
Correct. At 125, we're seeing it basically on the exact same tower. However, at this point, the azimuth is 100, recorded. They record the azimuth, again, it's a course of business, as 150 degrees.
And can you show or draw on the screen how the azimuth changed?
Okay, so before it was more, again, due west, like that, 60 degrees. Now, with 180 degrees being due south, 150 would be right around here, and we're talking about 60 degrees on either side. So basically, 150 be around about 110, somewhere out like that way, more that way.
Calling attention now to 2:25 a.m. Is there another data hit at that point?
There is, and again, it's the same tower, it's the same data tower, same tower as we've seen before. Latitude and longitude on it is, plotted out here, and the tower number is 20011, and the LAC is 6981, and this time the azimuth is 20 degrees.
Which is what, sir?
20 degrees would be more, with 0 being straight up, 20 degrees would be more up that way, and again, we're talking 60 degrees, so from there 80 degrees, 90 is due west, so 80 degrees that way and that way. And again, depending on the network, it would be, the strength would determine how far out it would go.
So this tower that we see here, to go to the next slide, can you describe where this tower is located in relation to Cure and whether or not it's the closest tower to Club Cure?
It is. In this map here, now the Mass Pike obviously would be south, okay? So it's, we're kind of looking from south to north, but the tower would be right here, plotted right on the roof over here, and the Cure, which I believe is at 246 Tremont, is right down there.
And from your review of the AT&T cell tower records, that's the closest tower to Cure, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just going back to the prior slides, does it appear that this phone, this handset, is hitting off of that same tower basically from 12:25 a.m. until 2:25 a.m.?
Yes, the phone's in the general area of that tower sometime between that period of time, correct.
And other than the general area of the tower, sir, is there any way to more closely hone the location of the handset, the phone?
Well, as a course of business, no, there is not.
I'm showing you your next slide. Is that just a more drawn out viewing of where Club Cure is located in relation to that tower?
Correct. Again, with the Mass Pike being over here, and that's just exactly, it's the same, it's basically the same thing. It's on a Google Earth slide. It just shows it in a different perspective.
Calling your attention now, sir, to the next entry of data on that cell phone, 562-481-8106. Can you describe what we see here on the screen?
Okay, so at 2:37 a.m. there's a voice call made, and it's from this number. We've been through 562-481-8106. It's making a call to 860-502-2593. The elapsed time of the call is 17 seconds. The DIR after obviously means that it was calling another mobile and the call was complete. And
DIR means the call is completed?
generally, yes, when you're reading the records, it does.
Okay.
Okay, and the call started, initial cell, when it started was on, excuse me, I made a bad mark there, but 22247, and on that lack of 6980, latitude and longitude. So it started on and the azimuth on that was 30 degrees, and the call terminated 17 seconds later on 21797, same lack, latitude and longitude was listed out, and the azimuth on that would be 250 degrees.
And is that a situation, as you previously described, where the start of the call hits one tower and the end of the call hits another?
That's,
Describe what this means as far as one tower for the start of the call and one tower at the end of the call.
again, if you're, if you're talking on a phone, what the cell carrier will do is they will record the originating cell tower and the terminating cell tower, where the phone started and where it ended. Even though your phone might pass on different towers on the way, that's not recorded as a course of business. It would just be back at, in this case, AT&T Wireless, when they're keeping their records. They obviously don't have the ability to keep all that information, but they do keep a record of cell tower where your phone call started, cell tower terminated on, and the azimuth if available.
And the phone number being called here, sir, is that the same phone number that was previously called?
Correct.
860-502-2593?
That's correct.
And you're aware of whose phone number that is?
That's Cheyenne Jenkins.
What do we see here on the map, sir? Is that the plotting of the first tower?
That's correct. That is the first tower right here. Tower is 22247.
And just by way of reference, what is right here?
That's the Massachusetts Turnpike.
And what, if any, significance does the azimuth have to this?
Well, it just shows that obviously 30 degrees, and we went over this before, but 30 degrees would be, more like that. It just shows the phone being, up in that sector.
The second tower hit, sir, is that what we have depicted on the screen here?
That's correct.
Where is that located?
That is Tower 21797, and that's right over by the Prudential, just off the Massachusetts Turnpike.
And what do we see on the screen here, a more wide out shot of the map?
Well, we see the two towers that are approximately, somewhere between 0.4 and half a mile apart, and we see them both plotted out here. We don't have the azimuths drawn out, but the azimuth on the second tower would be 250 degrees, which would show it more over on this side over here, over that way. I mean, 250 being right here, would show it more going that way, and again 30 on that way. So and that's the Massachusetts Turnpike going, straight through.
And based upon the starting location tower and the ending location tower, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this is consistent with anything?
Yeah, well, the phone was obviously moving because it started on this side of this tower and ended on that side of this tower, and it was only 17 seconds.
And how far did it go in 17 seconds, if you can approximate?
Around between 4/10 and 5/10 of a mile.
Mr. Hagan, I think we'll break 6 now. Lunch will resume at 2 p.m.
And welcome back, everybody, to the LawNewz Network. I'm Rachel Stockman, and you were just watching a very packed morning in the Aaron Hernandez double murder trial out of Boston. We heard from Aaron Hernandez's fiancée, and she had some very interesting testimony about the days leading up to, the night of, and the days after Aaron Hernandez is accused of killing those two people that night in 2012. We're going to get to all of that. We have a lunch hour packed with legal analysis, but first I want to get to a LawNewz exclusive. We've been following the trial of Colleen McKiernan here at LawNewz.com and LawNewz Network very closely. In fact, we were planning to stream her third trial, which was set to begin next week. Colleen McKiernan is a 29-year-old woman who was facing murder charges for allegedly killing her husband. She claims it was all done in self-defense. She had been, there had been 2 hung juries in this case, and she was set to be tried a third time, believe it or not, which is quite unusual. But she agreed to a plea deal just a couple of days ago. And I want to bring in her father, who I've been talking with throughout this entire case, especially we became friendly with one another during the second trial that we streamed here in the LawNewz Network. Gary Owen, are you there with me?
I'm here, Rachel.
Thank you so much.
Nice to hear your voice.
Nice to hear your voice as well, Gary. And thanks so much for calling in and taking time to talk with us today. Again,
You're welcome.
Gary is the father of Colleen McKiernan, who is now serving time for killing her husband, Rob McKiernan. But again, this is a very interesting legal story because she was set to go to trial a third time and kind of last minute here decided to go along with this plea deal. And I wanted to talk to her father. Why did she decide to go along with this? Because it did seem like perhaps she could have gotten another hung jury once again, or even gotten acquitted this time around. Why did she decide to work with the state this time?
Well, we didn't work with the state. We accepted what they said, what they asked for, but it was Colleen's decision. And her thinking behind it was that it wouldn't be over. It would, once again, they would have another hung jury, and then they would keep us going for another 6 months and maybe try her a fourth time and a fifth time. And when does it end? And the whole time she's on house arrest and paying $450 a month, meaning we are, and not able to leave her house and having this hang over her head. So she had to make a decision, and it was a difficult one. We all had input into it, but I think I'm sorry, my phone. I want to make sure we're okay here.
Yeah, I think something happened with your phone, so we're not seeing you. Are we seeing him again now? Okay,
right.
It looks good.
There.
Sorry about that, Gary. So what was different this time? Because from what I understand is the state was also going to ask for a lesser charge this time of manslaughter, and that played into Colleen's decision into why she was willing to accept a plea deal.
That definitely entered in because it was a lower standard of proof for the state to prove to get a possible conviction. And with that conviction, she would have been looking at, and they would have given her the longest possible sentence. It would have been somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 years. And I don't know for a fact, but that's about it. So she had to really look at it, 3.5 or 15, and she hated the idea of having to testify again. She hated the idea of putting us through it again. And hey, she put up with Afghanistan, Incirlik, Turkey. She was at the Bagram Air Force Base in Afghanistan. She can handle 3.5 years in Marysville, Ohio. I've talked to her. She's doing well. She's in good spirits. She called me Sunday morning, and she's bored.
And again, if you're just joining us, Colleen McKiernan is 29 right now, Gary, right? And she is now
Correct.
Serving time. It's estimated she'll probably end up staying there about 3.5 years in prison. for allegedly shooting and killing her husband. No one's denying that she did shoot her husband, of course, but she has maintained through all of this that she shot him in self-defense. And I think where the prosecution continues to hammer away at this case and why they were so adamant in retrying it and retrying it and retrying it is because of the 10 shots that were fired. And the prosecutor hammered away at the jurors saying, well, if this wasn't self-defense, how could it have been 10 shots? No one shoots someone 10 times out of self-defense. But you think Colleen has, first of all, she doesn't have any recollection of the 10 shots from what I remember, but you also think this isn't entirely unusual considering she is an Air Force veteran.
True. She is an Air Force veteran and was an expert marksman, which might be one reason why she didn't miss. However, really, that is something that the prosecutor and we agree with, that we wouldn't have been here if it hadn't been for 10 shots. And I'm not saying that Colleen didn't need to do that, but it happened in 3 seconds. It was very fast. He was within 3 feet of her when the first 2 shots went into his face. He was erect the entire time. He was standing up. As the shots twisted him around, he got lower and lower. It's very clear in our experts who show that they try to grandstand, the prosecutor, and entered it into, it's not evidence in closing statements, but they try to say that she walked up to him on the ground and shot him. It's not true. Physically, the physics and the trajectory of the bullets do not support that. He was within 3 feet of her. She was scared to death. She had to make a decision on what to do, and she made that decision. She's a strong, confident woman. She was terrified. He was a foot taller than her, 100 pounds heavier, and he had done this before.
And if you're just tuning in, you're seeing some of the testimony, you're seeing video of some of the testimony when Colleen McKiernan took the stand from her second trial, and she got very emotional when she was on the stand talking about how she was in fear for her life that night and felt threatened when she was forced, she says, to shoot Rob McKiernan, her husband. They were newlyweds. This happened New Year's Eve of 2014. I have her father's on the line right now. And again, Colleen was set to go to trial next week. We were going to cover it here at LawNewz.com. We were going to stream it for you, but she agreed to a plea deal where she could spend perhaps 3.5 years in prison. However, I wanted to talk to you a little bit, Gary, about your feelings that she was treated really unfairly by both the prosecution and the local media in Stark County, where this all occurred in Ohio. Tell me, I read your long letter that you wrote to the local paper there. I don't know if it was ever published, but I saw a copy of it. Why do you feel like she was treated so unfairly?
Well, typically, when there's at least an allegation of self-defense, they will look into people's past and their history. There's nothing to look into with Colleen, not a thing. She's never been arrested. She's never been in a police car before. She's never been in a court of law, as opposed to Rob. And I mean, he had clearly he had been arrested on 3 or 4 different occasions and charged with domestic violence. Those times were pled down to disorderly conduct, and but he was somebody who had abused women in the past. She had called 911 on him in November, a month before this incident. If the jurors had heard that information, if they had heard the 911 calls that other women had called and said about Rob, Colleen might have been acquitted the first trial. But the judge ruled against that.
And I got to tell you, I watched the whole second trial. I didn't watch the first one. I watched the second one, and I was pretty confident during the second trial that she was going to be acquitted. So I was quite surprised when the jury came back hung, because I just think the question of self-defense here in this case was one that, I thought the defense did a pretty good job of handling and putting forth evidence. And I agree with you, if some of these past incidences, including her having called 911 previously on him, that would have definitely helped her case. Why do you think the prosecutor wanted to keep going with this? I was kind of shocked when they set a third trial date on this, because it cost taxpayers in this county a lot of money to keep retrying this case. They had ended up with 2 hung juries. There was a chance if they tried her again, it would be another hung jury. Were they trying to get her in a position where she is now, Gary, where she just threw up her hands and said, I can't deal with this anymore. I've been preparing for trial and have been in house arrest. I need to move on with my life. I'll just take a plea deal.
Yes to everything. We think it was political in nature, where the prosecutor was up for re-election, and this he won. We call him Mr. Mandate, because he won with 500 votes to spare. That an incumbent prosecutor, Democrat, who hasn't done anything really wrong, and he almost lost to a defense attorney who has never held public office, and only won by 500 votes out of I think 80,000. So it was very, very tight. And the man who would have taken over, he wouldn't have gone through with this. We had talked to him. It was political in nature, and the local newspaper endorsed him. Okay, and now the same man is receiving not only his salary, he's now getting his pension as well. He's, the old double dipper. It's typical for politicians and lawyers to pull this kind of business. And I would imagine that the people of Stark County aren't real happy with that.
And again, if you're just joining us, I have Gary Owen on the phone, the father of Colleen McKiernan, who was set to go on trial next week for killing her husband, but she agreed a couple of weeks ago to a plea deal, about a week ago, of voluntary manslaughter. And so she'll she served 7 years in prison, but there's a chance of early release, so she may end up only serving about 3.5 years. Really interesting case, because this would have been the 3rd time that Colleen McKiernan was going to be tried on these charges, because it's a self-defense case where both previous trials she had taken the stand, and where some legal commentators and of course the prosecution couldn't get over the fact that she had shot him 10 times and some of the other incidences leading up to the shooting that night. What's your response, Gary, when people, I think that's the hardest thing about this case. People say, okay, I can believe maybe she was abused, I can believe that, but why the 10 shots? In self-defense cases, you don't usually see someone shoot a person 10 times. And why shoot to kill? That's always the other question as well.
Well, I think, and I'm not a gun owner, I've never, I've shot a couple of handguns before, but I don't think it's real easy to take out a knee. And her training would go would take over at that point where she's in that fight or flight response. And that's her training, is to empty the clip. And she's never shot anybody before in her life. She was military security forces in the Air Force. She was guarding airplanes. She never arrested anybody. She never shot at anybody in the Air Force. It wasn't like she had all this experience either. But her training, and we were going to have a military trainer in at this next trial that teaches you don't shoot, and all law enforcement will tell you, you shoot to kill. You don't shoot to wound. You don't wing somebody. It's not that easy. It's different, with a rifle and a scope, and you have time and and all. But for this man was 36 inches away, and it's a semi-automatic weapon. She had to pull the trigger 10 times, yes, but it happens. I want to say it was 2.6 seconds. It might be 3.1. It's very fast. It's not as though you're counting and sitting there and thinking. She had to make a life or death decision, and she decided to not be a victim. and to save her life. That's what she did. We think if she hadn't done what she had done, he would have gotten on her, he would have killed her, he would have killed himself, and he'd probably shoot some police on the way in. He was in a psychiatric hospital a month before Colleen met him for trying to kill himself. He was suicidal. He was clinically depressed. He had a personality disorder. He was supposed to abstain from alcohol. He was supposed to be on medications. He did none of these things.
Gary, as your daughter, Colleen McKiernan, we've been showing some pictures of the two of you together, sits in prison right now because she did enter a guilty plea as part of a plea deal to voluntary manslaughter. As she sits in prison right now, probably not going to be released for maybe another 3.5 years if she's lucky. What's your message? Because I know you're angry, Gary. What's your message to the prosecutor if they're watching this, or any of the investigators that wanted to put her in jail so badly?
Well, it's really easy to prosecute somebody who is caught shooting their wife in broad daylight in front of the place that she works. That was the Dragon Sekulic trial. And, the prosecutor at that one was, I think, Dennis Barr. It's really easy to put somebody away and feel all proud of yourself over finding somebody like that guilty and prosecuting him. It's not so easy when there's so much reasonable doubt here. And this guy lost. He lost twice. The state lost twice. They don't like to lose, and they wanted to go after us again. And they knew we had spent a lot of money. We're talking $200,000, but friends and family raised $75,000. Okay? But my message is, you know what? The women of Stark County should be afraid of the prosecution. They should be afraid of Mr. Ferraro. They should be afraid of the prosecution and how they handle things. And he should really, really think twice the next time. The DVPI, that's the Domestic Violence Initiative, Prevention Initiative in Stark County, was fully behind Colleen and was at each of her trials and supported her 100%. And we will, I'm just getting a message. I have to get out of this room.
Okay.
But
well, we
appreciate,
Gary,
probably 2 more minutes. Yeah.
We appreciate your.
I can move to another room if you'd like.
No.
We appreciate.
Gary, we appreciate your time, and we wish you and your family the best of luck. And thank you so much for joining us here on the LawNewz Network.
Okay. You got it, Rachel.
Have
All
a
right.
good one.
I wish we had better things to talk about.
Next time. Thanks, Gary.
All right. Bye-bye.
And that was Gary Owen, the father of Colleen McKiernan, who was talking to us about the plea deal her daughter agreed to in the shooting of her husband. Colleen McKiernan was set to go on trial a 3rd time. She always maintained that this was self-defense. 2 separate juries had ended up in a hung jury. They couldn't decide, and we were about to go into a 3rd case, a 3rd trial, and she agreed to a voluntary manslaughter charge because she just felt like she couldn't deal with it anymore, according to her father. Again, if you want to see that entire interview, we'll post it on our website, LawNewz.com. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to get to some more legal analysis about the Aaron Hernandez double murder trial that we've also been following all morning long. So we'll talk about some of that key testimony this morning from Aaron Hernandez's fiance. It got pretty controversial and testy at times. So we'll go through all of that in just a few minutes, so stay with us.
Welcome back to the Law News Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller. I'll be your host for this afternoon, and I'm here along with Rachel Stockman, who is the editor-in-chief of LawNewz.com. You just had an exclusive interview with the father of someone who went through a series of trials only to have two of them end with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really an amazing story, and kind of a story that hasn't gotten a ton of nationwide attention, but there were a few like Dateline specials and stuff on this, because it's quite unusual to have two hung juries and then for the prosecution to go after a third case, third trial. In this, according to the father of Colleen McKiernan, she basically just said, well, they were going to give the jurors an opportunity to also find her guilty on voluntary manslaughter, and they just thought it was too much of a risk. She'd been through all of this for several years, and they just said, you know what, let's do a plea deal and it's over with. But it was a really interesting interview. It's a self-defense case. She claims she was scared for her life and that's why she shot her husband. But take a listen. We'll post the full thing on LawNewz.com.
We will have it there for everyone. And we also have been listening this morning to the testimony of the fiance of Aaron Hernandez in that double murder trial in Boston. And this was not only testy at times, but it was icy, I thought, with the witness really trying to force the prosecutor to eat his own words in the way that he was asking questions with relation to her earlier testimony. And I'm going back over and trying to pick up things that I may have missed on the first go round, but at first blush, she didn't really remember anything, but then on second blush, I'm going back and finding other little things that were in there that I picked up on, one of which was this discussion about how Alexander Bradley was shot in Florida and what she knew and when, and she had this interesting line buried in that discussion. She said, quote, "I learned to keep my mouth shut in certain situations." And I've gone back over it a few times trying to remember the exact context of it and whatnot, but it's it's indicative of the relationship.
Well, I mean, I think that's the whole reason, part of the reason that the prosecutor wanted to get her on there is because the prosecution first established that Aaron Hernandez had a pretty close relationship with Alexander Bradley, and that Alexander Bradley would come over to their house that they shared together, and they clearly knew each other very well. And then they talked about this trip when Bradley and Aaron Hernandez went to Florida, and apparently Bradley went missing. Well, we all know what really happened. He ended up getting shot. Mm-hmm. And she testified that she was never told that Alexander Bradley was missing, or really recalls ever hearing that he was shot. So the question the prosecutor, I think quite effectively, got the jurors to wonder about is, well, if your husband, fiance, boyfriend was such close friends with this dude, why didn't you know that his best friend was in trouble? And she seemed not to remember a lot about what occurred, and that was a consistent theme of her not really remembering.
Exactly. I mean, I'm going back over some of my notes on that conversation. Prosecutors asked whether it was significant to her that someone who had been in her house and who had been friends with her fiance had been shot. She replied in what I thought was a rather unemotional at a minimum, or icy at a maximum way, that she was simply sad. It was a very terse answer, and I thought that the tension was noticeable, even though we weren't there for it.
Exactly.
So it was interesting. Let's listen to some of her testimony this morning, because she was also prodded by the Commonwealth about a phone call that the phone records indicate that she received from Aaron Hernandez on the night of the murder for which he's charged. Let's listen to some of that testimony.
And I'll call your attention to the entry here, July 16, 2012, 2:37 a.m. That first number, is that the number, upon your memory being refreshed, you identified as one of Aaron Hernandez's numbers, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And the number we see here, is that your number?
Yes.
And the entry here shows a phone call on July 16, 2012, 2:37 a.m., a phone call that lasted 17 seconds. And ma'am, this was a Monday morning, July 16, 2012. Do you recall receiving that phone call from the defendant, Aaron Hernandez?
I don't.
Did you get a voicemail from the defendant while you were in Florida?
It's possible.
Does anything stick out in your mind about either a phone call or a voicemail that you received in Florida on that early morning of Monday, July 16, 2012?
Stick out? No.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, would it be unusual for Aaron Hernandez to call you at 2:37 in the morning?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if he was out.
If he was out?
Yeah, my phone was 24 hours. If he wanted to call at 4 o'clock in the morning, he could.
Did he sometimes call that late?
I don't think so. It may.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, calling your attention now to on or about July 27th, 2012, so about 10 days after that date I just asked you about. Do you recall going to Newport, Rhode Island with friends?
I don't remember the dates, but I do remember going to Newport, yes.
Who went to Newport?
It was myself, Aaron, and my friend and her boyfriend, I believe.
Was that friend Vanessa Smith?
It was.
The boyfriend was whom?
John Torres, I believe his last name is.
And it was the two of them and then you and Aaron Hernandez?
Yes.
And what did you do during that time period in Newport?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Okay, so we are seeing an example here of the witness just not remembering too much about what happened during the phone call that the prosecutors were trying to get at the bottom of there. It was a 17-second phone call and no sense of what happened, but she also said that it wouldn't be unusual for her to receive a phone call at about that time of the morning, at 2:37 in the morning. That one was a swing and a likely miss by the state.
Well, potentially, I agree with you too. But then we had this this expert on cell phone pinging on later, and talked about maybe someone else using Aaron Hernandez's phone to call Miss Jenkins Hernandez. But again, she had no memory of what happened or that phone call. It was a 17-second phone call, very short. And again, if they didn't talk about anything noteworthy, perhaps that's believable, Aaron, that she wouldn't have remembered getting that phone call. I think she made a somewhat convincing case that unless something big happens that day, how is she going to remember this random phone call in the middle of the night?
So the accusation
in 2013.
So you're alleging that, okay, well, nothing happened and that's why she can't remember the call, but if we're to believe that something did happen, then this just comes across as evasion.
It does if she knew something happened that night. But if she wasn't aware, then how would she remember that call?
Yeah, and it just is another conundrum in this case. So we have some more testimony from this particular witness, Shayana Jenkins Hernandez, and she was asked by the prosecution about different pieces of clothing that Aaron Hernandez was wearing, trying to get certain clothes from the shooting linked back to the defendant in this case. So let's listen to this clip.
You ever seen that shirt or that hat before?
I don't know.
What about what he appears to be wearing around his neck? Did you see any jewelry like that Mr. Hernandez owned back in 2012?
I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, calling your attention now to the forerunner that you previously described. Did there come a time during the summer of 2012 where you no longer saw that car?
Yes, I believe so.
And what were the circumstances of not seeing the car anymore?
Oh, I don't know. As far as the circumstances?
Well, did there come a point where you noticed that the car was no longer at Plainville?
There Came a point, yes.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant, Aaron Hernandez, about that car?
I don't know.
But you noticed that it was no longer there.
Yes,
Did you ask him about it?
I may have.
Do you recall what his answer was?
No, I don't recall the conversation.
Police Exhibit 191 on the screen. Does that appear to be the same 4Runner in a garage?
It looks to be.
Do you recognize the garage that it's in, the address?
Well, yeah, I know the garage it's in.
Which garage is that?
Looks to be the garage at Lake, is it Lake Avenue?
Lake Avenue?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever know, prior to July of 2012, Aaron Hernandez to place the 4Runner in that garage?
I don't know.
You'd never seen it in there?
Honestly, I wasn't with him every time he went over there, so I couldn't tell you.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, calling your attention to that summer of 2012, did Aaron Hernandez end up signing a contract with the Patriots at that time?
I believe so, yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of the contract?
Objection, Your Honor.
And again, we don't have a clear sense from this witness whether or not particular clothing can be linked to anything of consequence here, because she went back over this litany that she repeated over and over again, that, well, she wasn't with Aaron Hernandez every time he went out, so she didn't know what he was wearing one night versus another night.
One thing I thought was really odd, Aaron, while I was watching this, is she talked about her proper role. Did you catch when she was talking about that?
Yeah,
like,
that thread
almost,
was woven
it was kind of
throughout
strange
this.
that, well, that wasn't my role to question about that. My role was basically, it's kind of shocking to hear in 2017, but she kind of said my role was to stay home with our child and to mind my own business, and I didn't really question him. When the prosecution questioned her about whether she was aware of his trip to Florida or what she knew about that, whether he asked for permission, she really got a little feisty on the stand and said, well, he doesn't have to ask my permission to go to Florida, which is true, but she's really kind of painting herself as kind of, in a strange way, a victim in a way, or
maybe
I don't know if victim's
or
the right word. Just kind of complacent, not involved. I don't want to get myself in trouble. And Aaron, I don't know if you caught this earlier, but she was given an immunity agreement to testify.
That's interesting. Okay.
So,
and then it goes back to this line that I picked up on earlier, that she said, quote, "I learned to keep my mouth shut in certain situations," and so it paints a deliberately naive role for her in this, perhaps.
Right.
I mean, maybe that's a word for it. You saw, victimization. I saw maybe, earmuffs.
or trying to evade, trying to not get too involved because she knows something's up. I also thought her testimony about the gun in the house was also very interesting. Do we have a clip on that? Because if we have it somewhere, I'd love to replay it, because she talks about giving that look to Aaron Hernandez, and how he would know that would mean. And some of our experts earlier said, well, that could be a plausible way for why Hernandez wanted to get rid of the gun, because he didn't want to upset his fiancée about having a gun in the house.
Yeah, let's listen to that clip now. We do have that ready.
Mr. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to call your attention now to this time period after you moved into Ronald C. Meyer Drive, I think you said was the address. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In North Attleboro. Did you make any observations about the continued relationship of the defendant and Alexander Bradley?
In November?
Let me rephrase the question. To your knowledge, did Mr. Bradley still come to visit in the fall of 2012 when you lived in North Attleboro?
I believe so.
And did you already testified he stayed overnight, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during that time period, did you become aware of whether or not he and Mr. Hernandez still went to nightclubs?
I don't know. I mean, he went out, but I don't know necessarily who with.
Who went out?
Aaron went out to nightclubs. I don't know necessarily if it was both of them or whichever.
Well, did you see him leave with Alexander Bradley from Ronald C. Meyer Drive to go out?
Leave the residence? Yes.
How frequently?
Oh, I don't know.
What time typically would Mr. Hernandez come home after those instances?
Oh, I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to call your attention now to that time period now when you moved into Ronald C. Meyer Drive the fall of 2012. At some point, did you ever observe a firearm in the house?
Yes.
Where did you observe the firearm?
In our junk drawer.
What is that? For those who may not know what a junk drawer is, where is it located and what is it? The junk drawer.
Our junk drawer was located in the kitchen, on the kitchen island.
When you looked in the junk drawer, was there a time where you observed the firearm?
Yes.
What did it look like?
It was silver, and it fit in the junk drawer.
So how big?
I don't know the sizing.
Well, can you estimate? Is it less than a foot, more than a foot?
Like I said, it fit in the drawer. So
How wide is your drawer?
Oh, that I don't know. I didn't.
What else did you notice about the gun? Could you tell, in other words, could you tell whether or not it was a revolver or a semi-automatic?
No.
Do you know the difference?
No.
Do you know guns that have a round cylinder that you may see on in Western movies?
I don't.
So you don't know the difference between a revolver at all?
I'm sorry, I don't.
When you saw that gun in your drawer at the residence in North Attleboro, did you have a conversation with the defendant about that?
I don't necessarily think it was a conversation.
What do you mean by that?
I have this distinct look, I guess, and I gave him the look, and he kind of figured it out for himself.
Well, was he there when you found it?
No.
So how did you communicate with him?
You know, you go downstairs and you look at him and he knows there's something wrong.
And you didn't say anything?
I don't believe so. I may have, I don't know.
And was your daughter born at this point?
In November?
Yes.
Yes.
When you gave him a look, what, if anything, did he say about the gun?
I don't believe he said anything.
What was his physical reaction to your look?
Well, I mean, that look it rattled him, but I mean, other than that, I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins-Hernandez, I'm not asking you to speculate, but how was it that Mr. Hernandez knew what you're looking at?
What do you mean? As far as my look to him?
Well, were you giving him the look?
Objection, that the previous question calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor, if I may. Why were you giving him the look?
Because there was something wrong.
What was wrong?
I found a firearm.
In your home?
Correct.
You went downstairs to see him?
I believe so, yes.
Describe what's downstairs in that home in North Attleboro.
It would be the man cave.
The man cave. What do you mean by that?
It's a basement for a man.
Did you spend much time down there?
No, not much, other than cleaning.
Did the defendant spend much time down there?
He did.
What about when Alexander Bradley would come over? Would he spend time down there?
He did.
Do you know what the defendant, Mr. Bradley, did down there?
Man cave things. Good question.
So, Ms. Jenkins-Hernandez, back to your look. You had testified you were giving him the look based upon finding a gun in your home, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't verbalize anything in any way?
I don't believe I had to.
When you gave him the look, what, if anything, did you notice about that gun following the look?
Well, I mean, when I went back to the drawer, it wasn't there.
When did you go back to the drawer?
I don't know. I mean, I would have had to be looking for something, but it wasn't there when I went back to it.
So was it hours later, days later?
That I don't know.
But at some point you went back to the drawer?
I did.
When you looked in the drawer, the gun was gone?
Correct.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Hernandez about the gun being gone?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever ask him what happened to the gun?
No.
Did you ever ask him why he had the gun?
No.
And welcome back to the Law News Network. I'm Aaron Keller. I'm here along with Rachel Stockman. And Rachel, we're listening back to this testimony about the weapon, and I find it interesting that this witness doesn't know the difference between a revolver and other types of guns. So she couldn't describe exactly what the gun was. She claims that she shot Aaron Hernandez a look, which I guess is the evil eye. We know what it looks like, and we know what it is. And you know, from there we can't really surmise much about the communication about the gun, but we know that Aaron Hernandez had a man cave, and the judge interjected a little zinger of his own in there.
Yeah, I mean, us law nerds, trial watching nerds, were kind of cracking up when the judge inserted man cave stuff or whatever he said. Which is, because, you know, this judge is kind of straight-laced, so when all of a sudden you're hearing testimony and you hear him say something like that, it's kind of amusing. But beyond the judge's little interjection there, first of all, I'm not surprised she doesn't know the difference between guns. I'll admit my husband's a gun owner, and I don't know the difference. I know some differences, but overall, maybe I'm just naive and just don't care, but I really don't. I don't know much about guns, so I didn't find that testimony all that compelling or gleaning. What I did find interesting, though, and that some of our guests talked to about earlier, is that this opened the door to a theory the defense even tried to raise, in that he tried to get rid of the gun because he knew how upset it was getting her. She testified to this look that she gave Aaron Hernandez when she found the gun. And if you heard the cross by Ron Sullivan, Aaron Hernandez's defense attorney, he actually asked her, so show me that look. What is the look you gave your fiance? And I think most married couples know what that look is.
Well, we've been working together for years. I know when I'm getting it from you.
me.
So it's but then
she
usually
refused to demonstrate what the look was on the stand. But the bottom line is, it certainly opened the door that he didn't get rid of the gun because he was trying to hide anything, but perhaps he didn't want to piss off his fiancée.
Well, you know, there's different layers of the look. There's the irritated look, the dejected look, the you've got to be kidding me look. There's the grow up look. You know, it sounds to me that this was probably a look that was more furious than those. So, you know, but we didn't get the demonstration, and I really would have liked to have seen it. So we don't have that. The only thing we have to inject levity today is the man cave stuff comment. So let's listen to a little bit more of this particular witness's testimony, because she was also talking about whether or not she knew much about the trip that Alexander Bradley, the state's key witness, and Aaron Hernandez, her fiancé, took to Florida.
Into the next year, the year 2013. You recall that year?
Vaguely.
Calling your attention now to February of 2013. Did you become aware of Aaron Hernandez taking a trip to Florida with Alexander Bradley?
Yes, I believe so.
What did you know about that?
They were going to Florida.
How many times prior to that had they gone to Florida together, if you know?
I don't.
Did you ever have conversations with Aaron Hernandez about him going to Florida with Alexander Bradley?
Not that I could recall.
So how was it that you found out that he and Alexander Bradley were going to Florida in February of 2013?
Well, he would have had to tell me, but I don't remember what the conversation was.
So you were aware that he was going?
Yes.
And did you know who he was going with?
Yes.
Who?
Alexander Bradley.
And at this point, February 2013, were they still close?
I believe so.
Would you see Alexander Bradley regularly?
Can you define your regular terms?
Well, would you see Alexander Bradley once a week going out with Aaron Hernandez during that time period?
I don't know.
Did you see Aaron Hernandez having phone conversations or text messages with Alexander Bradley during that time period?
That I don't know.
Did Mr. Hernandez talk about his friend Alexander Bradley during that time period?
I'm sure.
What was your understanding as to when Aaron Hernandez and Alexander Bradley would be back from Florida?
I don't know.
Did you try to know?
To be honest, probably not.
Why not?
Because I had other things to worry about, which included a child.
So Mr. Hernandez indicated he was going to Florida. Did you ask him why he was going?
I may have. I don't know.
Did that bother you that he was going to Florida while you were caring for the child?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he ask for your permission to go to Florida?
A grown man?
No, you may answer that.
No, a grown man. He doesn't ask for permission, no.
Were you engaged at that point?
Yes.
When did you get engaged?
October of 2012, I believe.
So what you're indicating is that you just were told he was going to Florida with Alexander Bradley. Is that accurate?
Right.
You had no idea when he was coming back?
Objection. Ask an answer.
Overruled.
No.
At any point through February 14th, 2013, did Aaron Hernandez ever call you to tell you about any problems he had in Florida?
Not that I could recall.
Did he ever call and tell you that his good friend Alexander Bradley was missing?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know if there was any conversation of that. I don't remember.
Well, do you recall a conversation with him about him not being able to find Alexander Bradley?
Witness just answered. She doesn't know. Your objection. Ask an answer. This is direct.
Rephrase the question or put a new question.
Did you become aware that Alexander Bradley was missing in Florida?
Was missing in Florida?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Did Mr. Hernandez ever call you and ask you to do anything to help find Alexander Bradley?
That, no, I don't recall any conversations of helping him.
And are you aware of shortly after February 13th, 2013, when you and your daughter went to the West Coast with Aaron Hernandez?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that, ma'am?
Vacation.
In addition to vacation, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, are you aware of whether or not Mr. Hernandez had some type of injury that he was being rehabbed for?
An injury he was being rehabbed for?
Yes.
And I don't think he was being rehabbed at that point.
Do you recall him having a shoulder injury?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't remember the time, but I believe he got surgery when we were, so I think the rehab came after, if that makes sense.
When was the surgery?
I don't know.
Prior to the surgery, are you aware of whether or not the defendant, Aaron Hernandez, was being treated by a doctor named Alex Guerrero?
I'm not sure of the last name, but I believe that's the same one that I know, yes.
And where was Mr. Guerrero located, or Dr. Guerrero located?
California, I think, at that point.
Did there come a point, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, where in late February into April of 2013, where you, the defendant Aaron Hernandez, and your child were staying in Hermosa Beach, California?
Yes.
And that was more testimony from the fiance of Aaron Hernandez. And we were talking here while we were listening to some of that about some other pieces of information, I guess, that the prosecution was able to get out of this witness. She seemed to know next to nothing about most of these critical events, but she did seem to know a lot about her fiance's contract with the Patriots.
Yeah, and that was actually a part the prosecution questioned her on, because he got that contract where he signed the $40 million contract right around the time period where this shooting happened. And of course she was well aware of that, which again is not that surprising. It was probably something that was all over the news at the time. I mean, they moved to a bigger house. She was having his baby at the time. So I don't find that particularly suspicious that she was aware of his huge contract but didn't remember a phone call at 2:37 in the morning on in 2012. I don't find that unusual. I did find some of the interaction between the prosecution towards the end when he was doing redirect, when the prosecutor was doing redirect, and Miss Jenkins to get very testy and get very interesting. And at one point you kind of wondered, did she turn into a hostile witness for the prosecution? Because again, she was their witness that she, they brought her, and I guess the overall question is, what were they trying to establish by bringing her as a witness in the case?
I think that they were trying to lay out the possibility that phone call may have been about the shooting. I think they're probably going to argue that.
And the forerunner too. They talked about the
they talked about the
car being missing.
Yeah,
so that was important.
They did get that in. At the very beginning, they were asking her about his relatives, and I think that we've seen that thread woven throughout the Commonwealth's case, because again, keep in mind that the car that's alleged to have been the vehicle from which the shots were fired was discovered at one of Hernandez's relatives' places, and almost every one of these witnesses who knows something about Hernandez has been asked by the Commonwealth about how close he was with family members. So, is it the smoking gun in the case? No, but we've heard from witness after witness, oh yes, he was close with so-and-so, or he would visit so-and-so. And I think that, is it by itself the most critical piece of evidence? No, but when it's all brought together, it starts to draw the link that, well, this is a place for a getaway car, or for a car that's involved in a crime. I'm going to shovel it over this way to get it out of the immediate attention of any authorities in Boston who might not have me linked to this case. That's what the Commonwealth is more likely than not going to argue at the end of this.
And so again, we're hearing, Aaron, from last check, it looks like the prosecution could wrap up their case tomorrow. And so something, when I was on earlier with another one of our hosts, Misty Maris, we were talking about, what do you think the defense is going to do? Because originally last week, they had told the judge that they were going to put on a week-long case. But now that we're getting towards the end of the prosecution's case, I'm wondering if they're just better off letting things stand as they are. I think that Baez and Ron Sullivan, the other attorney, have done a pretty good job at raising some elements of reasonable doubt in this case, and that perhaps by opening the door to more witnesses, they could hurt the case. So I'll be curious to see what Baez decides to do, if he's going to just going to say, okay, jurors, go ahead and go right into closings.
It would be an interesting tactic, and I've seen it used sparingly, because even if that would be a good tactic, a lot of defense attorneys are afraid to do it because they are afraid of coming across to a jury that they have no case
They have
in
no
chief.
case.
So sometimes
Right.
it's better for a defense attorney to have a case that isn't really much of a case, to at least indicate that, well, we have people that we can put on the stand to call, even
Right,
if
because the jurors could get the theory of, wait a second, so
nobody's going to
testify on Aaron Hernandez's behalf. That's all you got, even if they did an effective job. I don't know how much jurors would pay attention to something like that, but perhaps I can see your point that they would. As one of the other guests noted earlier, Baez is one to, when he gets his opportunity to present his case, to throw in some curveballs. So we could see a huge curveball come in. I mean, I think we've pretty much know what the defense's case is, which is they believe this is a drug deal gone bad, and that Aaron Hernandez is not the triggerman, that it was Alexander Bradley, his good friend. I would expect to see more of that theory being woven in during the defense's case.
It makes me wonder if one of the people who's going to come on is somebody who's done drugs with Alexander Bradley. I mean, it would be interesting.
Oh, yeah, or had some kind of beef with him, and that's why the shooting happened. Like many people have said, that makes a whole lot more sense than to shoot someone over a spilled drink. That doesn't happen every day. Drug deals gone bad, which I'd always get in trouble for saying because drug deals are always going bad. That's the nature of what a drug deal is. It's bad. But, a drug deal probably would be more of an impetus for a shooting than a spilled drink. So if Jose Baez can present compelling evidence or testimony that could have been the case, I think he has a good shot at getting Hernandez at least acquitted on some of the charges.
Possibly. I don't know, because, the Commonwealth has been pretty clear that, well, yeah, we're repeating it in the sense that it was a spilled drink, but the Commonwealth was able to successfully solicit testimony or elicit testimony from the beginning of this that it wasn't just a spilled drink in the eyes of Aaron Hernandez, that he was always walking around with this paranoia that he was being disrespected or that people didn't take him seriously, and it was,
As part of his NFL player persona type.
That he needed to have more macho reinforcement from everybody he came across, and so that if he was a boiling pot ready for the top to pop, then that's what the Commonwealth would have us believe. But we know that the testimony is resuming in the courtroom in Boston, so let's listen back into the case live from over that way.
On the north there.
So this is near the rest area?
The rest area, 4 and 225, the rest area would be somewhere right along Route 128 up over here.
And that's the first hit off of data usage. The second one you indicated is down here, correct?
Correct.
And is that south of the previous data hit?
That is correct.
And both of those hits appear to be in what city or town?
Lexington, Massachusetts.
What we see here, Inspector Vasali, is this kind of a summary of the last three tower... Inspector Vasali, can you tell us what this is representative of, this
It's
slide?
just the same map, but it zoomed back out so that we could see the previous tower down here in Newton and the two towers up here in Lexington.
Does it also include the time of the hits off of the towers?
It does.
So the time of this hit was what, sir?
Well, the time of that one would be, I believe, on the other slide. It would be back a slide.
But is it noted on...
Actually, it's noted on there, 2:54 a.m. And the times on these other ones would be 3:04 a.m. and 3:15 a.m., which would correspond to the phone records.
And just by way of context, Inspector Vasali, are you familiar with the interchange of Interstate 90, the Massachusetts Turnpike, and 128?
I am.
And is that basically the area that I've circled right here?
That is correct.
And again, if you traveled that route before?
Many times.
How does one get from Route 90 up to 128 from there?
Up to 128, you'd have to come off, if you're going west, you'd come off the Mass Pike, there would be a ramp there, and if you take it, it would lead you to another area, kind of turns around, and you get on 128 north. It's kind of a complicated rotary. You'd come off, and then it would spin you around, and you'd have an opportunity to go north or south, and in this case, you'd bear left, and it would go on the north side, and it would wind you kind of back around and take you back up north.
So from your own personal experience, is it easy to get lost there?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
In any event, Inspector Vasali, we have the earliest hit on Route 128 was at what time, sir?
Earliest hit on Route 128 is 3:04 a.m.
And the later hit at 3:15, was that south or north of that tower?
That is south of that tower.
And this direction that we're headed back, is that towards any other major interstate?
It's headed back towards Route 90, the Mass Turnpike.
So the tower hits indicated that the handset or the cell phone was previously on the Mass Turnpike heading west?
Correct.
Overruled as to that question.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the tower hits after that indicate what directionality?
Well, obviously, the handset went north for some reason and then came back south.
And all within how many minutes?
Roughly, 19 minutes?
And in your experience, Inspector Vasali, traveling that route, both professionally and personally, does that generally correspond to the time it takes to get to the interstate where the rest area is and back down to the pike?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Have you driven that route before, sir?
I've driven it many times.
And are you familiar with about how far away the Mass Pike interchange with Route 95 or 128 is from that area of Lexington where the tower is?
I am.
And what's the distance of that?
Objection. Relevance. Improper opinion. It's not qualified.
Well, I'm not sure it's an opinion. I think it's the officer's knowledge.
Then relevance as to him.
Overruled.
About how far is that, sir?
About how far is it? Roughly 6-8 miles.
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
Inspector Vasali, calling your attention now to the next hit of any type relative to that cellular telephone and the AT&T network. Can you tell us what's on the next slide?
Okay, well, the important one would be, again, a data usage entry made by the AT&T network, and that'd be at 4:13 a.m., and it was made off this cell tower right up here. The number of it was 10947, and the LAC would be 5993.
And the elapsed time for that data usage is what, sir?
This one they enter is 31 minutes and 16 seconds.
And how does this location of this particular tower correspond to Interstate 84?
Well, it's right off of Interstate 84. It's right almost at the Massachusetts line. The Massachusetts Turnpike would be just north of here, going east to west, and this is, kind of running southwest.
And is this tower hit consistent with the handset being on the Interstate 84?
Correct.
And the area we see here, is this south and west of the previous tower hits you described?
It is.
Interstate 84, Inspector, where does 84 lead when you're traveling westbound?
Well, I mean, it comes off the Massachusetts Turnpike and goes all the way straight through Hartford, all the way through Connecticut to Danbury, Connecticut.
So we're calling your attention now to the next series of hits off of a tower relative to that cellular device as recorded by AT&T. Can you describe what we see on the next screen?
Okay, well, we see, at 4:44, 5:44, and 5:59, we see them recording various data entries on their network, and it's off this tower right here, the tower number being consistently 52451. And again, the latitude and longitude corresponds to where the tower is mapped, and the azimuth is listed there.
What, if any, significance does the azimuth have here, sir?
Well, it would just show that the phone now is somewhere up in the Manchester, Connecticut area.
Does it remain, at least according to the data we see on the screen here and the data that you analyzed, sir, does that indicate that the phone stays hitting off of that tower for some period of time?
According to the way it's being tracked by AT&T, yes, it's in the Manchester, Connecticut area.
Calling your attention now, sir, to the next screen. Can you tell us what this data entry indicates?
Okay, so what happens here is at 7:07 there's an inbound call that isn't completed. Looks, again, there's another call. I can't see the time. Is it 8:22 a.m. Inbound voice call from that number, not completed. All routed, looks like, to voicemail. We don't see any cell towers here. That'd be consistent with either the phone being off or being in an area, where it couldn't get any coverage.
And just to clarify that, so what we see here with the empty addresses as well as cell tower locations from 7:07 a.m. until, is that 10:47 a.m.?
Well, yeah, 10:27 is a text that also wasn't completed. So we don't see anything. We don't see actually any tower information till 10:47 a.m., correct.
And the lack of tower information from 7:07 a.m. to 10:47 a.m. is consistent with what, sir?
It's consistent with the phone being off or being on and, being somewhere where it gets no coverage or battery being dead or something like that. On the AT&T records, occasionally we might see, again, that repeating thing, but that's, just their network, just marking their network. It's not, doesn't mean the phone's on or anything like that. It's just consistent with how they store their records. But in this case, with the text messages and the voicemails coming in, the phone's more than likely off, or it's somewhere where it's not getting coverage, or like I said, the battery could be dead, anything like that. But nothing's being completed to the handset.
Calling your attention now to what you indicated where it does appear to now be on the network, July 16, 2012 at 10:47 in the morning. Is there anything that indicates it's now on the network, and if so, what tower is it hitting off of?
Yeah, well, it looks like it powers on briefly at this period, 10:47, 10:48. Like a quick mark is made for data usage. A couple incoming texts come into the phone, and they're all of them consistently off this tower right here. The tower would be 11892. Different LAC now, 5997. And the latitude and longitude, again, would be listed here with the azimuth. And that corresponds to the picture on the map right here where the cell tower would be.
And the azimuth would point in what direction, sir?
Azimuth would be 267 degrees, which is due west.
So this direction here?
Yeah, well, that's 270, so due west, yes. Again, like we went over it, I don't want to belabor it, but generally 60 degrees on either side.
Would this particular tower that we see here be the closest AT&T cellular tower to the address of 47 Newberry Street in Hartford?
It would, yes.
Does that address, 47 Newberry Street, the address of Brooke Wilcox, to your understanding?
That is correct.
Whose address is that, sir, if you know?
That's an individual named Brooke Wilcox.
Inspector Versalli, calling your attention now to what we see on the screen in the next slide. We see a series of empty boxes, is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us
correct.
what does that indicate?
There was also one at the end of the last slide. It looks like the phone just briefly came on, got some text messages, and now is off again.
How long is it off?
Well, roughly till 5:28 p.m. It looks like it powers on again at 5:28 p.m. and gets some text messages. Looks like they all come inbound, and then
when you say they all come inbound, can we tell that from this entry here?
Yes, that's correct.
And for those inbound entries that come in, is it still hitting off of the same tower?
Same tower.
Same azimuth?
Same azimuth. Everything is identical. Yes, sir.
Calling your attention now to the remaining data from July 17th, 2012. What can you tell from this data
It's all
here?
consistent. It's the same thing. The phone, again, is not turned on, or it's an area where it can't get coverage. It's not, nothing is getting through to the handset.
At least on this slide, sir, does that appear to be the case all the way until July 18th, 2012 at 8:52 in the morning?
Correct.
This last slide here with the data, can you indicate what we see here, what this information reflects?
Again, it's the same thing. Voice calls and text messages are coming into the phone. They're not hitting towers. The phone is more than likely off, or in an area where it's getting no coverage at all. And it looks like on July 19th at roughly 10:48 a.m., the phone comes on and starts receiving text messages.
At that point, does the AT&T network record data as to what cell tower that phone hits off of at 10:48 a.m.?
Correct. It's cell tower 12872, and the LAC would be 5994. And those are all, this is 12872, okay?
I'm sorry.
12872, they're all the same.
Same tower?
Correct. If you can go to the next slide, yes.
Is that the tower we see here, sir?
Correct. That's in Bristol, Connecticut, and that equates to the latitude and longitude that was plotted on the map.
And do we describe what we see here and what this means?
It just means that it's the text messages, so there's no time recorded on them.
So a series of incoming text messages.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Calling attention now to the next slide, sir. What does that show?
It shows that some data was used. It shows some shows a couple outgoing text, an incoming voice call, an outgoing voice call, and these are all between 10:48 a.m. and 11:42 a.m. on July 19th, and it's again corresponding. It shows the locations in red and green that correspond to the towers.
And the second tower, the first tower is that a different one or the same one we've been talking about?
That is a different one. That is in Farmington, Connecticut, and this one is a different one.
Also in Farmington, Connecticut?
Correct.
Is Farmington close to Bristol, if you know?
I believe so.
And Inspector Versali, do you have an opinion as to whether or not if somebody were at a hotel with their phone in Plainville, Massachusetts, is there any way they could hit off of these towers for all these entries we see?
Absolutely no way.
Inspector Versali, I'm going to call your attention now to some additional work you did relative to this case. Were you asked to plot cell phone locations or do cell tower maps relative to a certain phone number that was given to you as 404-861-3292?
I was.
Placing on the screen what's been entered as Exhibit 251. Entry number 115. Is that the number that you were asked to plot locations for the dates of February 12th, 2013 and February 13th, 2013?
Yes.
And on this exhibit, that's indicated as JPD?
That is correct.
Inspector Versali, obviously we don't need to go through each and every entry, but describe again generally what this chart shows.
This is just the AT&T records put in chronological order for the exhibit.
And that in chronological by voice, text, and data?
Correct. I believe on this phone there is no data service, so we won't see any data.
The same with the second slide is also part of that same compilation record, is that correct?
That is correct.
Calling attention now to the next slide, which indicates a starting time of February 12th, 2013. Tell us what we see on this slide.
Okay, we see some voice calls. They're all voice calls, made between 11:09 and 11:47 p.m. on the 12th, and we see the two different towers they're using, and these towers would be, in West Palm Beach, Florida.
And where are these towers located in relation to the address of La Quinta Inn and Suites in West Palm Beach?
Well, that's La Quinta that we plotted right there. And of course, this tower down here would be the corresponding one right here. This would be tower 29314, and that would be the blue tower, which is 40903. Also, not 29049.
And this tower here that's in blue, is that the closest AT&T tower to La Quinta?
That is correct.
And as far as the second tower hit, sir, does that have any significance as far as being close to any particular area?
No, it's right off Route 95, and it's not too far from La Quinta either. Being at La Quinta, your phone could use probably either of those towers.
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, I mean, again, the phone's looking for the strongest, cleanest channel to use, and a lot of it depends on topography, other things like that. So if for some reason this channel was the top one, had too much capacity on your phone, could go to the other tower. It just depends on. It can depend on anything. We are in a building sometimes. Just It just depends on, how the strongest part of your signal. Obviously, if you see bars on your phone, you're walking from one side of a building to another side of the building, and you see them get stronger or weaker, you would know, your phone's obviously always looking for the best channel, best cell tower to use.
Next slide, sir, a series of what appear to be text messages, is that correct? At
That's
a time
correct.
starting at 12:05 a.m. on February 13th?
That's correct. They go
Tell
from
us
12
what these records reflect.
Just 12:05 to 12:09, they're text messages, and they look like both incoming and outgoing, and they're using this tower over here that's mapped out, the tower again, 9143, which, equates to this location and this address.
Is this also in West Palm Beach?
That's correct.
The next slide, sir, what does that show?
That shows the activity on the phone between 12:17 a.m. and 12:42 a.m. And it just includes, again, text messages and voice messages. And again, it includes all the towers that hit in between there.
And where are the towers located that hits in between there?
They're the same ones that we mapped out previously. They're right there. That's the blue one, obviously. That is 9042, and then this one here would be the red one down here, and that would be 9311.
And were those the two that you previously described were the closest towers to the La Quinta Hotel?
That's correct.
Calling your attention now to the next slide, February 13th, 2013 at 1:23 a.m. Describe what we see, what data is reflected here, sir.
Okay, at 1:23 a.m., there's voice calls. A voice call looks like one that goes 123. It comes inbound, and there's an outbound voice call, and they're both being processed off this tower right here. The second one has it basically has two different azimuths because it starts on one sector and ends on another sector.
And where is this located in relation to the other towers, sir?
It's south of there, off of Route 95.
Heading south?
Heading south, correct.
Is that towards any major city?
Fort Lauderdale, Miami. That's just zooming out, same map.
The next tower hit at February 13th, the year 2013, 3:41 a.m. Tell us what this data reflects.
Now this is just a text message. An inbound text message comes to the phone, and it's processed off of this tower right here, which is in Miami, Florida.
And is there, the area circled here, what is that?
That's a club called Tootsie's Cabaret.
This particular tower that you've marked with the green, is that the closest AT&T cellular tower to Tootsie's Cabaret?
Absolutely, it's right next to it practically.
Calling your attention to the next screen, Inspector Vasali, what does that show us?
It's just the activity on the phone. It's hitting all that same tower that we just had mapped out there. And that's the activity on the phone from 4:23 to 4:31 a.m.
And it's all hitting off of the same tower closest to Tootsie's?
That's correct.
Next slide, sir, is that essentially the same map, but this time with a actual satellite photograph?
That's correct. That's correct. That is like a Google Earth type map.
The large building here is what?
That's a club called Tootsie's Cabaret, and this would be the tower we mapped out previously right there.
Calling your attention now, sir, to the next entry, February 13th, the year 2013, 5:33 a.m. Tell us what the data reflects.
Okay, well, up on top, we're going to see two text messages. One's an outgoing text, and it's going to be on this tower right here. Correct. And it will correspond to the latitude and longitude that AT&T provided to us, and the tower number right there. The second one will be mapped on the next slide.
Does that show the second text in purple?
That's correct.
And the next screen, Inspector Vasali, does that show both tower hits together on a map?
Correct. This is the one at 5:33 a.m., and that is the one at 5:38 a.m.
Is that consistent with any particular movement?
Yeah, well, somebody's traveling north.
And where was Tootsie's Cabaret in relation to where we are now?
It's much farther south down here in Miami.
Inspector Versali, were you asked to include in your maps the address of 3635 Fiscal Court in Riviera Beach, unincorporated portion of West Palm Beach?
I was.
And is that the star that we see there?
That
on
is
the map?
correct. That is correct, yes.
Describe what data we see on this slide, sir.
Okay, so at 6:47 a.m., there's a text message. It's an outgoing text message, and it hits off this tower right here. Then at 6:47 a.m., there's also a voice call, 39 seconds, and it hits off the same tower right there.
And do you know about how far that tower is from 3635 Fiscal Court?
Roughly 2.5 miles.
Actually, let me go back. Where is the, on this screen here, which again shows the map of 3635 Fiscal Court, the tower hit about 2.5 miles away. Where is the La Quinta Suites in relation to this?
La Quinta is farther south, down this way and more over to the side, but off of 95, farther south down there.
So is this area north of West Palm Beach?
It is correct, yes.
And is this tower in a location between La Quinta and 3635 Fiscal Court?
That's correct.
The next slide, sir, with a series of data points. Can you describe what that tells us?
Okay, these are voice calls that the phone makes between 7:13 a.m. and 7:52 a.m. The La Quinta is shown right here. This tower, again, would equate to the same color code right up here. That tower, 9311. And then the blue tower would be right here. That would be tower, it's both 9043 and 29049. 2049 shows the azimuth, the other one does not. And then at 752, we can see this tower over here, and there's no azimuth on that one.
As far as these two towers, Inspector Versali, were those the same two towers you previously testified were closest to La Quinta?
That's correct.
And at 752, this tower is some distance away from La Quinta?
Correct.
Calling your attention to the next slide, from 430 to 752. Is that essentially what we just talked about?
Yeah, it's just a summary of it, correct.
And what's come up on the screen now, can you explain what this is?
No, it basically shows the starting point down here where the phone was originally located and the travel back up north with all the towers. It's the same towers that were plotted. It's just basically an overview, just to show that the phone traveled north and where it ended up.
So according to this, the phone travels north sometime after 4:30. Is that correct?
That is correct. And over here on this slide, this is more of a inclusive of the general area where La Quinta is. You can see Fiscal Court up here. La Quinta is right here. Those are those three towers that it kind of has been using when it's in this general area. There's the tower it hit 6:47 a.m.
So at 6:47 a.m., it's hitting at this tower that appears to be in between La Quinta and 3635 Fiscal Court?
Correct. And at 7:14, 7:24, it's hitting that one. 7:13, it hits that one. And then again at 7:52, it would hit that one.
Finally, Inspector Versali, were you asked to map the same time period, that being February 12th through February 13th of 2013, for a particular phone number purportedly belonging to Aaron Hernandez, labeled as 203-606-8969?
I was.
Starting with the first slide, sir, is that a similar slide that you've previously testified about?
Correct. As usual, this is everything put in the proper perspective with the text, data, and voicemails, just in a timeline.
Second slide the same, sir?
Absolutely.
A third slide the same?
It is the same.
Fourth slide the same?
That's correct.
Fifth? And then now we go to the sixth slide of what's been marked as AAA. Can you describe what the data here reflects, sir?
Okay, this just shows the activity on the phone between 7:04 p.m. and 7:40 p.m. And they're
On
all
the 12th, right?
On the 12th, excuse me, February 12th, yes. And they're all text messages. They're ingoing and outgoing, and it's showing us the tower that it's using. And it's a common tower, we've seen it before. It's this 9046, and the latitude and longitude again corresponds to the location of the tower right there.
Is that the same tower that we talked about in the records, the 404 records?
That is correct.
And is that one of the towers that's closest to La Quinta Hotel?
That is correct.
Calling your attention now, sir, to the next slide. What does this data indicate?
This data indicates the activity between 7:48 p.m. on February 12th and 9:01 p.m. on February 12th, 2013.
And this area that we see here from about 8:30 p.m. until 8:42, what does that tell us?
The phone's either off or it's in an area where it's not getting coverage. It's nothing's coming, it's not being signaled and it's not making a mark on the network.
Going to the next slide, sir. Where is this tower located?
This tower right here corresponds to that right there, and it's in West Palm Beach, Florida. Just in the close proximity of what we were looking at before, the La Quinta.
And that was that the tower that you described that seemed to be south of La Quinta?
That is correct.
And that was the one that you indicated you could hit off of if you were in La Quinta, depending on where you were?
Correct. With the azimuth being 345 degrees, you absolutely could.
Calling your attention now, sir, to the next screen. What does this screen tell us starting at February 12th, 2013 at 9:02 p.m.?
This is the activity on that phone between 9:02 p.m. and 12:19 a.m.
And the tower hits, are those consistent with what we talked about
they're
before?
They're all the exact same towers we've been showing that are in the general vicinity of La Quinta, yes.
Calling your attention now to the next slide, February 13th, 2013, starting at 12:42 a.m. Can you tell us what your interpretation is of the data we see here?
Okay, well, the text messages, the phone's actually, people are trying to text the phone and it's not getting text messages because the phone, again, is in an area where it's either off or it doesn't get reception or whatnot. So nothing's getting through the network. We do see some signaling gateways that happen with AT&T, but those are just, again, data's repeatedly signaling it. Those are, the package gateways that signal a network.
So do you have an opinion, Inspector Vasali, as to whether or not the phone appears to be off network from 12:39 a.m. until 7:42 a.m.?
That's correct. It is off.
And to be off network would mean what variables or what possibilities?
It's turned off. It's in an area where it doesn't get reception. The battery's dead. It's not getting any messages from the network. It's not registering anything that would record it back at the network as being on.
I'm calling your attention now to at some point when it does get back on network, which appears to be at approximately 7:42 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct, right here, 7:42 a.m.
And that's a text message?
Correct. It seems like text messages come inbound to the phone.
And what does it mean when you have a kind of strange number like this, starting with the ones, Inspector?
Well, this is not capturing caller ID. Obviously, this is what the AT&T circuit is seeing come in. They somehow couldn't decipher it. Their circuit couldn't decipher what the phone number that came into the phone was.
And when the phone did eventually come back on network at approximately 7:40 in the morning, what towers does it hit off of, sir?
It's right there, the one by the same one we've been talking about along, the one by the La Quinta Inn.
The blue one?
Correct.
And was that the same tower that was hit off of the 404 number at approximately the same time?
That's correct.
Calling your attention now to the next slide, sir, starting at 7:42 a.m. I think you've already talked about that text, and this leads all the way to 8 a.m. Can you tell us what this data indicates?
Okay, so, consistently it's been on that same tower we've just been going over. Now at 8:01 we see a data entry, and it's a different tower. Tower number again listed here, 30715, and it's south. It actually has a 0-degree azimuth, and it's south of there in a different address in West Palm Beach.
Is it south or north of West Palm?
This is West Palm, but it's definitely south.
Calling your attention to the next slide, sir. Does that show, again, as you've already testified to, the two towers that are closest to La Quinta and then this tower?
Correct, and that's the tower we just saw. It just shows the approximate of how south it is. It's right off of Route 95.
The next slide, sir, where does that indicate the phone is located?
It indicates it's over here, kind of off a tower in the Boynton Beach area of Florida, and that's dependent on, it shows us for a text and a voice call.
The next slide, sir, listed as February 13, 2013 at 8:13 a.m.
That would be a voice call, and again, the tower is a little bit farther south. It's just a quick voice call, and it was completed because it shows the DRI went through the circuit, and the latitude and longitude is listed right there.
The next slide at 8:16 a.m. and 8:17 a.m. Where does that place the phone?
A text entry made in the AT&T network, and then a data entry made show it a different tower south off of 95 in Delray Beach.
8:26 a.m. on February 13th, sir. Where does that indicate?
It indicates an outgoing voice call, and that's 11 seconds, and an outgoing voice call. And again, the tower, it's like the device is moving south because the tower is south of there.
8:42, 8:43. Does that also show a new tower?
Yeah, now it's down in Fort Lauderdale again. The towers are just off of Route 95, south of there in Fort Lauderdale, and the azimuth's 120 degrees.
And is that consistent with traveling on Route 95 in Florida?
That's correct.
Finally, at 2:13 at 9 a.m., you have additional entry of a tower hit at that time?
Correct. It's located right here, and it's down in Miami.
The next slide, sir, what does that show us?
Just shows us the activity on the phone from 9:12 a.m. to 9:46 a.m.
What do we see on the next slide, sir?
Those are all towers in the general vicinity of the Miami International Airport, and the phone, if you'll see, uses all those towers. Within this time period, it uses all those towers in that area.
That's what we see in the next slide.
Correct. It's using all those towers to process calls and text and data during that time period, up to around 10:34 when the phone looks like it goes off again.
And so these towers that are indicated here, are those generally consistent with the area of the Miami International Airport?
Yes, those are the ones we would use if you were at the airport.
And that's the next slide, what we see as well.
Those are those towers mapped out in the area, correct.
And the next slide, does that indicate the progression from the West Palm Beach area to the Miami International Airport?
It does.
And Inspector Vassalli, although it's not included here on this sheet, or on this PowerPoint, did you also plot tower locations, or at least look at tower locations for the time after this?
I did.
And did that indicate any hits in other states?
Yeah, it looked like the phone showed up in Dallas, at the airport of Dallas. Then it went back off, ended up at an airport in Phoenix. It was on for a while in Phoenix, eventually went back off, showed up back the next day, I believe, in the airport in Newark, New Jersey, and then off again, and originally outside of the airport in Hartford, Connecticut. Bradley Airport.
Inspector Vassalli, as you previously testified to, does part of your knowledge and expertise include deciphering and interpreting cellular records from the various companies?
It does.
And that's not only phone calls, but does that also include the tracking or the use of various devices?
It does.
And the history of the use of those devices?
It does.
Inspector Vassalli, I'm placing on the screen what's been entered as exhibit number 249D. Have you had an opportunity to see this document before?
Yes.
And in fact, did you assist in the subpoenaing of this document from AT&T?
I did.
What is this document and what does it tell us?
It's just a history of what they call the IMEI. The IMEI is like the physical device handset, like serial number, which would be different than like the chip, it's different than the SIM card, the chip, that would be, the IMSI would be on that number. They have different numbers. The IMEI is the physical handset. It just means every time you buy a phone of a certain protocol, you would get an IMEI. And basically, it's consistent with the, like for instance, the first 8 digits of it would be the make and model, and up to first 14 digits actually mark the actual handset. And you can actually see those if you look at the AT&T records. They actually show the first 14 digits. If you look on the AT&T records, the hard ones they give you and the ones we subpoena, we'll match them up to time periods. And you can see them. It's AT&T gets that as part of their records. They actually mark it into their system of the actual IMEI that was used to process the call.
So, for instance, Mr. Fasali, based upon what you're saying, Exhibit 249B, page 17, are these the records that you plotted for the 562-481-8106 number?
Correct.
And does this actually include the IMEI of that phone?
Yeah, it's just shown clearly right there.
That cell phone that was, at least according to these records, in use on July 16, 2012, is that the IMEI that's reflected here in Exhibit 249D?
Yes, the first 14 digits. After that, you deal with a 15 check digit and sometimes a 16 digit. But the first 14 digits would be identical.
And Inspector Vasali, were you asked to determine whether or not that phone, the device itself, not the SIM card, appeared to have been stopped being used and not on the network for any period of time?
Yes, we served a subpoena. I served a subpoena on AT&T through your office, and AT&T had no record of that device ever appearing on their network after this date right here, August 26, 2012.
And when you say it never appears on the network, does that mean that the phone never is used again?
The handset itself, physical handset itself, that's correct.
Can you tell what kind of phone that was?
That's yeah, absolutely. It's an Apple iPhone 4S.
And to the best of your knowledge, based upon the records that you assisted in obtaining, that phone, that iPhone 4S, has not been used on any network since?
To the best of my knowledge.
And just by way of explanation, Mr. Vasali, though it may not be particularly relevant here, what is the other IMEI number listed?
Well, it just shows that the phone had a different phone. It had a different phone number. Somebody was using that handset, and actually, looking at the account number, it's the same account, the same subscriber. Everything's the same. Even the IMSI, which is on the SIM card, is the same. It's identical. It just shows that the phone number was changed from 310-330-64. I can't read. That's 50. Just shows that it was changed, and on 628, and then this new number started being used on 628 and started being used on that handset up until August 26th, 2012, and then there's no record of it after that.
And the subscriber for both of these was the same, correct?
That's correct.
That was Aaron Hernandez?
That's the one we viewed earlier, yes.
Inspector Vasali, I'm showing you what's been entered as Exhibit 249F. Appears to be another IMEI history. Are you familiar with this document, sir?
Yes, that's the IMEI history for the 203-606-8969 number that we looked at the records on.
And that was one of the cell phones that you plotted belonging to Aaron Hernandez back in February of 2013?
That's correct.
Did you assist the Suffolk County DA's office and the Boston Police in obtaining an IMEI history for that phone number?
I did.
And for those who may not get that nuance, what's the difference between an IMEI history for a phone number as opposed to a device?
Well, you put this phone number on the subpoena so that we could see every different device that was used on it that they had a record of. In this case, when they returned it to us, we saw on the records there was a different IMEI that showed up at a different period, but they didn't have a record of it in their billing system. But what you could do actually is you can take unlocked phones and basically put the SIM card in and use the phone at any point. So they had a record of it on their records, but it doesn't show up on this document here.
Now, in addition to this document, Inspector Vasali, did you also take the records themselves, and we don't necessarily have to put them on the screen, but did you check the IMEI numbers for all of the records for that 203 number?
I did.
Hagan, let me pause here. Is everyone's screen working? Yes. Very good.
Is yours not, Your Honor?
It is now.
The IMEI records, sir, you indicated that you could double check what's on this paper from the records themselves.
That's correct.
How do you do that? What do you look for?
You just go through the records on dates and times, and you make sure that the first 14 digits of the IMEI here correspond to what AT&T see on their network, what they're marking on their network when they mark calls.
So considering, sir, what's on this Exhibit 249F, as well as your review of the actual hard records themselves and doing what you described, can you go through what all these entries mean relative to whether or not that phone is switched out, so to speak, on the phone?
Yeah, it just looks, obviously, the handset is being swapped, on these dates. They don't have a record of it. It's, handset's been changed on this 203 number many times since it went active until the day they last had it active.
Well, let's start with the top. This IMEI just is relative to a particular phone, is that correct?
Yeah, that's a RIM, which would be a BlackBerry. 9900 would be like a BlackBerry Bold.
And what does it mean that EXP 91412?
Expires just the day their billing system shows, AT&T's billing system shows it expired into their in their system.
And from your review of the hard records themselves, did the phone stop being used at about that time?
It did.
But the phone number stayed the same?
The phone number stayed the same, it just changed over to a different IMEI number.
The next device that we see...
Objection, Your Honor.
Order.
I was going to think that have been already covered, but...
Let's see if you can cut to the chase on this, Mr. Hagan.
Inspector Verselli, calling your attention now to phone in particular. Is there a phone in particular that you could identify from the records that was the phone being used on February 13th, 2013?
On February 13th?
Yes.
Yes, well, it would be this number, this RIM right here.
And based upon what's on the records and from your review, is it fair to state that that phone was stopped being used at some point and was switched out to a different phone?
It did. It was switched out. There's another one that it was switched out right on. Actually, there's one that came up in between here. There was one that was used that's not on here. It was from June 9th to June 18th. Was switched out, and that one showed up on a network. It's not on here, but it's on the records. Different IMEI number shows up on the records. Again, not on this report, and that's used during that time period.
So there's a seventh phone on the list that's attached to that phone number that you said was used or activated from June 9th till about June 14th?
Yeah, somebody used that 203 number with, whoever had it, move this. The IMSI number was the same, so it was the same SIM card. They just used a different handset.
But Inspector Verselli, going back to the phone that was in use for that phone number on February 13th, 2013, does it appear that that stopped being used and was switched out to a new phone on a particular date?
The phone on February 13th?
Yes.
Yeah, so on the 26th, obviously there's a new device.
So on the 26th of March, 2013, that phone was no longer being used?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Inspector. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Your Honor, noting it's almost 3, we need to set up.
Then we should take a recess.
Welcome back to the Law News Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller. I'm your host this afternoon. I'm joined by Norman Williams, who is a trial attorney, and we're listening to what I think the one objection referred to as boredom testimony out of a U.S. Marshal who was tracking some of the cell phone towers. You had some interesting observations about why we have a U.S. Marshal testifying about something that should have, in your opinion, and in many jurisdictions, come out of someone from a cell phone company?
Yes, it would make more sense for a person with the technical expertise to testify and to give the jury the information that they need. U.S. Marshal is an investigator for the federal government, and that person doesn't have any personal knowledge really, or personal expertise with cell phone towers and things like that. That person only knows it as much as those of us that use the information in court understand it.
So we're thinking part of the reason that we have this particular witness on the stand is because there was a crossing of state lines where we've got people from the Boston area going to Florida, and there's the allegation that Hernandez shot Bradley in Florida, and then they wound up back in Massachusetts. And maybe that would account for the evidentiary reason for having this particular witness on the stand, but it's interesting. Let's go back a little bit earlier today, because we had this Shayana Jenkins, who is the fiance of the defendant, on the stand, and her testimony was icy at times, I thought.
I agree. I mean, she did get to that level of a hostile witness, I think, as far as the prosecution is concerned. To me, she just seemed to be a bit unprepared by the prosecutor.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That any response that was inconsistent with her grand jury testimony or anything that seemed unclear, it seems like those things could have been discovered with proper preparation. I mean, you're already at a risk where you're putting a person's fiance on the stand. I mean, you should kind of assume that that person is not going to help you. They're going to help their fiance. So, I mean, I just think that was a bad move strategy-wise, and it just was unfortunate for the prosecutor.
What would the prosecutor have gone through to do that? Because there's always the risk that the prosecutor wants to avoid, that the prosecutor might be feeding information to a witness, and if that would lead to a nasty attack by the defense. So how, if you were in the prosecutor's shoes, would you have tried to go about that? Especially considering that she probably doesn't want to throw Aaron Hernandez under the bus.
That's true. I mean, first, if she's going to be my witness as a prosecutor, unfortunately, I'm going to have to put some pressure on her to make sure that she testifies and that she cooperates with the government. The one thing that you don't want to get into when you're preparing witnesses is over-preparing them. You don't want to insert your own language into their mouth. You want them to come off as being sincere. You don't want them to testify like a robot. You want them to really sound and talk like a person, which she is doing. Unfortunately, the talk is just not helping the government's case.
I want to go back in and listen to some of the clips from her testimony earlier today. So we had some discussion here, and I think I want to play clip 6, Anthony, if we can do that. Some discussion about what led up to this shooting of the star witness, Alexander Bradley, in Florida. So let's listen to that clip if we could.
Is no, because I wasn't really fond of him, speaking of Sherrod. So it really wasn't. I mean, I kind of took it as a positive that he wasn't around, right? Mm-hmm. You really didn't like Mr. Bradley being around your fiance, right?
Overruled. No, I did not.
You thought that Bradley was bad news.
I did.
And so, now, as you said, you thought it was certainly a sad thing that anybody got shot, right?
Right.
But the fact that he was not hanging around your fiance, you thought was a good thing, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about Sherrod. And I'm using Sherrod because that's how you knew him, right?
That's correct.
But you know that Sherrod's full name is Alexander Sherrod Bradley, right?
Yes.
Once you learned that Sherrod had been shot, actually let's clear that up a little bit. Mr. Hagan asked you a number of questions about whether about how you learned Bradley had been shot, right?
Right.
Now, you first learned that he was shot from someone in the community, right?
That's correct.
Now, you're not saying that you and Aaron never talked about the fact that Mr. Bradley was shot, are you?
No, I'm not. I don't remember.
Right, but you do remember that someone else initially told you about the shooting, right?
That's correct.
And you've known Aaron for, I think, over 20 years, yep?
Yes.
You've seen him when he's happy?
Yes.
You've seen him when he's sad?
Yes.
You've seen him when he's excited?
Right.
You've seen him when he's frustrated?
Yes.
You've seen him when he's confused?
Yes.
You've seen an entire range of emotions from your fiance, right?
I have.
And when you learned that Sherrod had been shot, it's fair to say that your fiance was saddened by the fact that his friend was shot.
Right. I would agree with that.
And I'm going to take you a little further in time. You ultimately learned that Sherrod was suing Aaron.
Yes.
And you learned that he was trying to take money from Aaron.
Yes.
And the two of you were in California at some point during that period.
Yes.
And you recall your fiance in text messages. You weren't reading them, but he told you he was texting with Sherrod.
No, overruled. Were you told that?
Yes.
And Aaron told you that Sherrod was trying to...
Sustained.
So when you learned that Sherrod was extorting or taking money...
Sustained.
When you learned that Sherrod was attempting to get money from Aaron, you were able to discern his emotions at that time as well, correct? Aaron's.
Is that an objection? Well, you may answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that during that period when you learned that Sherrod was trying to take money from his friend, that Aaron...
Sustained as to the form of the question.
You observed that Aaron was both hurt and sad that his friend was attempting to take money from him.
The objection's overruled as to your impression.
My impression was that he was upset, yes.
And is hurt a fair characterization?
Objection. Upset. Next question.
It's cross-examination, Your Honor. I'm attempting to ask a different question. Is it fair to say that he was hurt as well?
Objection. Sustained in that form.
Your fiance was hurt as well, wasn't he?
Same ruling, sustained.
The period in time when when you learned that Mr. Bradley was trying to take money from your fiance, your observation was that Mr. Hernandez was hurt as well.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
And that was a clip from the testimony earlier today from Aaron Hernandez's fiance about her reaction when Alexander Bradley was shot. And Norman, we were talking just now about some of the objections that were heard there, and the state really didn't want her to get into hearsay or to get into what was going on in her fiance's head.
Exactly.
So we also saw some good work by the defense team there at getting their theory into this particular witness, which they've done very, very well throughout this whole trial. We've had the defense insinuate that Alexander Bradley's a bad guy, and that they've insinuated that he might be the real shooter, and he's trying to just throw it onto his old friend Hernandez. So do you think that line of questioning was really effective there in bringing that theory out?
No, I think it was very effective. I mean, one of the tricks that we use on the defense side is you take the prosecutor's witness and make them your witness. And I think he's doing a very good job of making Bradley out to be the bad guy. He's very effective, very effective.
Yeah, and we were talking before, I mean, what kind of case in chief does the defense put together here? Because they've done a pretty good job of bringing their theory out with just the state's witnesses, but they have promised to give us about a week of a case in chief of their own. Where do they go from here?
Oof.
And I'm asking you to gaze into a crystal ball a little bit.
Right.
So.
I mean, based on the way that the people's case is coming in, I kind of feel like putting on a lengthy case could be a mistake. You know, the pendulum can swing in both directions. And if they put witnesses on, like, the one thing that you don't want to do as a defense attorney, you don't want to argue that the prosecutor's witnesses are bad people, can't be trusted, on and on and on, and then put the same type of witnesses on in the defense case.
Mm-hmm.
It takes away some of your arguments of, you know, who's bad, who shouldn't be listened to, who doesn't have any credibility. You can't get up there and say, trust my people that aren't perfect versus trusting the prosecutor's people that aren't perfect. So I don't know. I'm not so sure that they need to put on a case at this point. But if there's anything that drives the point home a bit stronger, then you do put it on.
You know, so do they call, as they've insinuated, some of the management of the Patriots who might have a more clean-cut reputation than some of the state's witnesses?
I mean, that could work, but I'm sure that the management of the Patriots have no idea, really, the details of Hernandez's personal life.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to testify about his abilities on the field, if they want to talk about the type of player he is, teammate, colleague to his fellow playmates, okay. But to talk about his reputation and who he is, where he comes from and in his neighborhood and amongst his friends, that they can't really do.
They can't do it, and wouldn't there be a danger in having someone from the team get too far into character evidence, because then it's going to result in a blowback for this defendant, especially considering he has a prior conviction on a murder case.
Exactly, and right. What you get again is another witness saying, well, he's my guy.
Yeah, that would cause a problem. Well, let's listen to our last clip for the day that we had saved from the fiance, Shiana Jenkins here. Or are they back in? Okay, so they're back in court in Boston. Let's listen in.
Inspector Vasali, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
So I want to ask you a couple of hypothetical questions. First, is your screen working?
It is, Mr. Sullivan, yes.
All right, so I'm going to draw your attention to the area at Tremont Street in Stewart where the Cure nightclub is, and it's right here at this corner, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Now, assume that a patron leaves the Cure nightclub at 2:15 a.m. Further assume that this patron is not an employee of the government. Assume this patron has not been given immunity in any respect. Assume that the Cure nightclub patron sees Aaron Hernandez here on Stewart Street at about 2:15 a.m. If you assume all of those, and do you recognize this to be by the side door of the W Hotel?
Oh, the mark you put right there?
Yes.
It's definitely the W Hotel, correct.
So assume a patron sees Aaron Hernandez at 2:15 there. None of your cell site data show that Mr. Hernandez could not have been there at 2:15 a.m., correct?
No, overruled.
So,
So if Mr. Hernandez is holding a phone, using a phone at 2:15 a.m. on Stewart Street in front of the W, nothing in any of your reports indicates that that would be impossible, correct?
well, there's no, on this phone that I testified to,
Yeah, yes, and I should say,
there are no calls or text or anything that would show him being there at 2:15, no. Not this phone.
right, so this is, I should say, this is the 562 number,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So nothing you have, none of this data rules out Mr. Hernandez being at this spot at 2:15 a.m., correct?
All I can go with is, I mean, again, you have 1213 here, but all I can go with is what the phone records say and where the phone is when the mark is made with AT&T. There's no calls, between 1213 and 2:15.
Right. Now, that's another hypothetical. Assume a bouncer leaves the Cure nightclub. We said the nightclub is here at 2:28 a.m. Right. Further assume that the bouncer walks in this direction down Stewart Street. Do you have that in mind?
Okay.
If the bouncer were to say that he saw Mr. Hernandez.
Objection. It's unusual, but I don't know that it's impermissible. Overruled.
If the bouncer were to say that he saw Mr. Hernandez, where I put an H, at the corner of Stewart and Tremont at 2:28 a.m., you don't have any information, any data from the cell site data that would show that that is an impossibility, right?
The cell site data is not going to show specific actual, locationally. It's going to, like we testified to, the general area.
And you don't have anything in any of your reports, and take your time to look at them, to show that Mr. Hernandez could not have been at that corner at 2:28 a.m. Is that correct?
Again, the cell phone was somewhere in the area. What time are you saying again?
2:28 a.m.
2:28?
Yes.
No, we have a data entry, and we have a call at 2:37. The data entry is at 2:25, I believe.
Right. Now, but listen to my question. There's nothing in any of your data that would suggest that it's impossible for Mr. Hernandez to have been at that corner at 2:28 a.m., correct?
Again, with the cell phone, we couldn't tell. With records that are provided from AT&T, there's no way of specifically exactly telling where that phone would be. It's in the general area here.
Now, that's a good point. So you can't tell exactly where the phone is. Now, if I gave you another hypothetical, and let's say someone says, Mr. Hernandez, at 2:28 a.m. on this date, July 16th, 2012, was in the great city of Gary, Indiana, on this 562 telephone number. You will be comfortable saying that your data suggests that that is not the case, correct?
I would.
Now, the hypothetical I'm giving you, someone says that Mr. Hernandez is standing on the corner of Stewart and Tremont in front of the W Hotel. Same question. Nothing in your data suggests that that cannot be the case, correct?
No.
Now, one method of tracking cellular phones, right now I want to pick up on what you said about that this data can't tell you exactly where anyone is. So one method of tracking cellular phones is obviously a global positioning system, or GPS, right?
Well, a global positioning system, or GPS, would be generic to the actual handset itself, okay?
Right. Well, my question is that's one method. It's not the one you use here, but that's one method, right?
On some handsets, on some models, that's correct.
Yes. If there's a GPS receiver a phone can be tracked within a few meters of its actual place, correct?
If the person is holding it, they will get it. They themselves will have the area where they are. Okay.
And you agree that GPS is the most accurate way to track a precise location of a cell phone?
Again, the cell carriers don't store where the phone was. They don't store the GPS data. They don't provide that to law enforcement. Okay, they do different things with signaling type stuff, but they don't provide the actual GPS where the phone was. They don't store that as a course of business.
Okay, my question wasn't about what companies store. My question was only, do you agree that GPS is the most accurate way to track a location of a cellular phone? Do you agree with that statement?
I would agree that if you had a handset and you were outside and you were seeing satellites and the satellites put you on there and the handset, you would know your position on it.
And you also agree that your work, you're not using or relying on GPS data in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Now, another method of tracking a cellular telephone is real-time cell site data, right? Are you familiar with that?
Well, you talk about different types. What exactly? Which type do you mean?
Well, a cell phone, you agree, constantly scans a cellular network for a site with the strongest signal. That's what you told us on direct, right?
Correct.
And in a real-time cell site data method, an expert could interpret data real-time and try to figure out.
Welcome back to the Law News Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller. I'm here with Norman Williams, who is a trial attorney, and we're watching some defense cross-examination of this U.S. Marshal who is not a techie, but we're trying to watch him be questioned about very tech-heavy information.
Yes. Yes, the first thing that kind of comes to my mind is I cannot believe that this judge is allowing the defense to start off a question with, let me give you a hypothetical. I can just hear judges in this county screaming at me if I tried to do that. But what he is doing, and I think he's getting some success with, is showing that there are limitations in the technology, and that this witness cannot say with absolute certainty where Aaron Hernandez is alleged to have been at 2:15, at 2:45, and on. And I think he's being somewhat effective. He has a good theory that the questions seem to be supporting.
Why not have this witness at the beginning of the testimony with some of the other forensics?
I agree. I agree. Let's bury the boring guy in the beginning and leave some of the more exciting things towards the end.
Yeah, this has been interesting, and one of the more interesting things we saw today was the testimony from Shayana Jenkins, the fiance of the defendant. I want to listen to one of the first clips that we recorded from her, but we won't get to that actually because it looks like they're back in action in the courtroom in Boston. So let's head back to the Aaron Hernandez double murder trial live from Boston, Massachusetts.
Telephone device, correct?
How would you use real-time cell data? I mean, I don't understand where you're going with this question.
Well, so are you unaware of that procedure using real-time cell phone data to track a telephone?
I didn't say I'm unaware of it. I'm just saying I don't understand, what type. There's various types. You explain to me which type you want me to try and explain to you, and I'll tell you.
Well, I'm asking you generally for now. Do you agree with the statement that using real-time cell site data, an expert could try to determine the present location of a cellular telephone? You think that's an accurate statement?
Objection, relatives, this is back up. As a general proposition, and without regard to to what you did here, you may answer that question.
I mean, the phone makes a mark on the network when it makes a call or a text or makes a data entry. When the phone's on, it's communicating with the tower and a switch. That information is stored in a switch. It rolls over off a certain amount of time. That's nothing that's stored. It's you know, it's nothing that's available to law enforcement. It would be a cellular engineer would be the only person that would have access to where phone, location of what tower phone was on. If it wasn't making a call, it'd have to be in a switch like that.
Okay, so I wasn't asking you about law enforcement's access to it, but let me just end by asking, it's not the case that your analysis employed any real-time data, correct? You used historical cell site data.
That's correct. I used what was provided via legal process from AT&T Wireless.
I want to talk to you about triangulation. You're familiar with that term, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, overruled.
Every person.
All right, this is an interesting place for an objection around the word triangulation, because if there's anything that you would expect to get out of someone who's a cell phone witness, then it's something about this whole topic of triangulation.
No, it's really hilarious. And you look at the witness's face, you could see he's like, triangle what now? And you could see him look at the prosecutor, and he's relying on the prosecutor's objection to be sustained so he doesn't have to answer the question. But I don't think that's going to be successful. This is the prosecutor's witness. This is who he chose to give the information about triangulation and cell phone tower technology. So he's stuck with them. That was a perfectly valid question asked by the defense.
Yeah, I mean, and everybody who's even marginally paid attention to this stuff knows that what we have is, a tower here, a tower here, and a tower here, and they try to line them up to indicate that the phone is somewhere in the middle of them.
Exactly.
So it's information that a lot of law enforcement agencies have as just a matter of routine practice these days.
That's true. Very true. I mean, cell phone tower technology has made its way into way more cases in this country than what people expect.
Yeah, and in many cases we have law enforcement operating their own little fake towers, trying to figure out who's in the immediate area when a crime happens, and it's an emerging area. So without getting into the details, they're back in action in court in Boston. So let's listen back in as this U.S. Marshal testifies about cell phone technology live from Boston, Massachusetts.
In a couple of circumstances. One is where 3 points of receiving a site are known, hence triangulation. When 3 points are known, right?
Objection.
Okay, welcome back. We're listening to another fight about where this witness is going, and you had an interesting observation here. You think that you would like to see a little bit better advocacy because he's got the witness right where he wants him.
Yeah, I think he's starting to lose control of the witness, and the witness is getting a little squirrely on him. He's kind of moving away from the crosshairs, that he just needs to ask him the direct questions. I mean, this is cross-examination. It's fun. You can just get your point out really quickly, cleanly, and easily, and he's not doing it. And this witness is hiding behind the question. And that's why we see them dancing around, and that's why there's all these sidebars.
How would you do it?
I would just ask the questions directly. What is triangulation? What is it used for? What is its purpose? In this situation, what does it show us? What are its limitations? What can it not show with certainty? You know, you have to let the jurors know how useful a tool is. And you need to make the difference between a tool like a butter knife versus a chef's knife. Mm-hmm. You have to show them that, yes, you can rely on this technology, or don't rely on it because it's not exact enough.
It's not right for the job. So testimony is resuming in the courtroom in Boston. So let's go back into the Aaron Hernandez double murder trial live from Boston. We have a U.S. Marshal on the stand talking about cell phone technology and triangulation. We're back.
So the area in downtown Boston near Cure, you would say that's a high density area, correct?
That is correct.
And it's true that in this case, in this high density area, you did not engage in a method of triangulation in order to determine more precise locations. Is that a fair statement?
I did not. That is a fair statement.
Now, you're using historical cell site data to draw your conclusions, right?
Correct.
And it is true that cell site data that processes a call usually goes to the closest cell site or cell tower, right?
That is correct.
But not always, right?
That is correct.
In fact, you said it's not a perfect world. There's crossover, and for a host of other reasons, it might not go to the closest tower, correct?
There are numerous reasons. That's correct.
Now, in reviewing your report and all of your data, do you have any data that places Mr. Hernandez's telephone precisely at the corner of, it's not on this map, my apologies, but the corner of Shawmut and Harold Street at about 2:30 a.m. on July 16th, 2012?
No. Precisely? No.
Now, in terms of what factors can affect signal strength between a cell phone and a cell tower, I want to talk to you about a couple of those factors. So the number of sites available could affect which site a phone pings on, correct?
A number of sites available?
Yes, in a high density area.
Yeah, I mean, the network's built, so usually the closest tower would be the one There's capacity issues, there's other issues like that, yes.
Well, other issues, maintenance or repair, for example,
Maintenance or repair, yes.
the height of the cell tower,
Topography, heights, yes,
wattage output,
correct,
range of coverage.
correct.
So when you say usually, just to be clear, usually doesn't mean always, right?
Doesn't mean always.
And there are some technical characteristics of the antennas that can also affect signal strength. Is that a fair statement?
In some cases.
Such as the number of antennas, for example?
Well, I mean, it depends. In some cases, yes.
The angle and direction of antennas?
The angle and direction would absolutely, would actually, we went over the azimuth, that would absolutely, be pertinent to this, what you're saying is.
And then there are geographic factors, right?
That's correct.
Weather, yeah.
No, not so much weather as like buildings, topography, stuff like that, brick.
Weather phone is being used indoor or outdoor?
Correct.
Could help. All right. So here in Boston, at around 2:30 a.m., according to the data that you have and that you have collected in your analysis, you would say that it is not, I'm sorry, you would say that the claim that Mr. Hernandez was standing at this corner, Tremont and Stewart, at 2:30 a.m. is not excluded by the data that you have, correct?
Not included or excluded, yes, sir.
Now I have just a couple more questions in terms of Boston. I was very curious listening to your direct. Do you have any information about the whereabouts of an Alexander Sherrod Bradley's cell phone on July 16, 2012 at 2 in the morning?
I do not.
And you don't, because the Commonwealth never gave you cell phone data for Alexander Sherrod Bradley, correct?
Correct.
So you can make no claims whatsoever with respect to Alexander Bradley's whereabouts on 7/16/12, correct?
I personally cannot, no, sir.
All right. I want to ask you a couple questions about Florida. So you recognize this 203 number as being a number associated with Mr. Hernandez, right?
That is correct.
So I'm showing you one of your slides, and you have the blue cell site where the cursor is, and then I really don't know the primary colors. What color is this?
It looks like red or somewhere in between red and purple.
Okay, so the reddish purple cell site here. Now, so the La Quinta Inn and Suites in West Palm Beach, why did you add that here?
Why did I add that?
Yeah.
Because through the investigation, we learned that Mr. Hernandez had stayed there that night.
All right. And what time through the investigation were you made aware of the shooting in West Palm Beach?
Shooting in West Palm Beach?
Yes.
Off the top of my head, I don't recall, but I think it was somewhere after somewhere around 6 o'clock or something like that, maybe.
If I said 6:40-ish, does that sound familiar?
I wouldn't, if you say it, I mean, I would probably agree with it, yes.
All right. I say Mr. Hernandez is not guilty. You agree?
Objection.
I said it, right? So 6:40-ish, so let's say between 6:30 and 7 a.m. On February 13th, 2013. Do you have that period in mind?
I do.
All right. It is true, is it not, that nothing in your data would preclude Mr. Hernandez from being in bed at La Quinta Inn and Suites in West Palm Beach Airport with his cell phone to his ear, correct?
His cell phone is off, so we wouldn't know where he is at that period of time.
Well, it's not my question. I'll do it again this way. This is based on all your data. So if I said, let's assume that Mr. Hernandez was in Boise, Idaho at 6:30 a.m. on the 13th of February, 2013, you would say that your data analysis indicates otherwise, right?
Well, it would be my opinion that at 12:19 when the phone went off, it was here, and when it came on at 7:42, it was here. And my opinion would be that nobody could get to Boise, Idaho and back in that quick. So I would definitely say, based on what I know about this, that he wouldn't be in Boise, Idaho.
And you can make a similar opinion with respect to this 6:30 to 7 o'clock time frame, right? You can say that the possibility of him being in La Quinta is not excluded in the way it's excluded for him being in Boise, Idaho.
I could say that.
Right? No, I got it. Yep. Yep. Sir, do you know what a Luddite is?
A what?
A Luddite.
A Luddite?
Yes. It's somebody wholly unfamiliar with technology, so my apologies. I am a Luddite. So now I've moved to the 404 number.
Okay.
Yeah. So this number is not Mr. Hernandez's number, correct?
That is correct.
Now, this number, when you testified on direct, you showed a few areas, but one area, here it is. One area was this 3635 fiscal court area, correct?
That's correct.
And this is, to your understanding, where Mr. Bradley was shot, right?
Correct.
Now, you weren't suggesting with this 404 number that this had anything to do with the location of Mr. Hernandez's cell phone, right?
I'm suggesting where the 404 number was at the time.
Right, but this is not Mr. Hernandez's number, right?
This is not Mr. Hernandez's number, no.
Right, and you don't have any data, any, suggesting Mr. Hernandez's cell phone was here at 6:47 or so a.m., right?
The only data I have shows Mr. Hernandez's phone was off at that time.
Now, the La Quinta in the fiscal court, these locations are within a few miles of each other, maybe 5 miles, right?
Correct.
And it is not outside of the realm of possibility that the pings could hit on either of these cell sites, right?
Yeah, well, generally, we probably expect it to hit that tower, or, excuse me, that tower here, right here, if you were at the La Quinta.
Right, but it could do this one, it could do this one or this one, right?
Correct.
Now back to Mr. Hernandez's phone. You told us there's a period of time when the phone was off or no cell service or battery dead, but it did not register with any of the cell sites, correct?
Correct.
You recall what time period that was?
I believe it was 12:19 p.m. To 7:42 a.m.
So during that time period, you can make no claim whatsoever about the location of Mr. Hernandez's cell phone.
I cannot.
Except Boise, Idaho.
Except Boise, Idaho. Or we can't forget Gary, Indiana. Brief indulgence. Almost done. You do have some data hits from Mr. Hernandez's telephone, right?
Correct.
And what did you conclude from the data hits?
Which ones? There's a lot of them.
This period where you can't make a claim about his location. I'm looking for it now. Here we are. So you've got some data hits at, looks like at 128, 139, 228, right?
Yeah, those are going to be those packet gateways that are signaling the phone.
And so your testimony is that some of the data hits are good and some we should ignore?
We should ignore the packet ones and use the other ones, the support node ones, the ones we put the phone, we progressively see where the phone's at.
I'm going to show you some on the 17th. And while I'm queuing up what I'm looking for, in this period from 12 to 7, where you don't have voice and text data, you would agree that other evidence of Mr. Hernandez's whereabouts would be useful.
I don't understand the question.
So in other words, if you don't have the cell phone data, but you have credit card receipts or his driver's license run, other extrinsic evidence, you would agree that that would be good evidence of his whereabouts at a certain time, correct?
Correct.
And looking here, 213, 7:54 a.m. data, this 203 number, 6 minutes, 24 seconds, mobile data. Now, what do you make of this data entry?
That data was 6 minutes and 24 seconds. Appears to be actually somebody using data on the phone for 6 minutes and 24 seconds. Appears to be the support node GPRS switch, not the paging gateway.
And what is it about this data? When you say it appears to be gateway, let's look at 9:34 a.m. Mobile data. Is this gateway to your thinking?
Actually, let me see. Nope, it's the same tower. It appears to be the tower it's on right there at the time.
So
it has text and voice basically on both sides of it. So it would more than likely be actually the tower that's issuing the IP address to the device.
All right, so you admit that you are drawing some inferences about which data is good and which data is bad by using some of the surrounding entries, right?
Absolutely.
There's nothing intrinsic about the entry itself that tells you that the phone is not actually in the location that the data ping suggests, right?
What tell me it's in the area. I mean, I see the data sandwiched in between, a voice and a text. So it's on that tower. I can basically look at it and say, yeah, that's going to be on the same tower.
No, understood. But when I say nothing intrinsic about that line itself, 213, 934 data, and so forth. Just looking at that.
Yeah, just looking at it directly like that, they won't make a mark. No, there's no notation directly that would say that. Correct.
No notation. So when you and or your team decided to say that some of the data hits were wrong and others were right, it was nothing about the entry itself, notwithstanding anything around it, that led you to that conclusion, correct?
Conclusion was consistent with looking at the records and the knowledge of how the phone works, and that's what led us to that conclusion, yes.
All right, so you made decisions to include some of the data entries in your analysis with respect to the phone location, right?
Correct.
And you made a decision to exclude some of the data entries with respect to your location conclusions.
The ones that appear accurate we included, and the ones that weren't we made note of so that the jury would know.
And do they appear accurate because they're consistent with the government's theory in this case?
Appear accurate because it's what I do. I read this stuff and I use this for years, and I know a phone can't be in two places at once.
That is true. Phone cannot be in two places at once, but you will admit that reading this data is suggestive that the data entries suggest that the phone is in two places at once, right?
Well, on the original 562 number we looked at, absolutely. Again, later on in this where the phone is out of Miami, it's being paged again by Miami. What's in the air heading to Dallas is being paged out of the switch in Miami again.
And you felt that because you know a phone cannot physically be in two places at one time, at least some of the data is unreliable. That would be a fair statement, right?
At least some of the data is unreliable would be a fair statement.
Brief indulgence, Your Honor. Oh, did you prepare these slides?
In conjunction with Rob Satana from the District Attorney's Office, correct.
And when you say in conjunction with, what does that mean?
We sat together in a room. We looked it over. He actually did the work, and I, helped him plot all the towers and everything.
And when's the last time that you made an edit on this?
When was the last time I made an edit on it?
Yes, personally.
I didn't personally make any edits on it.
None.
Rob made all the edits at my direction.
So, did you direct some edits at around 11 o'clock last night?
I did not.
Right. Were you aware that we received new slides, updated slides about 11 o'clock last night?
No, overruled.
I did not.
And so what we're looking at right now, you can't say with certitude that you approved whatever changes were between the last iteration and this iteration.
I didn't approve or not approve. I reviewed it and looked at for its accuracy. We talked yesterday afternoon and reviewed it all again and reviewed it again this morning.
All right, but sometime last night you didn't approve any edits to this.
I did not.
No further questions.
Is there any redirect?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to the Law News Network. I'm Aaron Keller. I'm your host this afternoon. We're joined by attorney Norman Williams, who is an in-court talker, and he's joining us for a little bit of out-of-court talk here. So this afternoon was pretty dry. We had this U.S. Marshal talking about cell phone triangulation, and it's the standard litany we see all the time. It's the state trying to put the defendant near the double murder at the time that it happened, and also in Florida when Alexander Bradley was shot, and then the defense saying, well, this triangulation isn't exact and it doesn't prove everything about where everyone was at every given moment. So it's a piece in the puzzle, but it's not a really clear piece.
Right. I mean, he's kind of trudging through, and he's making some advances, I think, with proving that the technology is not exact. I think that one of the mistakes that he's making is he doesn't have good control of the witness, and the moments where his questions require a yes or no response, the witness is getting a little evasive, and instead of him saying to him yes or no, he's allowing him to talk, and that can be dangerous. Sometimes a witness can burn you that way. But I think he was effective in showing that the cell phone tower technology might not be the most effective way of pinpointing someone's location. And I think that's going to put some doubts in the juror's mind, which is what his job is.
So earlier today we heard from Shayana Jenkins, who's Aaron Hernandez's fiance, and she, in many people's opinion, wound up being a better witness for the defense than for the prosecution.
I agree. She didn't help the prosecution at all. The prosecutor he didn't anticipate some of the flat answers that were going to be elicited by his questioning. And I think there were some follow-up questions that he could have used to also keep her under better control.
So let's listen to some of her testimony from earlier today, because she had one clip where she talked about a 17-second phone call that was placed to her phone by Aaron Hernandez's phone on the night of the double murder. It was around 2:30 something in the morning, if I'm remembering the timing properly. And she, in essence, said that she didn't remember it, but the fact that the call existed is recorded in the phone log. So let's listen to our first clip from today.
And I'll call your attention to the entry here, July 16, 2012, 2:37 a.m. That first number, is that the number, upon your memory being refreshed, you identified as one of Aaron Hernandez's numbers, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And the number we see here, is that your number?
Yes.
And the entry here shows a phone call on July 16, 2012, 2:37 a.m., a phone call that lasted 17 seconds. And ma'am, this was a Monday morning, July 16, 2012. Do you recall receiving that phone call from the defendant, Aaron Hernandez?
I don't.
Did you get a voicemail from the defendant while you were in Florida?
It's possible.
Does anything stick out in your mind about either a phone call or a voicemail that you received in Florida on that early morning of Monday, July 16, 2012?
Stick out? No.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, would it be unusual for Aaron Hernandez to call you at 2:37 in the morning?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if he was out.
If he was out?
Yeah, my phone was 24 hours. If he wanted to call at 4 o'clock in the morning, he could.
Did he sometimes call that late?
I don't think so. It may.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, calling your attention now to on or about July 27th, 2012, so about 10 days after that date I just asked you about. Do you recall going to Newport, Rhode Island with friends?
I don't remember the dates, but I do remember going to Newport, yes.
Who went to Newport?
It was myself, Aaron, and my friend and her boyfriend, I believe.
Was that friend Vanessa Smith?
It was.
The boyfriend was whom?
John Torres, I believe his last name is.
And it was the two of them and then you and Aaron Hernandez?
Yes.
And what did you do during that time period in Newport?
Oh, Jason, you're on.
Okay, so we heard a little bit about this phone call that is clearly there in the call logs, but which this witness doesn't remember. So again, did both sides get a little nugget there or find a penny on the sidewalk, or did neither side really get anywhere?
I think no one found a penny. Short phone call, could have been anything, could have been a voice message, could have been a few rings and a hang up. Who knows what it is? The prosecutor made the mistake of the form of the question was weird and was gonna not get him what he wanted. Does it stick out? No. And then that's the end of that. So he just couldn't quite probe her the way that he needed to in terms of his questioning.
So how does the prosecutor get out of it? Does the prosecutor argue, hey, you know, she's being evasive and this was really a call that could indicate that he was up to something at that time or that he had recently done something?
I think that the problem that we have is we're such a technology-driven society at this point that the jurors are going to sit there and go, well, a few seconds, it could have been anything. I just don't think the prosecutor just cannot score points with that. They're stuck.
Spoken like a defense attorney. So you don't want to read anything into it. So let's go on with this testimony here. So she continues on here and says, you know, we're talking about the clothes he's wearing in the car, about the SUV, remembering whether or not the car was around. So again, the accusation here is that Hernandez pulls up next to these two guys at a stoplight, fires 5 bullets, kills them and then speeds off with his friend Alexander Bradley in the passenger seat. Bradley testified about it, but the defense has been poking holes in this the whole time. So let's listen to some more of the direct examination of the fiancée here. This is our second clip from today.
You ever seen that shirt or that hat before?
I don't know.
What about what he appears to be wearing around his neck? Did you see any jewelry like that Mr. Hernandez owned back in 2012?
I don't know.
Mr. Jenkins Hernandez, calling your attention now to the forerunner that you previously described. Did there come a time during the summer of 2012 where you no longer saw that car?
Yes, I believe so.
And what were the circumstances of not seeing the car anymore?
Oh, I don't know. As far as the circumstances?
Well, did there come a point where you noticed that the car was no longer at Plainville?
There came a point, yes.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant, Aaron Hernandez, about that car?
I don't know.
But you noticed that it was no longer there?
Yes,
Did you ask him about it?
I may have.
Do you recall what his answer was?
No, I don't recall the conversation.
Police Exhibit 191 on the screen. Does that appear to be the same forerunner in a garage?
It looks to be.
Do you recognize the garage that it's in, the address?
Well, yeah, I know the garage it's in.
Which garage is that?
Looks to be the garage at is it Lake Avenue?
Lake Avenue?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever know, prior to July of 2012, Aaron Hernandez to place the forerunner in that garage?
I don't know.
You've never seen it in there?
Honestly, I wasn't with him every time he went over there, so I couldn't tell you.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, calling your attention to that summer of 2012, did Aaron Hernandez end up signing a contract with the Patriots at that time?
I believe so, yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of the contract?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so she goes on to testify with a little bit more detail about the sort of contract that he had with the Patriots, but didn't seem to remember much else about life at that time, it seemed to me. So does the jury buy this? Does the jury believe her, or does the jury look at her as someone who is being conveniently forgetful?
I think that some jurors are going to feel that way. I think more sophisticated jurors are going to realize that the form of the questions that she was asked were poor, and we're not going to get the type of response that the prosecutor wanted. For example, the question about the car, and if there were any consequences of it being gone, and that's just a weird question. I mean, what consequence? Like, you're just going to get a bad answer to that because it makes no sense. And no matter what you say about her as a witness, she's pretty smart, and she understands when there's a bad question and she can give a lightweight answer. I think it's clear that she wants to protect Hernandez. Of course she does, right? She has a child with him, right? But also, she's being treated with kids' gloves. This prosecutor is not going after her the way that he can without having to declare her a hostile witness. He's just not being effective right now.
So how should the questioning have gone? Should he have been asking more direct questions and saying things like, did you notice the vehicle disappeared? Did you discuss it with him? Did you wonder what happened to it? Did you ask where it went? I mean,
See how easy that was?
Yeah, I mean,
You got
but
it.
then
That's it.
in some jurisdictions, a prosecutor can't ask those questions of the prosecutor's own witnesses without having the witness declared hostile.
Right. Well, those aren't really direct questions. They really are perfectly fine for direct examination as opposed to cross-examination. Like, they're not bad questions at all. They were actually better formed questions than what I'm seeing during this trial.
Well,
so we need to get you in there.
You've been critical of the prosecutor in this case before this afternoon. So the questions are a little bit mushy. They're wishy-washy.
Exactly.
So this sort of a witness, I would agree, would need much clearer questions that drive to the heart of the matter, and not this, maybe there's a little bit of, did you notice, was it remarkable, was there a consequence? I mean, well, what's that? What does that mean?
Right. I mean, this is his witness, and he's asking these meatball questions that are getting him nowhere. And the jurors are probably sitting there wondering, what's his point? Like, where is he going with this?
Well, I think the point was probably that, was there a consequence? Did he get in trouble? Did somebody come asking about it? Did you wonder where the car went? Did you ask him where the car went? Was it surprising to you that suddenly the car wasn't there? I mean, if all of a sudden my car wasn't there, I think my wife would want to know where it was.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, and if she's playing this blissful ignorance that she just didn't care or didn't know, then that says something. And yet the questions didn't get to the heart of it.
Exactly. But you got right to it. I mean, it's not hard to do or see if you understand what information you're trying to get into the jury's ears.
Well, I think, in defense of the prosecutor in this case, one of the problems that he's running across is that these witnesses all, at least based on the readings of the transcripts, have given much clearer testimony in previous grand jury proceedings.
Of course.
And I'm wondering if the prosecutor has then assumed that they would be a little bit easier on the stand in this case. Probably not a good assumption, but that's a possible assumption.
No, it is. I mean, and of course the testimony in the grand jury was better. It was a while ago. People's memories of the events were stronger. Now time has passed. People don't care as much about what happened in the past, and the testimony is going to come off flat the way that it is here.
So we have another clip from today. This is our third clip, and this is interesting because by this point, the witness is talking about moving in with Aaron Hernandez and starts talking about things that she's noticing living in his house. This is the clip where she gets into the discussion of finding the firearm in the house and giving Aaron Hernandez a dirty look about it. Let's listen in.
Mr. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to call your attention now to this time period after you moved into Ronald C. Meyer Drive, I think you said was the address. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In North Attleboro. Did you make any observations about the continued relationship of the defendant and Alexander Bradley?
In November?
Let me rephrase the question. To your knowledge, did Mr. Bradley still come to visit in the fall of 2012 when you lived in North Attleboro?
I believe so.
And you already testified he stayed overnight, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during that time period, did you become aware of whether or not he and Mr. Hernandez still went to nightclubs?
I don't know. I mean, he went out, but I don't know necessarily who with.
Who went out?
Aaron went out to nightclubs. I don't know necessarily if it was both of them or whichever.
Well, did you see him leave with Alexander Bradley from Ronald C. Meyer Drive to go out?
Leave the residence? Yes.
How frequently?
Oh, I don't know.
What time typically would Mr. Hernandez come home after those instances?
Oh, I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, I'm going to call your attention now to that time period now when you moved into Ronald C. Meyer Drive, the fall of 2012, at some point did you ever observe a firearm in the house?
Yes,
Where did you observe the firearm?
in our junk drawer.
What is that? For those who may not know what a junk drawer is, where is it located and what is it? The junk drawer.
Our junk drawer was located in the kitchen, on the kitchen island.
When you looked in the junk drawer, was there a time where you observed the firearm?
Yes,
What did it look like?
it was silver, and it fit in the junk drawer.
So how big?
I don't know the sizing.
What can you estimate? Is it less than a foot, more than a foot?
Like I said, it fit in the drawer.
How wide is your drawer?
Oh, that I don't know. I didn't.
What else did you notice about the gun? Could you tell, in other words, could you tell whether or not it was a revolver or a semi-automatic?
No,
Do you know the difference?
no.
Do you know guns that have a round cylinder that you may see on in Western movies?
I don't.
So you don't know the difference between a revolver at all?
I'm sorry, I don't.
When you saw that gun in your drawer at the residence in North Attleboro, did you have a conversation with the defendant about that?
I don't necessarily think it was a conversation.
What do you mean by that?
I have this distinct look, I guess, and I gave him the look, and he kind of figured it out for himself.
Well, was he there when you found it?
No.
So how did you communicate with him?
You know, you go downstairs and you look at him and he knows there's something wrong.
And you didn't say anything?
I don't believe so. I may have, I don't know.
And was your daughter born at this point?
In November?
Yes.
Yes.
When you gave him a look, what, if anything, did he say about the gun?
I don't believe he said anything.
What was his physical reaction to your look?
Well, I mean, that look it rattled him, but I mean, other than that, I don't know.
Ms. Jenkins-Hernandez, I'm not asking you to speculate, but how was it that Mr. Hernandez knew what you're looking at?
What do you mean? As far as my look to him?
Well, were you giving him a look?
Objection, that the previous question calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor, if I may. Why were you giving him the look?
Because there was something wrong.
What was wrong?
I found a firearm.
In your home?
Correct.
You went downstairs to see him?
I believe so, yes.
Describe what's downstairs in that home in North Attleboro.
It would be the man cave.
The man cave. What do you mean by that?
It's a basement for a man.
Did you spend much time down there?
No, not much, other than cleaning.
Did the defendant spend much time down there?
He did.
What about when Alexander Bradley would come over? Would he spend time down there?
He did.
Do you know what the defendant, Mr. Bradley, did down there?
Man cave things. Good question.
So, Ms. Jenkins-Hernandez, back to your look. You had testified you were giving him the look based upon finding a gun in your home, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't verbalize anything in any way?
I don't believe I had to.
When you gave him the look, what, if anything, did you notice about that gun following the look?
Well, I mean, when I went back to the drawer, it wasn't there.
When did you go back to the drawer?
I don't know. I mean, I would have had to be looking for something, but it wasn't there when I went back to it.
So was it hours later, days later?
That I don't know.
But at some point you went back to the drawer?
I did.
When you looked in the drawer, the gun was gone?
Correct.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Hernandez about the gun being gone?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever ask him what happened to the gun?
No.
Did you ever ask him why he had the gun?
No.
Well, of course, the funny piece there was the judge answering a question about what goes on in a man cave, and the judge jumped in and said, man cave things. So now that we've had that cleared up about what happens in man caves, we have to get to the bottom of this issue about this gun, because she testified that she opened up the, quote, junk drawer in the kitchen island and found a gun She didn't know what kind of gun, didn't know whether it was a revolver or a semi-automatic pistol. She doesn't know how big it was, didn't know the size of the weapon. She just said it fit in the drawer. And then we got the question about, well, how big is the drawer? She didn't know. Right. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, how do you not, well, it's about this big, it's a foot, it's 2 feet, it's 6 feet. I mean, how do you not know the size of the drawer in your kitchen?
And again, that is an example of losing control of the witness, because the prosecutor could have very easily asked her, was the drawer bigger than this, bigger than this? And you can get some dimensions. You can do it. It might not come out of the witness's mouth immediately, but you can get them to give you what you need. You know, the questions about the gun, you know, people from the Northeast not familiar with guns the way that people are familiar with guns in the rest of the country. They see a gun, some people are scared of them. They open the drawer and they close the drawer immediately. They're not going to take it out. They're not going to put their hands on it. They're not going to look to see if it's a revolver. They're not going to look to see if it's a semi-automatic. So in that regard, her answers, I don't think, indicate that she's lying or being evasive at all. Just
we have a difference of opinion there. I don't know how somebody can sit there and just say, I don't know how big the drawer is in my kitchen. I thought the question was at least big enough or good enough to elicit at least an attempt at a dimension.
Yeah, I mean, it could have. It should have, but it didn't. But that's kind of the
So
way.
how is the witness not being evasive there in that case?
Well, I guess if her response would have been, well, I've never taken a ruler and measured the drawer. That'd have been a fair response, and that's the response most of us would give about the size of a drawer in our kitchen. But a lot of us would start using our hands to show what the size is, and she just didn't. But she didn't have to, because she was not asked a follow-up question.
Yeah, I mean, so this goes back to trial preparation or trial advocacy. Do you think that it's just poor questioning or a lack of preparation or an assumption on behalf of the prosecutor that the witness would have been more forthcoming?
It's all of the above. It's all of the above. It's poor preparation, it's assumptions. It's just extra questions helps to eliminate the problems. And it's almost like this prosecutor is giving up in a way. Like, he doesn't expect to do better than he is. He doesn't expect for the witnesses to give him what he needs. So he throws out a half-hearted question, gets back an answer that doesn't help him, or might not even hurt him, but he just does nothing with it. He just leaves it flat on the floor.
You know, I've always thought that when it comes to phrasing questions in trials like this, that sometimes a few seconds of silence are better than just jumping in to keep the conversation flowing. And if it were me, and I know hindsight's 20/20, and I was not getting somewhere with a witness, I would back out and say, just a moment, and I'd go back and look at my notes for a second, collect my thoughts.
That's right.
While it looks like I'm doing something, and then go back into the line of questioning and say, okay, let's talk about this drawer in your kitchen. You know, did you ever measure it? Well, no. Okay, so about how big was it? It was about this big?
Exactly.
And I would have probably done something that was overly exaggerated.
Like, can I fit this computer into this drawer?
Yeah.
Can I put my entire arm in the drawer? Like, right, you say something that's ridiculous, and then the witness has to give you, like, no. And do you open this drawer every day? What sort of things are in your junk drawer? And give me a better answer than junk. junky stuff.
Yeah, so
we all have a junk drawer in our houses. We all have that drawer where there's old keys, batteries,
pencils with broken tips,
right? Or no eraser at the end anymore. Yeah. The dull knives, you know, a pocket knife, a box cutter, anything and everything that you could think of.
Yeah, so again, we're left with a bit of an incomplete picture here. But let's go on now to the fourth clip that we saved from this discussion here. We have the prosecution asking Shayana Jenkins, the fiance, whether she knows about the relationship between the defendant and Alexander Bradley, who wound up being what many people would term the state's key witness in this case.
Into the next year, the year 2013. You recall that year?
Vaguely.
Calling your attention now to February of 2013. Did you become aware of Aaron Hernandez taking a trip to Florida with Alexander Bradley?
Yes, I believe so.
What did you know about that?
They were going to Florida.
How many times prior to that had they gone to Florida together, if you know?
I don't.
Did you ever have conversations with Aaron Hernandez about him going to Florida with Alexander Bradley?
Not that I could recall.
So how was it that you found out that he and Alexander Bradley were going to Florida in February of 2013?
Well, he would have had to tell me, but I don't remember what the conversation was.
So you were aware that he was going?
Yes.
And did you know who he was going with?
Yes.
Who?
Alexander Bradley.
And at this point, February 2013, were they still close?
I believe so.
Would you see Alexander Bradley regularly?
Can you define your regular terms?
Well, would you see Alexander Bradley once a week going out with Aaron Hernandez during that time period?
I don't know.
Did you see Aaron Hernandez having phone conversations or text messages with Alexander Bradley during that time period?
That I don't know.
Did Mr. Hernandez talk about his friend Alexander Bradley during that time period?
I'm sure.
What was your understanding as to when Aaron Hernandez and Alexander Bradley would be back from Florida?
I don't know.
Did you try to know?
To be honest, probably not.
Why not?
Because I had other things to worry about, which included a child.
So Mr. Hernandez indicated he was going to Florida. Did you ask him why he was going?
I may have. I don't know.
Did that bother you that he was going to Florida while you were caring for the child?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he ask for your permission to go to Florida?
A grown man?
No, you may answer that.
No, a grown man. He doesn't ask for permission, no.
Were you engaged at that point?
Yes.
When did you get engaged?
October of 2012, I believe.
So what you're indicating is that you just were told he was going to Florida with Alexander Bradley. Is that accurate?
Right.
You had no idea when he was coming back?
Objection. Ask an answer.
Overruled.
No.
At any point through February 14th, 2013, did Aaron Hernandez ever call you to tell you about any problems he had in Florida?
Not that I could recall.
Did he ever call and tell you that his good friend Alexander Bradley was missing?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know if there was any conversation of that. I don't remember.
Well, do you recall a conversation with him about him not being able to find Alexander Bradley?
Witness just answered. She doesn't know. Your objection. Ask an answer. This is direct.
Rephrase the question or put a new question.
Did you become aware that Alexander Bradley was missing in Florida?
Was missing in Florida?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Did Mr. Hernandez ever call you and ask you to do anything to help find Alexander Bradley?
No, I don't recall any conversations of helping him.
And are you aware of shortly after February 13th, 2013, when you and your daughter went to the West Coast with Aaron Hernandez?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that, ma'am?
Vacation.
In addition to vacation, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, are you aware of whether or not Mr. Hernandez had some type of injury that he was being rehabbed for?
An injury he was being rehabbed for?
Yes.
I don't think he was being rehabbed at that point.
Do you recall him having a shoulder injury?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't remember the time, but I believe he got surgery when we were, so I think the rehab came after, if that makes sense.
When was the surgery?
I don't know.
Prior to the surgery, are you aware of whether or not the defendant, Aaron Hernandez, was being treated by a doctor named Alex Guerrero?
I'm not sure of the last name, but I believe that's the same one that I know, yes.
And where was Mr. Guerrero located, or Dr. Guerrero located?
California, I think, at that point.
Did there come a point, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, where in late February into April of 2013, where you, the defendant Aaron Hernandez, and your child were staying in Hermosa Beach, California?
All right, so more testimony by the fiance of the defendant in the Aaron Hernandez trial. You had an interesting observation about the things that she couldn't remember, and one of them was the date that she was engaged.
Right. I mean, pretty much as I know, without being sexist, I think most women know that day. It's an important day. It's an important day in anybody's life, even in a man's life. I think people know the day that I proposed. It's just not likely that she doesn't remember that day.
Yeah, so we've talked about whether the Commonwealth's questioning could be better here, and we seem to agree that it could be. But I'm wondering if the Commonwealth strategy here is to blow through as many of these questions as possible and say, do you recall this? No, I don't seem to recall that. I don't remember. They're getting all of these what ifs and I don't remember. I don't seem to recall. No, I don't think that happened. Is the strategy to then just ask as many questions and get as many of those answers and say that she's being purposefully evasive and that she really can't be counted on for anything?
I mean, I think that is a good strategy. The problem that the prosecutor has is he's not giving back any resistance to her. So he's assuming that the jury is going to see her as being evasive. And again, it depends on what county you're trying a case in, and it depends on the sophistication of your jurors. Some of those jurors are going to sit there and go, well, he just didn't ask the right question, or he didn't follow it up with anything. Like he asked a question poorly, she gave him a poor answer, and then he just moves on. I think that, yes, no matter what happens at this trial, he's going to be able to argue that she's not trying to throw Hernandez under the bus. It doesn't really matter what happens. You can make that argument. And it's kind of a common sense argument that most people are going to follow, thinking about my spouse or my fiance testifying against me.
Yeah, so this just got more and more interesting here. Let's play our next clip. This is the fifth one from today. This is where the prosecution presses the issue about whether she knew someone who was shot in the face and whether she would remember that and how would she react to it. So again, Alexander Bradley, who was the state's key witness, testified that he was in the car when Aaron Hernandez pulled the trigger and shot and killed 2 people. That was the testimony from the star witness. The star witness later was shot in the face in Florida. He said eventually, after being resistant for quite some time, that it was this defendant who shot him in the face. The Commonwealth is alleging that that's witness intimidation, that Hernandez was trying to get Bradley either to shut up or get him out of the picture. So we know that the fiance knew Alexander Bradley, and the Commonwealth tried to get out of her today that she should have had some reaction to finding out that someone who was in her home regularly had been shot. Let's listen to how she responded.
Someone you know got shot in the face and there was no reason for you to ask any questions?
Incorrect. Someone he knew. I was very kind to anyone that came into our home, so that's correction. I don't know Sherrod personally.
But he had been to your home?
Correct.
You had fed him?
Correct.
He had seen your child?
But he was not my friend. We weren't sitting on the couch having popcorn and watching movies either.
But is it fair to state he was the closest friend, at least in Massachusetts, to your fiance in 2012 into 13?
One, I don't know who Aaron necessarily hung out with.
Well, who else was there besides Alexander Bradley that he hung out with?
I don't know. There was times when I was home and he wasn't, or when he was home and I wasn't. He was in the man cave. I stayed upstairs and I took care of my child. So you're asking me questions that I can't really answer for you, sir.
Who else did you see in the man cave in 2012 and 13 with the defendant other than Alexander Bradley?
Just said she wasn't there. Now he's badgering his own witness. Witness just testified she wasn't in the man cave. He responds, who did you see in the man cave?
Overruled.
Who else?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
So the only one you can remember, is there anyone you remember other than Alexander Bradley?
Objection. Maybe 7th time to ask the same question.
Overruled.
There could have been anyone in there. His barber, anyone. I don't know.
And you indicated that you knew when not to ask questions and you knew your place. And you mentioned something about cooking and cleaning. What did you mean by that?
Objection. This states the testimony.
You may explain what you meant by your own testimony.
Thank you. What I meant is that I pick and choose my battles. There's some things that are worth arguing about, there's some things that aren't. I didn't see that as being one of them. Like I said, he wasn't my close friend. Yes, it's a sad situation, but it's something that why should I press on something like that? I had other things to worry about.
So his closest friend being shot in the face wasn't something you worried about?
One.
Lost count how many times.
Sustained.
But you did testify in a grand jury, you had a conversation with him about it.
Objection. He's impeaching, but there's no statement to be impeached.
Overruled.
I don't remember. Like I said, what I testified to in the grand jury was a general term.
But you did have a conversation with me, you just don't remember the conversation.
I don't remember. May have. I don't remember.
Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, what nicknames are you aware of that the defendant uses, or do people know him by?
Aaron and Chico.
Have you ever heard the nickname Double A?
I don't recall, but I don't know.
So you've never heard anybody call him Double A?
Not me.
We started to see some testy objection there by the defense, getting at this witness and the way that she was explaining this issue with whether she knew Alexander Bradley had been shot and why she would want to question her fiance about it with gusto. And it didn't really go too many places, but how did you react to that?
Again, poor questioning. What the prosecutor should have done was go through that very slowly with her and say, are you aware, or you're aware that Alexander Bradley was shot? How did you learn that information? Then what was your reaction to learning it? Like, he kind of jumped ahead and he allowed her to kind of sidestep his questioning by saying to him, basically, don't expect me to know all of the details of all of my fiance's relationships with his friends and who his friends are. Yeah, someone comes into your house, you can serve them a meal, bring them a glass of water, but it doesn't mean that you have a conversation with them. Some men that are jealous won't allow their friends to really engage with their wife or with their fiance. There are a lot of real life factors that come into play when you're trying to get information from a witness, and I think that it's hilarious. It's almost like watching the scene in The Godfather when Michael says, "Kay, don't ask me about my business," and it's almost as if she lives by that credo, that I don't ask him what he's doing. As long as he's on the gridiron bringing that money home, I'm fine. I don't have any further questions. And that may be true with some marriages are that way, some relationships are that way.
Yeah, and the insinuation is that that's the way that that this may have been going. So let's listen in again here. She continues on discussing this shooting, and there's an additional segment of the conversation here.
Is no, because I wasn't really fond of him, speaking of Sherrod. So it really wasn't. I mean, I kind of took it as a positive that he wasn't around, right? Mm-hmm. You really didn't like Mr. Bradley being around your fiance, right?
Overruled. No, I did not.
You thought that Bradley was bad news.
I did.
And so, now, as you said, you thought it was certainly a sad thing that anybody got shot, right?
Right.
But the fact that he was not hanging around your fiance, you thought was a good thing, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about Sherrod. And I'm using Sherrod because that's how you knew him, right?
That's correct.
But you know that Sherrod's full name is Alexander Sherrod Bradley, right?
Yes.
Once you learned that Sherrod had been shot, actually let's clear that up a little bit. Mr. Hagan asked you a number of questions about about how you learned Bradley had been shot, right?
Right.
Now, you first learned that he was shot from someone in the community, right?
That's correct.
Now, you're not saying that you and Aaron never talked about the fact that Mr. Bradley was shot, are you?
No, I'm not. I don't remember.
Right, but you do remember that someone else initially told you about the shooting, right?
That's correct.
And you've known Aaron for, I think, over 20 years, yep?
Yes.
You've seen him when he's happy?
Yes.
You've seen him when he's sad?
Yes.
You've seen him when he's excited?
Right.
You've seen him when he's frustrated?
Yes.
You've seen him when he's confused?
Yes.
You've seen an entire range of emotions from your fiance, right?
I have.
And when you learned that Sherrod had been shot, it's fair to say that your fiance was saddened by the fact that his friend was shot.
Right, I would agree with that.
And I'm going to take you a little further in time. You ultimately learned that Sherrod was suing Aaron.
Yes.
And you learned that he was trying to take money from Aaron.
Yes.
And the two of you were in California at some point during that period.
Yes.
And you recall your fiance in text messages. You weren't reading them, but he told you he was texting with Sherrod.
Objection. No, overruled. Were you told that?
Yes.
And Aaron told you that Sherrod was trying to...
Objection is sustained.
So when you learned that Sherrod was extorting or taking money...
Sustained.
When you learned that Sherrod was attempting to get money from Aaron, you were able to discern his emotions at that time as well, correct? Aaron's.
Is that an objection? Well, you may answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that during that period when you learned that Sherrod was trying to take money from his friend, that Aaron...
Sustained as to the form of the question.
You observed that Aaron was both hurt and sad that his friend was attempting to take money from him.
The objection's overruled as to your impression.
My impression was that he was upset, yes.
And is hurt a fair characterization? Objection.
Upset. Next question.
It's cross-examination, Your Honor. I'm attempting to ask a different question. Is it fair to say that he was hurt as well?
Objection. Sustained in that form.
your fiance was hurt as well, wasn't he?
Same ruling, sustained.
The period in time when Mr. Bradley, when you learned that Mr. Bradley was trying to take money from your fiance, your observation was that Mr. Hernandez was hurt as well.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Well, may we approach him?
So more testimony about the shooting of Alexander Bradley in Florida and whether or not the fiance knew much about it. We started to get into this whole thing about the civil suit because remember, Alexander Bradley was shot. He refused to tell the first two people who came to his aid immediately after having been shot who did it. He said he didn't know. And then he refused to cooperate with the police, and then he turns around and files this civil case against Aaron Hernandez later and says, you're the one who shot me, pay up. And so we're seeing questioning of the fiancé now about that, and it ultimately allowed the defense there on cross-examination to exploit this theory that Alexander Bradley is just a bad dude, he's out for money, he's got drug connections, you know, the whole 9 yards. So I think it's interesting that with almost every single witness called by the prosecution, the defense has been able to bring its theory of the case into almost every single one of those witnesses.
Yeah, which is a beautiful thing. It's a great day for the defense for sure. I think filing a civil suit after not cooperating with the police is funny at best, especially if they were the type of friends that both the defense and the prosecutor was alluding to. It sounds like if he just needed some money, he could have just asked. He wouldn't have to cook up some crazy scheme. And also too, it seems like if you want your civil case to go someplace, you need to cooperate with the police first and the prosecutor.
We've had that conversation here a couple of times because the rational way to do it from a legal perspective is to rely on a police investigation. If a police investigation shows guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, then because that's the high bar, it automatically hits the lower bar of the civil case. So the civil case is just wham bam, it's pretty much done.
Exactly. And you would think a person that's in the public eye like Mr. Hernandez would be an easy blackmail victim. I mean, there were just so many other ways, legal and illegal, that Bradley could have gone. And it just seems like he picked the absolute worst road that was not going to get him the results that he was looking for. And now that we are in the criminal trial, as a witness, he just kind of looks and sounds a bit crazy.
Yeah, so, but again, we saw some questioning of the fiancée about her thoughts on that civil case, and it was ridiculous. I don't remember exactly how she termed it, but that was the core of it.
Right.
So, again, another way for the defense to bring about its theory, even though this witness wasn't directly involved in it. So let's listen to the last clip that we have from this witness today. This is Shayana Jenkins Hernandez talking about Aaron Hernandez's tattoos, which have become another big part in this case, because we know from the previous testimony that Aaron Hernandez has a tattoo of a revolver with 5 bullets in the chamber, not 6. We know from the tattoo artist that was Aaron Hernandez's specific request for that tattoo, that he specifically asked for it to be drawn with 5 bullets, not 6. We know from the police who investigated the scene that there were forensic details of 5 bullets, and they never found anything beyond that. Of course, we've heard the other witnesses say it's possible that maybe another bullet was fired, maybe there were 6, but we found evidence of 5. And so this whole thing about 5 bullets, the tattoo artist saying it was a specific request of Hernandez's, and then we also had an interview with Hernandez played where he discusses his tattoos, and he says every single one of them has very specific meaning for me. So the Commonwealth is trying to wrap together a package here and say these things are all not coincidences when taken in totality. So Shayana Jenkins had some tattoos that matched up with Aaron Hernandez's tattoos, and let's listen to her explain that.
And similarly, you were asked a question by Mr. Sullivan on cross-examination about whether if he got a tribute or a tattoo of you giving birth. I think the words were, you said you wouldn't like that very much, right?
That's correct.
And you would have confronted him about that and been angry about that tattoo.
I don't know if angry is the right word.
Well, it would have bothered you?
It would have bothered me, yes.
Do you like this tattoo, Ms. Jenkins?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Ms. Jenkins, calling attention to tattoos, Exhibit 256. Have you seen that?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Have you seen that tattoo before?
I have.
You have?
Well, you're showing it to me now.
You've never seen it before now?
I don't remember. Like I said, Aaron has many tattoos.
So you don't remember ever seeing this tattoo?
Objection. She just said I don't remember.
Put another question.
Did you ever have a conversation with Aaron Hernandez about this tattoo?
Not that I can recall.
What about Exhibit 258, this tattoo?
Objection. Objection.
Overruled.
Do you remember that tattoo?
Do I remember it? Not necessarily.
Well, what does that mean, not necessarily?
I don't remember it. Like I said, he has many tattoos.
But weren't you just commenting to Mr. Sullivan on cross-examination that his tattoos didn't describe any lived events?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you also testified, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, that the tattoos...
Objection. Is counsel finished with this picture? The witness said she doesn't know it, doesn't recognize it, hasn't spoken to him about it. Thank you.
You also, I believe in response to one of Attorney Sullivan's questions, said that there are no special meanings to many of the tattoos, right?
Right.
Any special meaning to the ones attributed to his father?
You'd have to ask him.
About the special meaning of the one dedicated to his brother?
Like I said, you would have to ask him. I know what's on my body. I can't tell you. I mean, I would think that they would, but you would have to ask him.
And the tattoo of your initials, that has special meaning to the defendant, doesn't it?
To me, I would hope it would have special meaning to him, yes.
Finally, Ms. Jenkins Hernandez, you were asked questions by Mr. Sullivan about Sherrod. You recall those questions?
I do.
Well, you were just about to burst out into laughter there about those, Attorney Williams. So, what do you make of that that episode between the Commonwealth and the fiance?
The discussion of tattoos is a difficult one. The meaning of tattoos and the amount of tattoos on the average person's body has changed over the last 20 to 30 years. Mm-hmm. And it's almost like the prosecutor is expecting this witness to tell him that, well, this tattoo on my husband's body is a gang tattoo. This one means he hurt this guy. This means he shot this person. And one, you're never going to get someone to give you those types of answers. But also, two, you know, instead of the way he leads into the questions, do you remember this tattoo? It's a tattoo on the body of her fiance. So it's not about remembering. You know, it's like, do you recognize this tattoo? Is this tattoo on his body? Did you ever have a discussion about what the tattoo meant? Did you ever ask? I mean, that's the best it gets. Instead of him dancing around and hoping that she's going to say, the tattoo with the revolver with the 5 bullets was done right after Bradley got shot in the face. I mean, that tattoo doesn't necessarily mean anything about Bradley. It could just simply mean, as we say in the community, I'll bust my gun. You have a gun, and there's 1 bullet left. There's 1 bullet missing. It means that you're willing to use a gun. That's the best it gets. And if he could have gotten that out of her, he would have made some headway.
It would have been interesting had the questions been asked a little bit differently, but we have what we have. I want to go for our last clip here today back to some of the fireworks that happened a few days ago in this case. This is clip AH6, Cedric, from the 28th. if we can pull this up. This is some fireworks between attorney Jose Baez and the judge in this case. It was one of several pieces of fireworks that we saw, and it's worth listening to again because it'll indicate just how testy this trial has gotten.
All right, so the record is clear. I've had Ms. King play back a recording of the questions put to this witness by Mr. Hagan as to a public record search and the sources of information, and then the question as a result of that search whether or not a phone number was determined. The answer being that it was. The question, do you recall what it is? The answer, I do not. The question, is there something that could refresh your memory? The answer being yes. The witness then shown some records, and the witness then indicating a telephone number, 404-861-3292. I hear no objection to any of those questions, no objection to the number being given, and no motion to strike after that testimony was given. Did you hear an objection on the recording by Ms. King?
If I may have access to the record now, I'd like to be able to respond.
Did you hear an objection on the recording? That's...
I guess I don't have access to this record because I'm sitting here, I go to sidebar, I try to make my record, you speak over me every single time. We have this issue, we've had this issue for the entire trial. We had this discussion, Mr. Sullivan had this discussion with you yesterday. You seem to cut off the defense every opportunity that we try to lay a record, and I just simply can't.
Mr. Baez.
If you don't want me to defend Mr. Hernandez, I will sit down and shut up and...
Mr. Baez.
The issue here...
The issue is this. You came up to sidebar, and you told me you had lodged objections to that testimony. My concern was I did not hear those objections. We have just played back the recording. Once again, I do not hear any objection on the record. My question to you now is, did you lodge an objection, or did you hear an objection on the recording as it was just played?
That portion, that small portion of the recording, no. Okay. And I will tell you, I'd like to still get out my argument and still.
Well, let's just finish this thread. Earlier, you objected to the introduction of telephone records of Jarrell Pierre, correct? About 15 minutes ago. The Commonwealth responded, well, they're already in through another source, but they're not attributed to Jarrell Pierre because they're in as prepaid phone records without a subscriber name. I indicated that the defense objection was sustained and that the Commonwealth was not going to attribute that number through a backdoor means via this witness. The Commonwealth then attempted to lay a foundation for this witness's knowledge of the phone number separate and apart from any prepaid phone records. You did not object to that line of inquiry. So the number came into testimony without objection. Now, that is the way I view procedurally how we get here. With that said, let me hear where I've missed something in the analysis.
Where you missed it was I was allowing Mr. Hagan to continue and to try to lay the proper predicate for that number to come in. He based it on hearsay, which was this database that comes through, I guess, a collaborative effort of law enforcement through accident records and police records and things like that, which is hearsay, to come through, and he was able to take these steps, and these are true steps that he took, so I had no basis for that objection. But the second that he put the number on the screen before the jury was the proper time for me to lodge an objection. I did so. You overruled it. I then stood up again and objected 2 or 3 times. That's what I was referring to at sidebar. But if you would let me speak and not interrupt me like you do all the time, I would have been able to do so. What's the end result? You yell at me in front of the jury. You stand up, you look down at me, and you said, I know! And then you excuse the jury as if delaying this whole trial is my fault, when I'm the one that's not trying to introduce evidence based on hearsay. And that's the problem that I have here. I've been nothing but simply completely 100% respectful to this court from the day I walked in here.
You have.
As a lawyer who's doing everything that he's supposed to and complying with the obligations of my oath to be spoken to in that manner, especially in front of the jury. If you want to take me in your office and rip me a new one, by all means do so, but not in front of this jury.
Well,
Especially not when this man's life is on the line. I don't want to be a part of that.
I will be happy when the jury returns to tell them that I did not direct any comments to any attorney in particular. I'll be happy to tell this jury, I'll tell anyone, that I have the highest respect for the job that you've done in this case and for the professionalism that you have displayed throughout this case. You have enriched the courts of the Commonwealth by your practice in this case. Now, having said that, I listen carefully, or I try to listen carefully, to the proceedings as they occur, to listen for objections and to rule according to the rules of evidence as I understand them. Mr. Hagan went through with this witness a variety of sources of information, some of which may be hearsay, some of which may not because they are accepted from the hearsay rules based on public record application of the public records doctrine. Mr. Hagan, in his questions, I think, was somewhat careful to describe a number of these sources as public records, if indeed they would qualify as records kept in the ordinary course of business or records maintained by a public authority for non-testimonial purposes, then they would be admissible in evidence and information upon which one could rely. It was as that was being, that basis was being explored, that I was listening to see if there was any challenge. There was not. You did not object when the number came into evidence. The number being in evidence, it then may be referenced in any variety of ways. So the number had come before this jury and constituted evidence. The fact that it is then displayed in written form somewhere isn't adding anything to the equation. It's simply presenting that evidence already before this jury in a different form. And that is what you objected to. Do I take it that your view was that by lodging an earlier objection that continued in effect throughout the subsequent testimony of this witness?
My response to that question, Your Honor, is the number had already come up through Mr. Pierre. He was shown the number. It was shown, and he completely.
He did not recall it, did he?
Yes, he denied that was his number. So, and when Mr. Hagan was showing him the detective a document, he showed the detective the search warrant, the application of the search warrant, which is not the records that he was referring to. And at that point, after when he attempted to utilize, my understanding of what Mr. Hagan was doing was attempting to lay the foundation, the proper predicate for this to be admitted. When he felt he was going to introduce this as Jarrell Pierre's phone number, which was the displaying of the contact list on Mr. Hernandez's phone through the large screen, through this device, the Elmo device. That is when I felt it was proper time to lodge the objection. The fact that he says the number is of no significance. What's of significance is when he relates it to Jarrell Pierre's contact, or JPD, in the contact list of Mr. Hernandez's phone. That's the whole issue here. Not that this number exists, or that there's a 404 number. That's the issue is that specific number Mr. Jarrell Pierre's number as it relates to that contact list. And that's when I made the objection on multiple occasions.
Well, All right, it seems to me that's a two-step inquiry.
Well, he was about to go there, and that's why I made the objection.
One is the introduction of this telephone number as belonging to Jarrell Pierre. This witness testified that it did based on his investigation of Florida records.
And to clear that up too,
Yep.
everything in Florida is a public record. Okay? If I send this detective here an email, that's a public record. Everything under the Sunshine State laws, Your Honor, every single document that's given to a public employee is a public record. So these documents, the standards are completely different than they are here in Massachusetts.
Well,
and it's all hearsay again. It still doesn't overcome the issue of hearsay. So when it relates to
where is the hearsay?
this database that he utilized to determine that it was a number associated with Jarrell Pierre. He doesn't even know that it's Jarrell Pierre's number. It's just a number that was associated with Jarrell Pierre at one point or time. It could be his baby mama's phone that he borrowed. He could have gotten pulled over for a ticket and said, "This is my phone number," and that's it. And that's the reliability that this court wants to accept.
No.
If you accept that specific thing. Maybe I misspoke. That's the reliability for which the Commonwealth wishes to use when admitting this in evidence.
But fact remains, you didn't object when it came in. You are objecting now.
I didn't object to the mentioning of the number. I objected to the mentioning that it was Jarrell Pierre's number, and that it was Jarrell Pierre's number, and that that's the number that's associated with that contact.
Yes, but that's what the number was given as. It was given as, did you determine Jarrell Pierre's telephone number? Yes, I did. How'd you do it? I looked at all these sources. What did you find? I found this number.
I believe he was asked what investigative steps he used. He undertook to attempt to
Yes,
find this number.
and as a result,
He went through his whole step process, and then when he finally put it up here, that's when I objected.
all right, then I'm going to apply your objection back to the testimony regarding the telephone number. And I will sustain the objection and instruct the jury to disregard that.
So what that discussion resulted in was the judge agreeing to the objection. He applied it retroactively. He told the jurors to discount the attachment of that phone number to the purported account holder because the officer who was offering that connection didn't have the right grounds to make it. And then the judge actually went on to apologize in front of the jury for any potential hot under the collar comments that he had made about any attorney in the case. So I thought that was a bit unprecedented, but certainly gentlemanly.
No, I mean, look, judges do not like to get reversed. And when you're trying a case, the attorneys, they make records with appeal in mind in case they lose. And judges also do not like the appellate division to say that they did something wrong. No one likes to be corrected. And I'm sure that this judge understood that he missed something. It wasn't intentional, but he had to make sure that the record was clean so that this one issue doesn't come back to haunt anybody.
Certainly, and there have been enough issues for appeal in this case already, so the judges tried to keep the train on the tracks, but also to keep it rolling smoothly. Well, Attorney Williams, we certainly appreciate you being with us today. We appreciate the insight. We're going to wrap things up here today for the Law News Network. I'm Aaron Keller. We'll see you back here tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Have a good evening, everybody.